36 days out from the election, but the deep state-run Democrats have openly said they're going to contest the election, and not just for a day, not just for a week, not for 2 weeks, but right through to the inauguration, causing a breakup of the country. That's their criminal goal, and they're back in the news admitting it today. So this is a big, big deal. We're going to be laying all of this out tonight. We're going to be looking at the new Supreme Court nominee and how that adds gasoline to already explosive situation, and so much more. Look at this headline. Military will not have role in transition. Ex-Trump National Security Advisor rejects left's coup fantasy. And then the left online criticizes McMaster, who's a total globalist. It's a big deal. But I thought I'd start with something that's really at the heart of it. Remember 4 years ago how InfoWarriors took over all the live events and said Bill Clinton's a rapist, and pointed out that Bill Clinton and Hillary were globalists tied to Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile island. We would talk about Jeffrey Epstein on national TV and take over live events, so much so they canceled most of their live events the last few weeks. Well, they were out front just yesterday at CNN. The full video's on Infowars.com. CNN was outside the Supreme Court building and thought they'd be able to go live out there. Turns out everywhere CNN goes, this now happens.
Justice on the Supreme Court over the next 30 or 40 years.
Right, well, absolutely. I just wanted to say that while we were here, the crowd behind us, Trump supporters, started chanting "screw." There was a little bit of here is a crowd of Trump supporters.
Ariana, I want you to stand by. We can barely hear what you're saying because of the crowd behind you. And if you have a handheld mic, maybe we'll be able to appreciate what you're saying. Stand by for a moment. John Disputic, our Supreme Court analyst, is standing by. So explain the legal consequences of what we heard from the president.
And then we've got this that will also not make you smile, but make you laugh at Biden. They're the ones that have the fake Atlantic Monthly. Jeffrey Goldberg sending out about the fake news on WMD. He's the main culprit. Jeffrey Goldberg come out and say that Trump, in front of all these witnesses, said, I hate the military, they're dumb, they're idiots, they're stupid. And then we learn the exact quotes are out of Biden's mouth. We'll play it in a moment, but he grew up next door to their bar and to their restaurant. They even, I think, sold them some property, he was saying, and that's Tyler Nixon up in Delaware. They're on record being family friends because they live next door to each other. And there's a lot of correspondence, photos, all that on record. He said the Bidens hate everything and think they're elitist and just have this air, this imperious nature. So of course what they said word for word about Trump is in word for word what we have on video of Biden just 5 years ago. There it is. So, man, you're slow. Clap for that, you stupid bastards. And with some people, that's their style, and it's a joke. Like a Rodney Dangerfield, I don't get no respect. Not with him. This is how he is. He walks around talking about how smart he is. And he's so smart, he sounds like he has a mouthful of marbles. He's clearly had another major stroke. His face is drooping. You know, Ron Paul had a stroke. He's in the hospital. He'll probably retire. 85. This guy has basically small seizures all the time on TV, and it's no big deal. I mean, Hillary's got a seizure. Falls down. Media says, oh, she didn't fall down. Fake news. It's on video she fell down. All having a convulsion. I mean, you know what a convulsion looks like. But oh no, CNN said that's fake news. These people are jokes. But they're propped up by billions and billions of dollars, so they just hang on. They're the undead media. It's a big broadcast tonight. This is not a spectator sport. Tell folks how to tune in now. And we are go. We are launched. Ignition, liftoff. On this live Sunday, September 27th, 2020. Transmission 114 days after the inauguration. 36 days to the election. Now, as everyone knows, InfoWars Business is telling the truth. InfoWars Business is promoting human freedom and liberty. InfoWars Business is being tomorrow's news or next week's news, next year's news today. I don't need to go over the irregular listener all the things that we accurately chronicle over the horizon that has now manifested itself. Not because it just materialized because I said it was happening. It's because we're aware of what the globalists actually are up to, not what they put out for general public consumption. Their arrogance is they don't even hide what they do in their high-level agreements. I mean, at the Davos group, they put out a report in February saying, we're going to use COVID-19 to lock down the economy, bringing global digital tracking apps on everybody's phones, shut down all small businesses, and starve the third world to death, lower carbon emissions. They call it the Great Reset. We were saying in February, this looks like the big reset that Davos has been calling for to shut down the world economy and consolidate power for them. And as we were reporting that, like days later, they come out with a huge report admitting it all. And that's what is so frustrating about this project is criminals love to brag, and they love to lay out their battle plans. And why would we sit here and not take them for their word for it when they've carried out every damn thing they've set out to carry out? Now, a lot of times they're behind schedule. A lot of times what they do falls apart. But you know what? They are trying to execute their plan, as you can see. And they are doing a lot of acceleration of it right now because they're behind. So let me tell you what's coming up today. Friday, I got so overdriven and so emotional that I covered it all, but not in concise little giblets. And when we come back to the next segment, I'm going to give my emergency message to the President, my emergency message to the American people on what I think needs to be done specifically and decisively in what we're facing. Not from predictive powers, but from studying globalist operations and knowing exactly what it is they're planning to execute. Now, does that mean they'll execute every exact way at the exact time I say? No. They don't know how they're going to execute, but they've got a battle plan. They've got rules of engagement. They've got a program. And we know how to stop them. They just hope that the public doesn't catch on to this and they can continue to move forward. But they know the public is catching on to them, and so is Congress. So are different sections of different corporate areas around the world. So there's major pushback. So let me tell you what's coming up. We had incredible mass rally part 2 in Trafalgar Square yesterday in London. And we had medical doctors and others being arrested by riot police who were beating people over the heads with billy clubs. The same groups literally lead Muslims on giant parades, burning things down. And the same police literally lead Black Lives Matter on their events, burning things down and stabbing people. So the police in the UK are globalist operatives. You want to talk about bad police, like the Nazis. This is it. And you can say, well, some Nazis weren't bad people that are following orders. It doesn't matter. They're robots. They're meat puppets. And they're very, very bad people. David Icke will be joining us tomorrow. He was there. They were already attacking people as he was speaking. And this is just incredible footage that we'll be getting to coming up later in the hour. And part of David Icke's over-the-top speech. The full speech is at band.video. YouTube is pulling down the speech. Medical doctors were the main targets that spoke. They were arrested. Professors, scientists, because the civil the police said you were not allowed to question the United Nations. Boom. Just like that, riot police attack you if you criticize what the UN has officially said, even though it's all a lie. Remember that. We've already got 134,000 views on band.video. But again, most versions of it have been taken down off YouTube. I knew instantly they'd be pulling it. I was sent a link to it. It had like 1,000 viewers right after it was uploaded. The police that stormed the stage, grabbed all the equipment, and started beating everyone over the head with billy clubs. There's just an hours of this footage. My wife got so upset last night, just crying. She ended up watching over 2 hours of it. I told her to stop watching because, I mean, this is it. This is the tyranny. And guess what's also happening from Australia to the UK to the US? Bars, restaurants, colleges, people's apartment buildings think, oh, sorry, now to be here, you've got to have a contact tracing app on your phone, and you've got to check it, you've got to keep your location services on at all time. We're tracking you. And people are being thrown out of their apartments, thrown out of restaurants that don't have it. Imagine the control this brings in, the global Chinese social credit score. We told everybody this was coming back in, March. That was the plan. But now it's here. You don't have to wait more. Oh, you're coming to the college here in Michigan, or the college here in Texas, or the college here in Connecticut, or the college here in New Jersey, or wherever. I've got the articles right here. I'm going to show them to you. You're not allowed to leave campus for the entire semester. You can only go to stores we say you can, and there's a curfew, and we're tracking your distance from everyone at all times, and we have citizen spies and cameras watching. So that's all this is, and we know what it is. Hell, they tell us that's what it is. But still, a good part of the public signs on to it and goes along with it because, oh, you're heroes. No, you're not heroes. You're being put into a giant prison rig. You're being turned into a robot. Okay, let's lay out more of what's coming up. The Democrats know they're losing the election by a landslide, so they're planning a civil war as their response. Now, I've been saying that for several years because I was reading what their leadership is saying in the, again, communiques for higher-up Antifa and BLM operatives. Now they are externalizing those operations to operational on the ground, and we've got big stacks of firebombings, Molotov cocktails, leftists running down people, putting them in critical condition, shooting more police officers, and district attorneys in the areas being shot are not even charging the people that are shooting police. You heard that right. In Louisville, they arrested the man who in front of everyone fired premeditatedly with a handgun, shot a cop in the leg and the gut, 2 police. He's not being charged with attempted murder. The National Police Unions are freaking out about it. This is a license to kill. You've heard of 007, right? Well, now here it is, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be covering all that for you. I remember General Benton K. Parton, former head of Air Force Weapons Development, would come on the broadcast, and he'd say, and he ran HARP, he ran neutron bomb programs, and he was in the highest levels of secret government, the good side. And he's like, Jones, you keep talking about Bilderberg and New World Order, and that's all part of it. There's big trillionaire groups running it, but they're using a communist playbook, and it's a program. And once they get their numbers up, they're training at universities, the prisons, they're going to start killing local police, take control of them, and they'll have the Supreme Court get rid of the death penalty because they'll know they'll soon be released from prison. So they can go out and commit murders building up to the revolution, and then they'll be released. Or they'll get DAs in as part of the program so they can commit murders and get away with it. That's when you know they're about to have the uprising. Listen to me, Jones. It's a program. I've seen it. That's what runs it. And I'm like, okay, it's a program. This is like in the late 90s and stuff. And everything he said was true. And it's a communist program they're running against. It's just like the Attorney General came out and said, Antifa and BLM are Bolsheviks with a fascist operating system. Word for word what I've said. Did it bargain for me? Probably not. I mean, it's like, what's that? That's an Abrams M1A110. What's that? It's an Apache helicopter. What's that? You know, that's a blue check mark on Twitter. You know what the thing is. They're admitting Bolsheviks running a Bolshevik Revolution Part 2 with a fascist delivery system. And the uniforms, the rules of engagement, the tactics, all of it. And what did I say in 2017? I said they're planning Part 2 of the Bolshevik Revolution. And that's because that's what they said they're doing. It's like, how do you know that, Jones? How's it keep coming true? Because I'm watching the enemy. I mean, they tell us what they're going to do. It's like Hitler wrote it all in Mein Kampf, and people were like struck that it actually did it. And when they write books telling you what they planned, we'll be right back. Stay with us. Message to President Trump. Here's my emergency message to the American people. Here's my emergency message to the people of the world. President Trump, I've seen you really come out and level with the American people about how the Democrats work with communist China, how they want to overthrow the nation, how they want to kill the dollar, how they want to kill prosperity and complete our journey into a slave. And my advice has been, even though I it's terrible to have to say that those things. It's the truth, and that's the only way you can counter them, and really how nasty they are, is to just come right out with who they are to the American people. And you've done that. And you've told them the truth. And you've exposed the mainstream media as being enemies of the American people. But when it comes to exposing their plan to confuse and derail the election towards having you removed from office and frustrating the will of the American voters, a continuation of what they've already been doing for 3+ years, almost 4 years. You've got to come out and specifically not just make comments about the mail-in ballots, the 80 million of them getting sent to dead dogs and dead cats and dead people, and how they're finding them in ditches and finding them in waste paper baskets and finding them in dumpsters. And of course, they're all Trump votes, they're all military votes, they're all senior votes. In all the cases, they're Trump votes. We understand that's how the USPS Democrat operatives are going to act. They've already been arrested, they've already been caught. I've got dozens of articles today with Democrats caught in election fraud all over the country with mail-in ballots. So absolutely we know that's going on. But it's not even going to be the mail-in ballot itself that does that. That bullet's already been fired. That arrow's already been loosed. It's the Democrat judges in Michigan and other states like Pennsylvania saying they're going to keep the election going for months, if not longer. Some say weeks, others say months, to, quote, make sure all the ballots are counted, to create a civil war crisis in America. And so President Trump has to level with the American people about the Democrat plan, what I call 79 days of hell. 79 days in another brazen attempt, just like the Russia hoax, to claim that the election of Donald John Trump, the 45th President of the United States, the first time and the second time is illegitimate. They know they're losing. Mr. President, you have the Podesta war game that even the New York Times reported on that they can't deny, where they say, we're going to contest it because we know we're going to lose. And then we try to hold it up to Inauguration Day and hope the military takes out Trump. Those are quotes from 2 months ago. 2+ months ago, 9 weeks ago. And I've been beating the drum before that because this is their play. Then they have Congress in a letter to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Milley, and ask him, will they help remove you if you contest? So you have to walk through it in a long speech, not just an off-the-end comment here and off-the-end comment there. I know the media attacks you when you talk about it and act like it's outrageous because that's what will defeat them. That's what will expose them. So the fact that your advisors say, sir, shy away from this. Oh, sir, the media is talking to Republican leaders, and they're saying if you try to contest the election, they won't back you. You've got to expose the whole fraud. They say they're going to lose. They say they're going to contest. To hold up things, create civil unrest, hurt the dollar, try to get the military involved, have Western states secede. I forgot that part. Started with California. And have a new government set up with Nancy Pelosi on national TV saying, we'll hold a separate inauguration even if you won't leave the White House. So that's their plan. They've stated it. And it's not enough to say they're going to run a scam with all these ballots. That's just the cover to launch the contesting. And then they say, if you contest that you're the one that's a dictator, and the military needs to take you out. And they're out there in every newspaper every day. They're on CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, NBC, Fox even, putting out this idea and then fake stories about, oh, we called all these Republican leaders and said, if Trump won't leave office, are you going to help him stay? That's a misrepresentation. If the Democrats contest, are engaged in fraud, you must obviously contest and challenge them. They're trying to set up a precedent that if you contest and if you challenge their contention, that somehow you are refusing to accept the results. So they're changing definitions like they always do again. So you and your speechwriters and you and the experts that were very smart in the White House and people like Tucker Carlson that gets this need to boil this down into very easy to understand talking points. Run ads showing Democrats saying we're going to contest no matter what. I mean, you can run Hillary, you can run Biden, you can run Big Mike saying it, you can run dozens of top Democrats saying we're not going to take how we're going to drive him from office, and if we have to, we'll break the country up. And that's outrageous. And Americans will see that and know that, and then we won't wait until they have it on their terms at the election. In 36 days. They're laying the groundwork and setting the battle space and setting all the terms with the whole media. Just like the COVID scheme. Just like the COVID power grab. So they can exacerbate the crisis and use that crisis to bring in a national breakdown. And so I'll get in here next week with my crew. We'll put together the videos in Donald Trump style campaign ads, maybe some examples for what your guys need to get on and need to do. And we'll continue to lead from the front here. It's just that I know the president has a lot of resources, and the Republicans have a lot of resources. And the Republicans really want to save the republic, stop the fraud. They need to come out boldly and say, the Democrats are Chinese agents, which you're doing. The Democrats want to destroy the very survival of the country, which they're doing. The Democrats want to end the nation and wreck it and consolidate power. All of that you're starting to do. And America gets it. It's the truth. But you need to come out and come up with your own term, your own slogan. Stop the 79 days of hell. The Democrats planning on the 79 days that destroy the republic. And just get right out front with ads and speeches and all your surrogates laying it out. It's really good that Republicans are watching everywhere and the Democrats are being busted 10, 20, 30 operations a day and engaged in red-handed election fraud, in red-handed ballot harvesting, in red-handed voting in the name of dead people. And other Democrats are being caught mailing out voter registration cards and postcards to illegal aliens and to people not registered to vote and to felons, because that's their plan, is to have them come in and swamp everything with so many bad ballots that it's such a snurl. Like when you cast with your line to fish and you get a backlash. It's all tied up in a bunch of wires, in a bunch of line, and you can't fix it. And that's what they're hoping to do. The Democrats are like a fish that's grabbed the lure and they're running away with the line. And they hope that we wait to pull back the line until election day, and by then it's going to tie up the entire works of the rod and reel. You gotta get in there and start reeling that fish in now before it runs off anymore. You gotta get ahead of the narrative. You gotta expose how they did it. I'll give you some examples when we come back. The ad comes in like, first the Democrats secretly approached the Pentagon to overthrow Trump. They said no. Then they publicly did, writing letters from the Armed Services Committee asking them to overthrow Trump. The Pentagon said no. Now they're trying to. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. I'm just here, modern Paul Revere's like you are, trying to get as many people as I can to wake up and realize this is the big assault. This is what the globalist technocrats and world domination and their whole plan has been building towards. And now people know it isn't a joke. They're going and researching what we've talked about for years, what others have talked about. They're finding out, yeah, this is worse than you're saying. Exactly. It's crazier than I can even explain. I mean, some of the stuff they do is so crazy, I wouldn't even talk about it on air. People just can't believe it. Absolutely insane. That's a whole other subject. But let me try to quantify this. I'm going to get to the rest of the news that ties into this. Again, Alex Jones here, just tuned in. We've already seen the deep state backed by foreign powers like China. It's an alliance. An axis of true evil. Communist China, the global international corporate system, the EU, the Hollywood, America hating trash, all their leftist followers allied with Orthodox radical Islam. They all work in tandem. They're all above the law. They all do whatever they want. The final straw is letting Islamists and communists kill and firebomb and rape people and not charge them. And that's now happening across the United States. It's unbelievable. I got a stack of news on that coming up. You hear what I said? You walk up to a police line, pull a gun, and shoot 2 cops in the stomach and the leg. Confess to it, and they don't charge you with attempted murder. That's Louisville, Kentucky. That's in the stack. That's coming up. When they start getting district attorneys whose parents were in the Weathermen, the new DA that just elected in Austin is an admitted communist that George Soros gave $700,000 to get elected. It's in the game, folks. When they start giving their killers get out of jail free cards, that's meant to embolden them to go start murdering people in mass. And then after the overthrow happens, they get let out of jail, and now they're going to be police officers. Not the kind that America has, the kind that come to your house with George Soros and take your house. That's what George Soros would do. He worked for the Nazis. This is a special kind of police officer like they have in Venezuela, like they have in Cuba. Well, they look at those, oh, then we will be the enemy of the police. The police will be our enemy. They're not now. They got their problems, but they're a lot better than other police. You think you got a bad government now? Just wait. You're going to be wishing for the old government, praying for it. It's going to be real hard to get back. Like Civil War. You know, they're paralleling the Spanish Civil War to what's about to happen here. The Spanish Civil War was the dress rehearsal for World War II, and the parallels are eerily accurate. Zero Hedge article out today. I suggest you go read it. Okay, let's get back to what's really happening. I just spent a 10-minute segment earlier trying to quantify this, and Trump likes to only watch like 2-minute videos. The point is, this gets out to his advisors. They can boil it down. They can get it to the president. And I know the president clicks with what I say, and so does advisors, because we're always ahead of the game. And they fight around the clock to keep our info from getting to the president. You get it to him as well. Tucker Carlson can get information to the president. Calls him every day. Let's just say I make sure this information does get to the president. But we know they're committing a mass crime. We know they already tried to overthrow the last election. Now they're telling us in war games that are in the New York Times 9 weeks ago that they're going to contest the election, hold the economy hostage, burn down the cities, say Trump's illegitimate, have Democrat judges say it's illegitimate all over the country, filing new cases constantly. Even when the Supreme Court rules Trump's the president, they'll tell their constituents it's not legitimate. They're already going to think it's not legitimate. The stage is already set for that, and then they're going to have states secede. And then we're in an actual breakup of the country. And I'm simply saying, with 36 days out, Trump has to come out and address the compendium of that and call the Democrats out directly for, you know you're losing, you know you put out these unprecedented ballots and mailed them to dead cats, literally, that died 10 years ago, so you can hold things up, and here's where Podesta said it, and here's where Hillary said it, and put out the ads that go like this. And we have all the documents, it's in the news, we've covered it. Secretly, over a year ago, Democrats began to approach the Pentagon and ask them to remove President Trump if he really won the 2020 election. And then it goes on. The Pentagon said no. Then they came to the Pentagon next and said, well, if he loses or refuses to go, will you get involved? The Pentagon then explained that was illegal, unconstitutional. It was up to Congress, the American people, and the courts. Then the Democrats went public and wrote a letter to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs in June of 2020, asking them again to remove the president, forcing the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Milley, to go public saying it was outrageous, illegal, and criminal. Then, by September, Democrats were saying that Trump planned to use the military to steal the election, and that they demanded the military take action and not side with Trump. I mean, that's what they're doing here. Now they're all over the news going, oh, the Pentagon's secretly planning to keep Trump in and have martial law. Because wait for it, when they activate the BLM and the Antifa and the operatives they've got, the BLM and Antifa are just decoys for, as patches is covered. They're going to say when the military has to get deployed, when you've got 10 times the burning you currently see, that's Trump's martial law, you see, and trick everybody, and then it's going to get even worse. And so they believe the crisis will be so big. Oh, here's the other part. They're going to drop the stock market 79 days. I forgot that. And then they're going to say, all your pension funds are bad, nothing's worth anything, and all the yuppies, even conservatives, are going to be... I remember in the 2008, they plunged the markets to get Obama in, and I went to a soccer game with one of my daughters, my middle daughter, and Pee Wee soccer, and all the men had their newspapers out, and I would watch the game, just freaking out over the money. I walked over to him and I'd say, hey, just as soon as Obama gets in, stock market will go back up. And they were like, arrogant yuppies, oh, you would rather be in a double. Oh, sure, man. What do you know? I bet it never comes back because they're just schmucks, just airheads. They don't want to hear real data, real intel, Okay, whatever. I was not worried at all. Plus, I wasn't invested in all that crap. But they're going to hold us hostage. They're going to drop the stock market. I'd say about half. Like, pull up. What's the stock market today? What's the Dow Jones Industrial Average on Friday's closing at 4 p.m. New York time? If you guys can pull that up. They'll drop it by, if they choose to, 50%. First, they'll drop it by 20%, 30%. And people say, oh, it's okay. And then they'll drop it even more scary. And the average American will roll over and piss themselves and say, give us Joe Biden. And Bill Maher knows that's why he said last year and this year, I'm hoping for a crashing economy so we can get rid of Trump, bring on the recession. That's what they've done. So the stock market's at 27,173.96. The Dow Jones Industrial Average. So yeah, my 15,000 point thing's out. Well, let me revise it. It'll drop by 13,500 points at its low. So it'll be down at 14,000. And they're going to buy it all up. Everybody's going to piss themselves, and they're just going to remove Trump as hard. Unless we get out ahead of it now. Because Americans actually aren't cowards. If they understand the truth of that and how they're being held hostage, and Trump tells them, when they hammer that market, we'll go to 50,000 after I get back in, they'll believe that it'll happen. But they want the truth now. We need to call these enemies out for what they are. Enemies of our very existence. Scum, trash, filth. Thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. I've got tons of entertaining Antifa clips. I've got all sorts of funny videos. I've got all this cutesy stuff. You know what? I'm not covering all that. This is a broadcast for really serious people who want to know what I think's going on and what the score is and what our guests think of the call this thing and want to get ready for it. And I like to have a little bit of fun, too. Because in that process, we don't kill ourselves or kill others. In fact, you know what? Before I play this McMaster clip and the David Icke clip, let's go ahead and play what I played at the start of the show. CNN in front of the Supreme Court can't even open their lying, dirty mouths without the public chiming in and almost everybody in the crowd screaming fake news, fake news. I mean, we are rejecting the system. That's why they've gone with this desperate lockdown, this desperate martial law, this desperate tip to kill our economy. They're trying to hold us hostage, and I'm telling you, they're going to try to bring down the stock market, to blame it on Trump, to blame it on America, to panic us when they're contesting the election. They're going to wait until they're contesting. That's their final move. The crash is going to come during the contention. Bet your bottom dollar on it. That's the right move by the enemy. We have research, we have divine providence, we have discernment. Our good Lord gave us. I suggest.
Yo, Pink Elephant, audio. What's going on, dude? Audio is weird.
You all know that's the move. You already knew that. Probably already said it yourself.
How's that? Is that better if I turn it up like that?
But you've got to face the facts.
Yeah, I'm not listening through my headphones. I can listen through my headphones.
What happened to CNN yesterday?
What's going on, Pink Elephant? Yeah, I can listen to my headphones.
Over the next 30 or 40 years.
Right? Well, absolutely. I just wanted to say that while we were here, the crowd
The
behind
YouTube, not me.
started
No, it's good. It's
a little bit of
it's because I think I'm using the mic. I'm hearing it through the TV. You know what I mean?
Trump supporters.
Ariana, I want you to stand by. We can barely hear what you're saying because of it.
Oh, that's why you don't have to.
That's enough.
No, well,
I mentioned it. Here's McMaster. Military will have no role in transition. extra
Is it
national
awful?
security advisor says on NBC.
I can do it. I can put it
Now
on.
notice in the articles and in the video and on Twitter, they act like
What's
Trump
going on, Big
wants
Elephant?
the
How you doing,
military
dude?
to do this. But in actuality, the Pentagon had to put out a report in August of last month. Top U.S. generals tell Congress the military won't play a role in the U.S. election. I did a whole report on that. But notice the spin from Yahoo News, French news agency, AP. What if Trump loses but won't concede? How constitutional crisis could play out? And it goes on to say, when the Democrats contest, if he won't admit he's defeated. Wait. When the Democrats contest, and he doesn't admit he's defeated. So wait a minute. When they contest, he loses. Oh, I've got it. That's their new semantics. 2 + 2 = 50. Or 0. I mean, this is clown world. Look at it right here. The constitutional crisis.
I would imagine you can, but I can hear it. Yeah, but I can do that. No worries, dude. One second.
Allies to join him in rejecting the vote tallies. That's another thing. They may just have the media.
Don't feel like you need to.
Because they've already said the media and Zuckerberg and.
Yo, this is filmed today. This is the first hour. I think after this ends in like 20 minutes, is going to be the next 2 hours up. I want to watch a video of him saying, or evidence showing, what's it called? How do I feel when Alex Jones even watching it?
And we created all these ballots, and then people send them in late on purpose, and that's the whole game plan. It's not steal the election with the.
I think he's kind of crazy. I think he's also bought out by the conservatives. It looks like. Looks like he's definitely bought out by the conservatives. Okay. My question is, what if he's all right about this Democrat stuff, and what if he's all right about everything, right? And he's saying like that instead Trump does win, is he still going to go on about the Democrats after the election, even if Trump still wins? Like, even if everything he says is true, probably not. You know what I mean? Like, so he says everything is true. So then what's he gonna, like, is he gonna make up stuff, like, against Trump? You know what I mean? Like, we should see what he's gonna do if, like, if Trump wins and in November. You know what I mean? Alright, one sec. How's that? Is that better? Is that like a lot better? What the heck's going on here? Hold on a sec. You can't hear it anymore. Really. You're right. Why?
They're the ones saying
Sorry,
there's
man.
no integrity. They're the ones saying Russians got Trump elected. So this is their whole play.
All my technology's friggin' falling apart around me. It's probably good. Probably sounds a lot better now, right? You can hear now? Is everything is the volume good too? Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it, man. I want to do it for you, you know.
Allowed to be heard, selective groups where the internet is only a few channels. Wherever you go, you're basically fed the same thing. They can superimpose it over the screen. People find those videos, they go, how did Jones predict they'd start doing this? I didn't predict it. They said they would do it. And this is internet kill switch where now Google, Facebook, Twitter, Apple, all of them are announcing, we will not let Trump, Republicans, or any of his supporters, where they already have keywords blocked, say he won, or debate it, or show numbers that he really won. Just like they won't let medical doctors come out and say, oh, hydroxychloroquine helps COVID, or vitamin C or vitamin D. That was all a drill for this. Just like every major media outlet, starting with Apple, they always lead the pack. They were the first to ban me. First Apple, then Google, then Twitter, then Facebook. All came out and put out the same reports at the same time on issue after issue after issue. And now they're doing that again with the election. Remember how they all came out with Black Lives Matter, what they call blackouts, where they would only on Spotify, or only on Apple Music, or only on YouTube, or only on Twitter, put out black artists as if they care about black people. Leftist black artists, the shield of the big corporation. Oh, we took your Spotify account over. We took your YouTube over. We took your thing over. That was all a drill to get all of Silicon Valley working in tandem to put the same thing out at the same time. And now they've announced, starting on Election Day, we will not let a list of hundreds of millions of people comment that we think are affiliated with Russian bots. That's their cover. And I said months ago, I said, folks, in the final weeks of the election, they're going to dial back Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity. They're going to be shadow banned just like I was. And what happened 2 days ago? Tucker Carlson cut back 98%. Sean Hannity, 98% reach. Just shut down to where if you only go to their page, you can find. There's no reach. You cannot promote their stuff. You try to promote it, it goes nowhere.
I'm probably gonna listen through TV again, man.
And if you look at the articles,
I can't have Alex Jones screaming in my ear, you know. Sorry, dude. I have one ear, you know. Gotta make sure it's okay.
They've already beta tested every single bit of this.
Does it sound terrible?
And now on election day, they're gonna.
Does it sound really terrible now, or? Yeah, it's fine. Yo, thanks. Just. I don't know. You can hear it. Nice. Want me to turn it up? I can turn it up more if you want.
And no one's going to see them. Unless you're at band.video.
I can turn it up even more. Just low and echoey.
You create dummy accounts the
Is
night
that better?
before using a different cell phone, different ID. Or you just pick an area where you're going to go out live on the streets, especially if you're in a key city. You're going to jump in front of news cameras and you're going to be heard that way.
Way better.
That's what you've got to do, is decide now before the ban with 36 days how you're going to be heard about this ban. Instead, we just let them come out and define this.
How's that? Is that better?
Throttle on disinfo on Tucker Carlson, but he's not disinfo. When
Thanks,
it's an
man.
internet kill switch, they've just been tightening it up, 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 censoring the president's tweets, censoring the president's Facebooks, censoring Republican campaigns, and now telling you we've met with all the big tech heads and we've all agreed under the Southern Poverty Law Center that we're going to silence everything you say, including the Attorney General. If the Attorney General comes out and says something, we'll silence him because they're God. Because
Way
they're
better, but you don't
exercising
have to
power,
make it super
because
loud
we're
if it's
laying
bad
down
for
to
you.
them.
No,
Let's
I'm
go off
just.
the break with this McMaster
It's
clip
all good,
here.
man.
Let's go play the
Thanks,
McMaster
buddy.
clip.
I want to start with these reports. We've had our own reporting here at NBC News.
Appreciate it.
New York
Thanks for
Times.
the
I'm sure you're
dialing in.
familiar
I'm gonna
with
drink
both
some
of
water
them,
too.
and that there's been a bit of hand-wringing among senior leadership in the military about what if, and the fact that the president did bring up the Insurrection Act once already. What can you share, and what concerns do you have?
Well, Chuck, I think what is really clear for the American people to understand is the military will have no role in a transition. In fact, even talk about it, I think, is irresponsible, and that's maybe why...
Infowars.com, tomorrow's news today, hour 2, straight ahead.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Yeah, that video was really quiet too. Hydrate, yo, thanks, man. What's your opinion on Alex Jones, buddy? Oh my god, the sword again. Post show. 25 minutes ago.
Smart. He sounds like he has a mouthful of marbles. He's clearly had another
God,
major
David
stroke.
Icke.
His face is drooping. You know, Ron Paul had a stroke. He's in the hospital. He'll probably retire. 85. He's going to see them. Unless you're at man.video or Infowars.com.
And that's maybe why
Infowars.com, tomorrow's news today. Hour 2, straight ahead.
Hour 2. He's crazy. But he delivers. Definitely crazy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're unpacking
the previous video was really
shields,
quiet.
we are
I understand now.
flipping tables, we're pulling out
Let me turn
solar
that down
signs.
just
You
a
know
little
what that
bit.
means. It's Friday
Is
night.
that better? Like
Antifa
that?
Smackdown. And as you can see, Antifa is revved and ready to go
Probably
on this
again.
Friday night. They've got tons of signs. They've got trash can lids, plywood that they're dummying as shields. They've even got their work boots on. And now you can see here they're outside the precinct. They're trying to play Red Rover. It appears with a police vehicle. This is not going to go well for them. The police are being tolerant right now. One of the commies has pajama pants on. And
What is going on here?
Police, and there they go. You can see they've got the
Oh my God.
The whole line goes down.
What?
And now they're just confused. They still haven't let go, but they're all on the ground writhing. And
I
this police
can't
officer,
watch
he's
this.
just
I'm
having
not
fun
gonna
at this
watch
point. Points
this.
out his target, lights him up. It appears no deal has been reached. Nope.
What
Banging her
is
hands
this,
against his
man?
Friday night Antifa Smackdown in Marine One. And Melania Trump almost went down. Antifa Friday Night Smackdown. Oh, what a save! What a save by POTUS! Oh my gosh! It's the save of the day! Queen Melania was about to go down. Her heel was caught in the grass. And 45 with the save of the day!
What is going on with this?
Week. Let's look at the slow motion.
I already heard about this weeks ago. And I went and I pulled it all up. And the new Supreme Court nominee supports an... Well, why don't we just have Robert Barnes
How do I
tell us?
feel with the
And
protests
again,
in the
Democrats
States?
are always saying
Yo, I
kill her, they hate
definitely,
her, blah, blah, blah. I don't like them. I'm
Well,
not
it's
trying
crazy,
to
man,
join them.
'cause-
I'm not saying don't confirm her. I'm just saying, my God,
Totally
I
justified,
wish
you
I'd have
know?
been on this earlier and we'd have been hammering this harder to get to the president, because I know the president
Also,
means well.
people, they
And now they've got,
friggin'
well, they're going to have
lost a lot of their
5
jobs.
justices.
You know what I
She's going
mean?
to join the Democrats in forced inoculation and lockdowns, and which she just ruled on. And I've got the articles right here. So, Amy Coney Barrett, constitutional lawyer Robert Barnes.
But yeah, the
tell us
protests in
what
terms of
we're
like
dealing
police
with here.
violence and stuff, for sure.
Sure. So the
Definitely is
authoritarian
real,
wing
man.
of the Federalist Society and some of those folks really were shocked back in late May when 4 Supreme Court justices, Justice Gorsuch, Justice Alito, Justice Thomas, and Justice Kavanaugh, all said that basically we're calling the lockdowns unconstitutional. And in particular, they went out of their way to reject a decision called the Jacobson case, which is the forced vaccination case that was being used to justify the mask mandates and the lockdown.
And that's from
And
1905, right?
That's exactly right. And so their point was that this decision,
How
the
do you
Jacobson
feel about the
decision, is
protest,
no
man?
longer governing law and is not the guiding star. So that made some authoritarian types nervous on the pro-lockdown side of the aisle. And so they went out looking for a judge who could replace Ginsburg if she were to pass away before the election. And on the list of the 22 judges that the president was considering, only one had supported the lockdown, and that was Judge Barrett. Judge Barrett not only supported the lockdown, she cited the Jacobson decision as good governing law.
So she was signaling a well-known eugenics case that allowed the health departments, the sterilization, the eugenics. She was signaling, hey, I'll go against the court. She was shaking a tail feather.
Exactly. And what I tell people is, what's the likelihood that the only one of the 22 people on Trump's list that has ever said anything pro-Jacobson or pro-lockdown is the one that's pushed onto Trump? So what they told Trump is that she would support him in the election because she was part of the Bush v. Gore team, and that's how they got Trump to go along with it. Trump's not been following the lockdown lawsuits in any detail or the forced vaccination cases.
Brother, I've been busy too. You're the one that told me about this a week and a half ago, and I was like, I mean, you can't track everything. It's just...
And the Federalist Society has so much control over conservative media and conservative lawyers that none of them are willing to challenge it or contest it. I've taken a lot of heat from a lot of people just for pointing this out about Barrett.
I was going to say, I'm not a lawyer, but I can usually find stuff in 30 seconds. After you sent me the name of the decision the other night when we talked, I putted it around for like an hour trying to find anything about it. I finally found it, but they have really suppressed it.
Completely. And it's not a coincidence that, that people like George Conway, Kellyanne Conway's husband, who hates Trump, has come out for Judge Barrett, that this was a Koch brother coup. So the Koch family put in massive amount of money and effort to make sure Barrett got the pick. And they're already spending more money than the Republican Party is to make sure she gets on the bench. And people who may not know, the Koch family is big on, they're pro-immigration, actually. They're also big on protecting big tech.
Oh, they've given more money to Democrats than to Republicans. That's a psyop. They're actually Republican operatives. Let's expand on it. They use fake libertarianism to just gut the country.
Absolutely. They are the #1 funders of the Federalist Society, the #1 funders of Reason Magazine. And so they make sure that the libertarians support a corporatist, statist agenda. That's really been their objective for a long time. For example, they refused to come out against masks. All the institutions funded by the Koch brothers haven't brought any of the lockdown lawsuits. So
that's right. So this is a major coup for the Koch brothers. What about this? Bill Barr, I know, was CIA high level and worked for George Herbert Walker and did some bad things. But since he's got in, overall, he's been better. I know you had questions about him, so did I. I've been impressed overall. Still nothing on the Durham, still a lot of problems. But instead of an F- like I was thinking, or like a B-, which, I mean, I'm happy to get some crumbs here. Give me your view. Could she, now that she has a different master, could she be persuaded by the court? Could we make an issue out of this in confirmation instead of all the leftist talking points to get her to confirm that that she doesn't want to run sterilization camps and forced inoculation?
I would hope that Republicans would put her on alert on this issue in the examination process, but I think the internal message has gone out that if anyone questions her, they'll be brutally attacked by the Federalist Society-connected people, which are very influential in the legal conservative media space.
So let's go back. I'm interrupting here because you're the brain on this, but let's go back to the Jacobson decision because I went and read the damn thing and it made me want to throw up Friday night. Tell folks about it.
Jacobson is one of the worst.
The slavery we've had since slavery. That's the opposite
God,
of her.
I can't watch this guy anymore. This guy's so boring.
I am your host, Alex Jones. But let me just say this. We're going to have live coverage of the debate, and this is just going to be spectacular.
God,
it is 8 to 9. It's 7
I made a coffee.
To 9. 7 to 9
right,
Central.
I'm going to put on something.
That's 8 to 10.
There's a video that he
Eastern.
wanted, that he's
Some say weeks, others say months. To, quote, make sure all the ballots are counted, to create a civil war crisis in America. And so President Trump has to level with the American people about the Democrat plan for what I call 79 days of hell. 79 days in another brazen attempt, just like the Russia hoax, to claim that the election of Donald John the to expose government set data agent for that somehow having the kidding.
There's a video. There's a specific URL video.
Voter registration. Illegal aliens plan is it's going to
be the next video we're going to watch. That's why I'm going through it. If that's cool with you.
They're going to come sell a jet if he go on the activate the BLM and the Antifa and the operatives they've got. The BLM and Antifa are just decoys for as patsies, as cover. They're going to say when the military has to get deployed, when you've got 10 times the burning you currently see, that's Trump's martial law, you see, and trick everybody, and then it's going to get even worse. And so they believe the crisis will be 10,000. Not news, not working. That's why he said lack of trials on the Dow Jones and when they're 15,000, and they're going to buy Davos has been an criminal set out. You know what they're doing? Stop them. Plan. They just catch roll. Beat lead. So they're racking. Officially started. I knew instantly they'd be pulling it. I was informed the stores brings in and tracking. You know what it is. Help. They're being like here, meaning to off shooting, even chill cop in the below not for you, cat. I'm speaking. Talk running. They'll get. That's what you. It's an Apache help. I mean, you know. I got mine tells him American dollar. Even he's the American off. Amount of dead dogs and dead cats and Trump tank on out mail. Make sure Russia 55th beating the drum and try to break date.
Man, it was such a short flash.
You know, we called all these Republican leaders. If the Democrats contest, are engaged in fraud, you must obviously you contest, are refused all run Hillary it. Here not will break the country. You cannot or grab in here next maybe should out the country to come out 70 voting in the name of dead people.
Here you go. This is the one. Democrats publicly announced coup pilot plot. Is that a video? No, it's an article. Oh, that's his own article. Oh, that sucks. I thought that was going to be the evidence, but that's okay. Sorry, my TV's friggin' spazzing on me. Alright. Oh my god, my TV. One second. Yeah, it's his own article. But do you trust him? Well, I was hoping that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna check the article he cited. But now that I see it's his own article, not really, you know. I don't know if I'm gonna listen to more of what he has to say. To be absolutely honest, I'm probably gonna search for something else. Noam Chomsky lecture? Wow. The most remarkable moment in history. September 26, 2020.
The title of Professor Chomsky's talk is The Most Remarkable Moment in History.
We are indeed living at a remarkable moment. A moment that is in fact unique in human history.
Can you hear anything?
It's a moment of confluence, of crises, of extraordinary severity.
My God, we're not gonna watch this.
Human experiment, literally at stake. The issues are coming to a head.
This is the worst thing
in
I've
the
ever
next few
seen.
weeks.
Yes. Thanks for hearing, yeah. David Icke. Oh no. Are we going back into the David Icke world?
Many industries at risk. Aerospace, travel companies, entertainment, events, retail outlets, the list goes on and on and on. I hear through my sources we should expect military
Demonic
troops here
Satan
in
worshiping
London in the next couple
vampires.
days on the streets.
Being on a
David,
adrenochrome.
there's an ancient Chinese
Saving from
expression
traffic
that
demons.
says, "May you live in interesting times." So
Yeah,
that's
really.
what do you
We're going
see
down
in
that
the world?
wormhole
What are
again.
you concerned about?
Lizard
And what do
demon.
you feel for the British citizens and global citizens?
Right. Well, maybe if I just put some background in place, and then we can take it from there. For 30 years, I've been warning people in my books and in every other way I can that this world is controlled by a cult. It's a cult that has no borders. It operates in all the
Here
at
we
least
go.
major countries, and in fact, all the countries in the end.
For Pink Elephant.
In particular, in those countries that dictate the direction of the world. So the cult will be
I'm gonna
at
sit
the
back and
core
listen.
of the system in China. It will be at the core of the system in America, etc., etc., etc. And so what have I said in this 30 years that this cult wants? I've said, and I've said it in the chats we've had before, it wants to create a beyond Orwellian global state in which a tiny few people dictate to everyone else. I've referred to this as the Hunger Games society. And you can picture the structure very clearly. Picture a pyramid. At the top of the pyramid, you've got a tiny few enormously wealthy people that actually are connected to this cult. We now have a name for them. We call them the 1%. At the bottom of this pyramid in the Hunger Games society is basically the rest of humanity that is dependent upon the 1%. And in between the two is a vicious, merciless
Yo, thanks so much,
police
Pink Elephant, for
military
hanging out and
state
watching. I really appreciate it, homie.
to impose the will of the
I'm not going anywhere. I'm
1%
just saying,
on the
I appreciate it, dude.
population, and to prevent the population
Expanding my mind, my
challenging
knowledge.
the 1%.
It's cool, man.
And this Hunger Games society is not classic fascism, it's not classic communism, although the outcome in terms of tyranny is the same. It is a technocracy. A technocracy is defined as a society that is controlled by bureaucrats, experts, scientists, engineers, technocrats. And the ability of that situation to happen is through smart technology and AI. The idea is that everything will be connected to AI. This is what the Internet of Things is all about. And if you listen to the crazies in Silicon Valley, they're telling you that in the period around 2030, a year that keeps coming up from all directions, we will have a situation where the human brain will start to be connected to AI. And thus, whoever controls AI will be connecting and driving the perceptions of humanity. And that can be done from a central point through this smart grid, global smart grid. So that's the structure that they want. They also want a society completely cashless, where everything is digital money, a single one world currency, which will be run through this smart grid. Now, in the same 30 years, I've been saying there are two major techniques that are being used to bring about that situation. One, I've called since the 1990s problem, reaction, solution, where you covertly create a problem, you use the unquestioning, pathetic mainstream media to tell the public the version of the problem you want them to believe. And you're looking at stage two, the reaction, for fear, that's the currency of control, outrage, whatever the problem is, and either a demand from the public that something must be done, or at least an acceptance from the public that things need to change because of the problem. And at that point, those who created the problem got that reaction openly in changes in society, offer the solutions to the problems they have themselves covertly created. And those changes, step by step, take us further and further to that Hunger Games society. There's another version, which I call no problem reaction solution, where you don't need a real problem, you just need the perception of one, weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and you still have the ability to provide your society-changing solution. The stablemate of problem reaction solution is what I call the totalitarian tiptoe, where you start at A and you know you're going to Z, but you know if you go in too big a leap, people will look up from the game show and the latest Simon Cowell and say, what's going on, because the change is so great. So you do it in as big a steps as you can towards your outcome, but not so fast or big that you alert too many people to the fact that it's a pattern. What you want people to believe is everything is random. And I have this other phrase which relates to all this: know the outcome and you'll see the journey. If you don't know where this world is being taken by this cult, then everything seems random. Coronavirus, random. Climate change, random. Economic crash, random. But when you know where we're being taken, you know the outcome, this Hunger Games structure society, now the apparently random events become clear stepping stones to that outcome. Now, let's take all of that and apply it to the coronavirus and what's happening now, and let people decide for themselves if they think that the fact that the coronavirus hysteria ticks every single box of that outcome, that goal, whether that's a coincidence. I absolutely do not believe that it is. And you mentioned that you don't think that it was a created virus, but the fact is, whether it was or whether it wasn't doesn't matter to the fact that once you roll this out, it takes on a momentum of its own.
I agree with that.
And therefore, what is unfolding was desperately predictable. And in fact, we'll get into this as we chat, two massive 1% organizations, one in fact 6 weeks before this virus came to light in China, were playing out scenarios and simulations based on exactly.
Strong shaking. Wow. I think we need to get under the desk.
All right, we're going to go to break.
We'll be right back. We'll be right back.
Wow.
An unprecedented disaster, spiraling flames in all directions.
Hello from the World Economic Forum in Geneva.
Hi and welcome to the channel today. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Neil McCoy Ward, and firstly I want to let you know that this video today, this production, is not politically motivated. I've tried to keep it as neutral and unbiased and factual as I possibly can. But of course I appreciate all of you subscribers who have warned me against creating this video, and that I understand the risks of it being taken down and censorship, even though I believe that the entire video is factual. Due to the mystery shrouding the World Economic Forum and the Great Reset Initiative, I'm going to do my best today to explain these concepts, as well as what is Davos, who are the players involved, the partners, the investors involved in this entire initiative, what is the fourth industrial revolution, and finally I'll be wrapping up with a finance aspect, a finance prediction on what I think is really going on with the fiat currencies that exist in the world right now, and what is happening with the US dollar, and overall what this really means for you. If you enjoy my videos, please remember to click the like button and also get involved in the discussion below in the comments. Let me know what you think really is going on with this whole Great Reset Initiative. With that said, let's get into it.
When we look at the tremendous challenge which we have in creating this Great Reset.
So let me just start by explaining the key player in the entire process here. This is the architect of the World Economic Forum, Professor Klaus Schwab. He is the founder and executive chairman of the World Economic Forum.
About the Great Reset.
This Great Reset mean a great reset.
I think the world which we want to create with the Great Reset
It's the final day of the World Economic Forum in Davos.
So for those of you that don't know, Davos is a small town in Switzerland where the elite meet every single year to discuss global issues.
The annual gathering of political and business leaders has focused on climate change.
In California, where dozens of wildfires are now raging out of control.
Tonight, the Creek Fire is being called an unprecedented disaster. The wildfires burning throughout the West are especially destructive this year. Scientists say they're fueled by climate change, the fires now ripping through several states, leaving a path of immeasurable destruction. This fire exploding in Utah, others racing through the Pacific Northwest.
So let me show you the World Economic Forum's promotional video to explain what is Davos.
Davos is about a lot more than just money. It's about economies and how we structure them to help the poor, the wealthy, and everyone in between. It's about improving the state of the world. I mean, that's literally the motto. And proof of point, you'll see more trade unionists here than you will central bankers, more scientists than economists.
Now, I do need to pull them up on this part of the video because from looking at the partnership list and the investor list, it does tend to look as though this is the 0.1% of the world's elite who is in attendance at Davos. So who pays for Davos? Well, according to the website, this is the world's most significant business entities who foot the bill. The forum offers different levels of membership and partnership. Now look at these fees. The membership fees range from 60,000 to 600,000. So let's just convert this in Swiss francs. That's 65,500 US dollars to 657,500 US dollars. So I don't know about you, but that doesn't sound as though that would just be the average person in attendance. But let's look at the partnership list then here. We have everyone from MasterCard to Microsoft. These are some big companies that you will know straight away. We also have in attendance some more controversial organizations such as the Soros Fund Management. So this is George Soros's company. BP, British Petroleum, is another one. We also have Bayer in attendance. So BP is an energy company. Bayer, of course, International Chemicals, they purchase Monsanto. So the next question is, who are the people involved in this initiative? So let's take a look at a few most famous, well-known ones now then.
I think an epidemic, either naturally caused or intentionally caused, is the most likely thing to cause, say, 10 million excess deaths, and that it's pretty surprising how little preparedness there is for it.
Very pleased to welcome George Soros, billionaire philanthropist and former hedge fund manager. And today we're going to discuss the difference between natural phenomenon and social phenomenon, an idea, a big idea, Mr. Soros, that has really guided you through life.
Is that the vampire?
George Soros's dinner at Davos is a bit of an institution at this event. He usually comes out with strong criticism of something. So George Soros really, using his platform here at Davos to speak to those, rich and famous who come to the World Economic Forum. We know that he's, in the past, has been a major donor to the Democratic Party in the United States. He didn't say anything about which candidate he might be supporting in the Democratic primary, but certainly no holding back on his criticism of President Trump.
Clearly, I consider the Trump administration a danger to the world, but I regard it as a purely temporary phenomenon that will disappear in 2020.
We have a unique but rapidly shrinking window of opportunity to learn lessons and reset ourselves on a more sustainable path.
History would look at this crisis as the great opportunity for reset.
Now let me just interject here, not just because she looked down as she made that statement, but this is Kristalina Georgieva. She's a Bulgarian economist, if you don't know who she is, and the managing director of the IMF, which is the International Monetary Fund. Now previously to this, she was the chief executive at the World Bank. And she was also the vice president of the European Commission before that.
I don't even know who George Soros is, man, I'll be honest.
For a moment. Managing director.
I gotta check him out after.
What many people don't realize
is
that the IMF and the World Bank are not charities. They are also not government organizations. These are private institutions. So this is a point that is never mentioned, and I don't think most people realize. And wherever the IMF and World Bank go, there is always a lot of controversy, as well as mass protests against both the IMF and the World Bank, who make loans to developing or struggling countries.
Interesting, I never heard of them. DNC, what's that?
The Great Reset is a welcome recognition that this human tragedy must be a wake-up call. All elements of the Great Reset are fundamental to building the future we need.
It's one versus many, man versus nature, and the unfortunate foundation is long-term versus short-term.
There's no doubt that the very survival of the human race requires us to act.
And then we need to couple that with new initiatives to equip more people with the digital skills they'll need, not just to have a tech job, but a job that is increasingly tech-enabled in almost every part of the economy.
The next time someone tells us that tackling climate change is either too costly or too difficult.
DNC, what is the Democratic National Committee?
Of what just is happening right now.
So this is Bernard Looney. He's the CEO of BP, or British Petroleum.
Main governing body of the
took over
Democratic
around
Party.
About
He owns the
February, March, I
Democratic
believe,
Party.
Of this year, 2020.
Is that why Alex Jones is calling him a vampire?
And he worked his way up through the ranks of BP. So BP, this is the irony of this, were found by numerous studies to be one of the biggest contributors to climate change
now I understand the irony
in
of
the
Dick's
world
comment.
over recent decades.
Convention.
So I do find it quite ironic that we are receiving a lecture on climate change here from the CEO of BP,
I got some
and
smart
that he's
homies
somehow
in chat,
involved,
man.
or the company
Some
is
fucking
somehow
realists in
involved
chat.
in the
Yo,
renewable
thanks for watching
energy
a random
aspect
stream,
of this.
especially when
the other
friggin'
person that I'm somewhat perplexed by
world
is
record holders
the
are going for
CEO of
Surface 2 double
Mastercard.
O
So
right
again,
now in
another
secret
financial
agent, you know? Appreciate it, homies.
institution being given a voice here. There seems to be a lot of finance involved with this initiative, which is supposed to be around green, sustainability, etc. So overall then, how does this affect you? Well, I've gone to the painstaking trouble of watching hours and hours of these World Economic Forum briefings and live streams and Q&A sessions so that I can actually get to the bottom of a lot of it. And I've just pulled out a few key points here that I'll now play for you.
The crisis has triggered
I never said people are allowed to own the parties. Oh wait, I totally do. I like democracy dollars.
Creates strong societal risks. And we have already seen the impact it is having in terms of social unrest worldwide.
Okay, what does the Great Reset do? What does it do economically? Explain to me economically. Like, stop these. Is this propaganda? Tell me economically, man.
In terms of impoverishment, many emerging countries are now facing a dramatic situation in which an increasing level of citizens will face deep poverty issues. Rate of existing risks. So seeing that we're already
to see a falling out of number of stores, you're going to accelerate the trend of the poorer malls, the C and D malls closing.
So you can see pretty much everything is closed. You've got one shop open on the right, and then we've got a florist open here, and it's just pigeons.
It's fucked, man. Everything's closed, dude.
So the unemployment rate getting back to the kinds of level that we were at pre this isn't going to happen that quickly. So that we've got to factor in.
It's an animated graphic of initial jobless claims. 1990, we had a blip in 1987. There's 2008, and then it just goes straight up like a rocket. It goes straight up like a rocket.
What?
And that is seasonally adjusted too.
Now we are at an inflection point. It's
what?
Changing. The ideology that has prevailed over the past 15 years, which was predicated upon the government having as little role as possible, is changing radically.
I don't think we're going to learn any information from this video, guys.
A more active role
it's
in
control or demolition of the economy to kill the middle class.
It's actually been proven through a ridiculous amount of studies that greater government, especially when it comes to finance, is not the best approach, and that finance should really be left in the hands of the financiers to some extent, with governance over those financiers so they don't take advantage of the situation. But to allow the government to be in control of the finances has often not worked out well for the people.
We have been very active, also actively involved in the whole question of vaccines. About the vaccine itself, we don't know yet, for example, is one dose sufficient Do you need 2 doses? In what interval? Do you have even to be vaccinated every year? So people assume we are just going back to the good old world which we had, and everything will be normal again in how we are used to normal.
It's like they didn't learn anything
This
from
is,
Prohibition in the
let's say,
30s.
fiction. It will not happen. Cut, which
All
we
the
have
business
now,
goes underground. Yeah, really.
is much too strong in order not to leave traces. So this is really a test case where for the capability of global cooperation, we are at a turning point of humankind. I think we should not underestimate the historical significance of the situation we are in.
I couldn't have said that better myself. There are, of course, a number of very unusual and potentially unnatural phenomenon that is occurring right now in the world, such as this.
There is a local saying in the city of Lashan: if the giant Buddha washes his feet, the city will not be able to sleep. Which means that if the water flows over the platform of the giant Buddha, the city of Lashan will be flooded. There is also an even more shocking saying: the world will be in chaos if the giant Buddha washes his feet. Weeks of heavy rainfall have resulted in record-high water levels, and the highest level of emergency response has been activated. I went to the giant Buddha in Lashan 20 years ago, and I was told by the locals that the Buddha could not have its feet washed. When saying this, they all looked terrified. Chinese official media reported that the government has been sending people to pile up sandbags overnight as the water level rises. But the Chinese netizens believe such effort was done because the government is trying to prevent the flooding of the Buddha's toes. But they could not stop this from happening. Many local people have witnessed a strange incident. They witnessed the giant Buddha statue suddenly closing its eyes overnight. The authorities had organized experts to investigate the case, but no one could explain the phenomenon.
And then you have the fourth industrial revolution, which has a tremendous impact on business models, on society, and on the economy. Many of those technologies just look at face recognition, just look at the technologies which you need for tracking people.
What a strange
Stephen,
video.
another topic being discussed at Davos
Why
is
would
the
he be talking
regulation
about
of
face
technology, and
recognition
you've been
in
hearing
a
about the
friggin' COVID
uses
video?
of facial recognition technology.
The World Economic Forum has a series of centres around the world that focus on new technology. They're called centres for the Fourth Industrial Revolution.
That's really weird.
The Fourth Industrial Revolution.
Fourth Industrial Revolution.
Doesn't make any sense.
Fourth Industrial Revolution.
Fourth Industrial Revolution. The Fourth Industrial Revolution.
The Great Reset.
The Fourth Industrial Revolution.
I've been discussing it with the World Economic Forum's head of artificial intelligence, Kay Firth Butterfield.
Yes, so as I say, the information will go to a third party and will be assessed by that third party. And so what we want to come out of it are recommendations.
We need a better video.
Regulation or more soft versions of governance around the...
I got another video lined up.
So because this, again, is a fairly unknown topic and most people don't understand what is the Fourth Industrial Revolution, let me just explain now. So the Fourth Industrial Revolution is a book that was written by Professor Klaus Schwab back in January of 2017, where in this book he talks about such topics as human augmentation. He also discusses neurotechnological brain enhancements and genetic editing. And people keep saying to me, no, Neil, you're talking nonsense. These things will never happen. We're decades, we're 30, 40 years away from ever having this technology. Well, take a look at this.
So in terms of getting a link, like I said, it's essentially open a piece of skull, you remove about a coin-sized piece of skull, and then the robot inserts the electrodes. So this is our surgical robot, and if you look closely, you'll see that if the electrodes are inserted very carefully, that there's no bleeding. So what the beeps you're hearing are real-time signals.
It's over, man. We're screwed, dude.
In Gertrude's head. So we said,
Screwed
well, what if we
dudes.
do 2 Neuralink implants? So it's possible to have multiple links in your head and have them all be sending out signals and be working well. In terms of additional brain reading activity, when we have, say, one of our pigs on a treadmill, pig on a treadmill. Funny concept, really.
So this technology already exists today, and just look at the sort of acceleration from last year to what it is today. This was unveiled just last week by Elon Musk, who of course is the founder of Tesla, the car company, as well as SpaceX. So this is the Neuralink company that he also owns, and you can just see the advancements from last year to what is in existence right now. Today. And even with the size of this implant now, Elon actually likens this to an old-fashioned computer versus a smartphone today. So he does say that this will get smaller and smaller over time. So this is the mind map of the fourth industrial revolution directly from the World Economic Forum's website. I've not amended or changed anything on here. And you can also view this for yourself and look at some of the topics here.
It's going to be like the future.
So they will go into greater detail. But there are all sorts of topics covered.
Sit and think.
Anything
You're going to go to
from
work by
something
literally
simple
sitting
as
and just
drones.
plugging in your brain.
You can see the drones here.
Oh, nice.
Justice and law is another topic. Also AI and robotics. So here's their promotional video, so they can show you in their own words what they mean by the fourth industrial revolution.
The very idea of human being some sort of natural concept is really going to change.
Our bodies will be so high-tech we won't be able to really distinguish between what's natural and what's artificial.
That's really fucked, man. Can you believe it?
Okay, so let's wrap up then with the finance side on this now then. So although there isn't a lot of content or coverage on the financial side, on a reset in particular, there is this section of their mind map covering the Great Reset, the fourth industrial revolution, titled Financial and Monetary Systems. And you can see they cover all sorts of things from entrepreneurship to blockchain. So that's quite interesting. Quantum computers, cybersecurity, AI and robotics. All of these things so far say to me a digital currency. They also have the digital economy and new value creation. That's a very key word there. So I do think this gives us somewhat of a clue as to what's happening. With the major issues that exist with fiat currency, if you don't know, fiat currency is not money, it is something quite different. So whether you hold dollars, US dollars, Canadian dollars, you hold Australian, whether you have British pounds or euros, it doesn't matter. All of these currencies are actual fiat currency.
It's very comfortable now, may not be so comfortable later on. That's when I might have to take out
the global
my
elite's
funds.
great reset agenda revealed. And I know this sounds like tinfoil hat stuff, but I can promise you it isn't. It's straight from the World Economic Forum's website. We're going to dive right in. I'm going to explain this whole thing to you, why it won't work from an economic standpoint, and what the most likely end game is for you and me, the average Joe and Jane. I'm going to explain this to you in 3 simple, fast steps. Step number 1, let's go over an overview of this great reset. And to start, we're going to look at a clip of these individuals who are in charge, these global elites that think that we need a top-down solution to all the world's problems. And forewarned, this is extremely bizarre to say the least. And I would dare you, I would challenge each and every one of you watching this video right now to watch this clip and not think this is straight from a James Bond movie. We're basically looking at Spectre in real life. Editor, let's go to the clip.
To get us underway, let's hear from the forum's executive chairman and founder, Professor Klaus Schwab.
Thank you, Adrian. It is obvious that we are in the midst of the most severe crisis the world has experienced since World War II. 75 years ago, countries and people came together to shape the post-war global order, which brought us decades of peace, increased global cooperation, and prosperity to hundreds of millions of people around the world. The COVID-19 crisis has shown us that our old systems are not fit anymore for the 21st century. It has laid bare the fundamental lack of social cohesion, fairness, inclusion, and equality. Now is the historical moment, the time, not only to fight severe virus, but to shape the system for the need for the post-corona era. In short, we need a great reset.
Now is the time to think what history would say about this crisis. And now is the time for all of us to define our own role. What is it that would make it so that history would look at this crisis as the great opportunity for reset?
The Great Reset is a welcome recognition that this human tragedy must be a wake-up call. It is imperative that we reimagine, rebuild, redesign, reinvigorate, and rebalance our world. Rebalancing investment, harnessing science and technology, and advancing the transition to net zero emissions, all elements of the Great Reset, are fundamental to building the future we need.
And I'll give you a moment to shake off the creepiness of these people at the World Economic Forum. It's headed up by a guy named Klaus Schwab. That's who you saw right at the beginning. And I've got him drawn here to perfection, of course. And he is with his cat. We'll go ahead and call him Mr. Bigglesworth. For obvious reasons. But I don't know if he's head of the World Economic Forum or what I'm calling the BDC. Bizarre, disturbing, and creepy. More on that later. I'll get off that topic. Let's get into the meat of the video, the actual economics. So what is this Great Reset? Well, let's go to a recent post from Klaus himself outlining, ironically, his 3 steps to this Great Reset agenda. The title of this post by Klaus is "Now is the Time for a Great Reset." And it starts off with this bizarre photo that Klaus, I guess, thinks is clever somehow. Push to reset the world. Alrighty then. So we're going down to his 3 steps, what he calls 3 main components of the Great Reset agenda. The first would steer the market toward fairer outcomes. And I want to point out the words he's using. First, steer, which would imply that he believes in this top-down approach because these global elites are so intellectually superior to all of us rubes in the real economy that we need them to tell us what to do. And second, he's choosing the word outcome instead of opportunity. More on that in just a moment. To this end, government should improve coordination. For example, in tax, of course, regulatory and fiscal policy, upgrade trade arrangements, and create the conditions for a quote-unquote stakeholder economy. At a time of diminishing tax bases and soaring public debt, governments have a powerful incentive to pursue such action. And I'd remind you that governments don't have any resources. They don't produce anything. The only thing they have control over is what they steal from the private sector production. Moreover, governments should implement long overdue reforms that promote more equitable outcomes. And again, he's not using the word opportunities, he's using the word outcomes. Depending on the country, these may include changes to wealth taxes, the withdrawal of fossil fuel subsidies, and new rules governing intellectual property, trade, and competition. The second component of the Great Reset agenda would ensure that investments advance shared goals such as equality and sustainability. We go right back to implying equal outcomes and not equal opportunities. The third and final priority of the Great Reset agenda is to harness the innovations of the fourth industrial revolution to support the public good. You always got to like it when bureaucrats use that terminology, especially by harnessing health and social challenges. And we'll get into the fourth industrial revolution in just a moment. Lastly, I want to point out Klaus's own quote that he uses in his post. And remember, this isn't an editor. Klaus is writing this himself. So out of all of the sentences in the
want to be
article,
selfish?
he chooses
You're better
this
than the public?
one in particular to quote, "The
Up your
pandemic
ass, yeah, really.
represents a rare but narrow window of opportunity." He's saying that the pandemic is an opportunity to reflect, reimagine, and reset our world. Let that sink in for a moment. So if that didn't make the hair on the back of your neck stand up, let's go into the
Fourth Industrial
pictograph
Revolution's
that he
automation,
had
yeah,
at the
really.
end of this post. And it's this round circle
capitalists
that
will
revolves
control the
around
means of
the Great
production.
Reset agenda. And all of these things on the
This might be
exterior
bullshit. This
of
video
this
might be
circle
bullshit, but it
feed
got a lot of
into
thumbs up,
these
so.
7 main points. And we'll get into some of those in just a moment. But these main points
Like this guy,
that
this
go
guy is
into
a little
this
psycho,
Great
it looks like,
Reset
but
start
let's watch.
with strengthening regional development. I have no idea what that is or how you achieve that objective. And you'll notice with all of these, there are these broad stroke, overgeneralized platitudes that don't mean anything whatsoever. They have no meat and substance to them. Next is revitalizing global cooperation, developing sustainable business models, which I always thought meant the business just had to make profit. But I guess those days are long gone. Restoring health in the environment. Okay, I kind of get that one. Redesign social contract, skills, and jobs. I have no idea what a social contract is, but it doesn't sound very enticing at all, especially if it's coming from Klaus and his friends. Shaping an economic recovery. I'm all for an economic recovery right now, but I'm not in favor of these global elites shaping it in the form that they see fit. Lastly is this fourth industrial revolution. So what is this exactly? Editor, let's go ahead and throw up a couple charts that explain it further. If you look at it, it's really just about advancing technology. We've got real-time optimization, cloud computing, cyber physical systems, additive manufacturing, I'm not sure what that is, maybe 3D printing, cobot, augmented reality, and this is where it starts to get really bizarre in my opinion, machine learning, Internet of Things, and of course, big data. What else would you expect from global elites that want to micromanage your entire life and know where you are and what you're doing at all times? I wouldn't exactly put this up there with the Industrial Revolution, electricity, the telephone, things of this nature, but this is what they're calling the fourth Industrial Revolution. I also wanted to point out another one of their diagrams that add a couple more things to the mix of augmented reality, big data. We've got controlled system. That does not sound good. What sounds even worse is a monitoring tool. And let's go back to this picto diagram and further examine some of these suggestions on the exterior of this circle that they think will lead into this great reset. So one of the ways we're going to supposedly harness this fourth industrial revolution is by the future of media, entertainment, and culture. Okay. Strengthening regional development. We're going to somehow achieve that through biodiversity. It's not that I'm opposed to biodiversity, it's just I don't think it will help us strengthen regional development in any way, shape, or form. And they want to revitalize global cooperation in things like international security, Basically, what that means is more invasion on your personal privacy, such as banking and FATCA regulations. And sustainable business models are somehow going to be a result of agile governance. And restoring the health of the environment is somehow going to come from something they're calling a circular economy. Redesigning social contracts, skills, and jobs will achieve that through justice and law. And I always like the word justice because who defines exactly what justice is? Is that going to be Klaus or is that going to be me and you? And finally, my favorite is shaping the economic recovery. We're going to get out of this global recession and depression by, of course, including more LGBTI people. I have no idea what I stands for. Last time I checked, it was only LGBT, but of course these things change daily. We're also going to achieve an economic recovery by gender parity and through things like taxation and inclusive design. It's amazing that such an intricate diagram with so many words can actually say so little. So this is their Great Reset agenda. And if you're saying to yourself right now, well, George, I don't really get it. It just seems like this overly vague word salad of just this drivel that doesn't mean anything. Go ahead and join the club. I am right there with you. But I don't think it's really about their agenda. I think it's about what's playing out behind the scenes and what their true intentions actually are. For more on that, let's go right to an interview, a fantastic clip that I found from Joe Rogan interviewing one of my favorites, Brett Weinstein.
Equality of outcome, it's impossible. If you pursue it, you end up with a dystopia. And even if it were possible, it would not be desirable for the reasons you point to about the benefits of what you're calling competition.
But there are people in this world that do want to push towards an equality of outcome.
Yes.
And they make it sound as if this is not just logical, but ethical and possible in the future, and that you are on the wrong side of history if you think that capitalism and competition and all these things you just talked about are good, and that really the best thing is to force people to become some sort of utopian creature that works together in unison, and everybody is egalitarian, and there's no need for feminism and men's rights activists because everybody looks at everyone as an equal.
Well, there are two kinds of people who will advocate for equality of outcome. One kind of person who will is confused. They don't understand what happens if you go down this road. And the other one is cynical, and they're using this as an excuse to justify something that just so happens to reward them.
I couldn't agree with Brett more. So are Klaus and his cronies just confused, or are they using this as an excuse to further their own hidden agenda? I'll let you be the judge. Step number 2, the economic reality of the Great Reset. And we'll go ahead and take the tinfoil hat off. We'll leave that in step number 1. Although you gotta admit, Klaus and Mr. Bigglesworth, they sure look like they could come straight out of a James Bond movie. Be that evil villain from Spectre, that's for sure. But let's look at the economic impact of what they're proposing. We'll focus on that. We want to start by understanding that people are always going to pursue their own self-interest and the interest of their family. It's not to say they won't give to charity or be altruistic, but it is to say that they're going to prioritize their own self-interest and their family. Regardless of what culture I've experienced around the world, what ethnicity, it doesn't matter. People all fall into this category. It's hardwired into our brain, and it's not going to change. Also, I'd like to point out what the great Thomas Sowell always reminds us, there are no solutions, only alternatives. Why is this? Because we're dealing with scarce resources that have alternative uses. And what I mean by this specifically is regardless of what you're doing, we always have to include a cost-benefit analysis. It's very easy to focus on the intentions of some regulation, laws, or programs and totally ignore the actual results. But all of the mumbo jumbo we heard in step number 1 really boils down to a couple things. Klaus and the cronies want to increase regulations and taxes. They're most likely also going to have this hiring quota, and everything needs to be green. So let's see how that plays out in a little simple example. We'll use Farmer Frank right here. He's got a plot of land. He's growing wheat, corn, some sort of food. And Klaus comes in and says, listen, Frank, from now on, you have to buy cyber tractors. No more of those diesel tractors you are buying from Caterpillar. So first, what this does is this allocates resources to something that was very efficient. And why do I say it was efficient? Because Frank was using it in the first place, and we know that Frank knows more about farming than Klaus and Mr. Bigglesworth ever will. So human ingenuity, materials, and capital all go into building these cyber tractors and get diverted from building something else that may have been more efficient. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't focus on green energy. What I am saying is that it should be based on market demand. It should be a bottoms-up approach, not tops-down. If it is top-down, most likely you're going to have this misallocation of resources that are very scarce, I'd like to point out. And then we've got this hiring quota. So over here,
I'm really sorry about that,
the
dude.
millennial. And of course, it is they, because I don't know Moody's personal pronouns, but I do know that Moody does not
The fuck's
like
politically
work.
correct
She's
bullshit,
giving it a
insanity.
thumb, or
You can
they are
justify
giving it a
any
thumbs
atrocity
down because they
in the name of
don't
social
want to work
justice.
in this field at all. But Farmer Frank
Klaus and his
has to
cronies
hire
make me
them
sick. Wish I
because
could puke
he
on him.
needs someone in the
Smoking Nigeria ass for their lives. Yeah.
I community. I'm not sure if Moody is an L, a G, a B, a T, or an I, but the bottom line is they fit the category that Klaus and the cronies and Mr. Bigglesworth are laying out for Farmer Frank. But the one thing we do know for sure is that Moody is going to offer a lot less productivity than someone that Frank would hire based on merit alone. So what we have in this very simple example is we have a misallocation of scarce resources. We have less economic output, which is going to lead to a lower standard of living. Why is that? Because Frank can't produce as much wheat. If Frank can't produce as much food, that means someone else in the economy is going to have to start growing food. Well, that person could have done something else, such as become a doctor, become a scientist, an engineer that maybe could have worked on something like green energy. But now they can't because they're going to have to grow wheat or they're going to have to grow their own food. And I'd also like to point out that we're seeing this play out in real life right now with the cerveza sickness. We know what it looks like when economic activity goes down by 75, 95, 85%, whatever. It's not good. It gets really ugly really fast. And we just haven't seen the worst of it because, as you know, the Fed and the government have come in with all of their stimulus packages that will most likely be temporary. And if they are permanent, it's going to lead to an even worse outcome through inflation and a loss of purchasing power. But let me be crystal clear. I'm not saying that we shouldn't strive to have greener energy. I like breathing clean air better than anybody. And I'm not saying we shouldn't try to eliminate discrimination. But what I am saying is we need to persuade individual people that can make decisions for themselves to take action that will lead to those outcomes. We shouldn't try to force people into doing something, and we definitely shouldn't regulate them into doing that either. Also, sustainable. I hear this word all the time. And to be sustainable, we need to always remember that it has to be profitable. I think in today's day and age, we've completely forgot the concept of a business needing to actually make a profit. If we have these businesses that are zombie companies that are just feeding off the government, that's always going to come at the price of future taxation or inflation and most likely a lower standard of living. But really the takeaway, it's got to be a bottoms-up type approach. You've got to convince individuals in the real economy to want to take these actions, and the entrepreneurs will satisfy those needs and wants. We can't have this tops-down approach, or the results are going to be even worse than what we have today, regardless of the intentions. And one more thing I'd like to point out for those of you watching this video who favor this type of tops-down approach in certain aspects of our economy. And the argument you always hear is, well, we can't rely on the entrepreneur because they're greedy, and we have to have some sort of public official in there that's actually benevolent and virtuous that we can rely on for the greater good of society. And I could tell you why this opinion is fundamentally flawed, but nobody does it better than Milton Friedman himself.
When you see around the globe the maldistribution of wealth, the desperate plight of millions of people in underdeveloped countries, when you see so few haves and so many have-nots, when you see the greed and the concentration of power within, did you ever have a moment of doubt about capitalism and whether greed's a good idea to run on?
Well, first of all, tell me, is there some society you know that doesn't run on greed? You think Russia doesn't run on greed? You think China doesn't run on greed? What is greed? Of course, none of us are greedy. It's only the other fellow who's greedy. The world runs that there.
Step number 3. What is the end game? How does this play out for ordinary people like you and me? I think their plan
I'm not ordinary,
is to
I'm special.
stagflate, tax, and lie. Everything else
We're
is
all
just
in the
smoke
same
and mirrors.
boat
It's a
to
total
mediocrity.
cover-up and sham. And this is a fantastic way to sum it up. Got to give all the credit to my good buddy Jason Burke with Wall Street for Main Street. If you're not checking him out, make sure you do so. So there's a few things we know. Government debt is at all-time high. This is a huge problem, especially if you're a government official and you want to keep power. The World Economic Forum is a group of these government leaders that's been meeting since the 1970s. So of course they all know each other. They're trying to help each other out. It's the cronyism I was talking about before. And they're all in bed with Klaus and his creepy crew. This isn't about climate change. It's about increasing your taxes. It's not about equality. It's about increasing regulation on everyday people like you and I. It's about micromanaging everything. These global elites think that they're so much smarter than you that you can't make decisions on your own. It's not about increasing your living standards. It's about giving them more and more
Yeah,
power. Don't
really.
be fooled. They care about any of these topics or your well-being. They care about one thing and one thing only. That is pursuing their own self-interest. We go back to this pictograph I used in step number 2 from Klaus's post, but now I've done it in a way that's far more accurate. Instead of his mumbo-jumbo, we've got their real intentions. That's stagflate, tax, and lie. Let's dive into this a little.
Stagflate? Wow, universal basic income, he's saying. Tax bracket? And lie.
A little deeper, we understand the details, so we can connect the dots and see what's most likely coming down the pipeline for everyday people like you and I. We'll start with taxes. One way they've already increased them without you even knowing it, it's a combination of both tax and lie, leave it up to the government to pull that off, is through this 2018 bill that was passed. You think that it lowered your taxes. In short term, it might have, but long term, it's going to increase them. It's this tax bracket scam that nobody is talking about it. And I've gone over it in a few of my videos, but it's worth mentioning again. It's very important you understand how this works. Editor, go ahead and throw up the chart. What they've done is they've changed the way they measure inflation from something called the CPIU to the CCPIU. And of course, the CCPIU measures inflation at a lower rate than how it was measured before. Why is this important? Because it keeps tax brackets lower longer. So if your income is going up in nominal terms, so your purchasing power isn't increasing at all, you go to a higher and higher tax bracket. So they're stealing more and more of your income without you even knowing it.
Yeah, that's the middle class. Yeah, you're right.
2018 tax
That affects
bill
middle class
that
the
was
most.
sold to the general public as a way to lower their taxes, but of course, it's increasing your taxes long-term. Total scam. I also think they're going to increase long-term capital gains to the same level as income. They're going to increase the wealth tax, increase the exit tax, and they're definitely going to increase property taxes at a local level if you live in one of these states or cities that are totally bust. And they're going to lie the way they've always done it, through these bogus numbers with the CPI and the unemployment rate. Editor, go ahead and throw up the charts that we all know well from Shadow Stats. We look at the CPI, and if it was measured the same way today as it was back in the 1970s, the inflation rate for the last decade would be almost 10%. And unemployment, although they say it's at an all-time low, Shadow Stats would tell us a lot different. And I want to make sure everyone understands that Shadow Stats doesn't come up with their own formulas.
All it's going to do is rob the middle class blind.
Yeah. The government themselves
exactly.
measured it back in the 70s and 80s and apply it to today. The only thing that's different is if you look at their metric that's above the government's U6 number, it includes people that haven't looked for a job for over a year. The government just pretends they don't exist, and they always have. But Shadow Stats, I think, accurately says, hey, these people are unemployed as well. And then it goes back to the GDP growth. Of course, we hear that this is the greatest economy ever. We've never seen anything like it because all of these statistics, like unemployment, are so fantastic. But if we actually adjusted for the correct CPI, although nominal GDP growth would be the same, real GDP growth would be flat, if not negative, going all the way back to the GFC. Now let's move on to stagflate. If you're one of these governments with this massive debt load, how do you get rid of it? You can either default or you can try to inflate it away. But they're looking at Japan and Europe and saying to themselves, well, they've had negative interest rates, they've done all this quantitative easing, and they still can't get inflation up high enough to reduce the debt load. So they're paying it back with cheaper currency units. Or the easiest way to look at it is they're not increasing their tax receipts faster than they're increasing the amount of money they're spending. In order to get the type of inflation they need to really reduce the debt burden, they know they've got to increase M2 money supply and velocity. There's a lot of things that go into inflation, but these are the two big components. So how do you do this if you're one of these governments? The first thing you can do is UBI, because you know that quantitative easing done through a central bank, the old way of doing it, the old school way back in 2008, 2009, only increases bank reserves, and that just goes into assets, doesn't necessarily increase the amount of inflation. It may or may not. So what you need to do is get cash in the back pocket of the everyday individual that's going to go out there and spend it very quickly. This increases M2 and velocity. Of course, UBI.
How old is the Earth?
But what you could do to take it a step further, which I definitely think
I think it's 4.3 billion years old.
So you could put this app on your phone. I've talked about it many times.
I think it's 4.3 billion.
Transfers these currency units, we'll call them Fed coins, to this app.
I believe the Bible claims the Earth is 8,008
it's gone off
years
your
old.
phone. This
According
is
to the Bible,
increase the money supply and
right.
increase the rate at which you spend the money. And those of you paying very
Dick
close
wins.
attention might be saying
Price is
to
Right
yourself,
rules.
yeah, George, I get
I
it.
was over
They're
at 4.3 bill.
UBI, they're banning cash or doing these things, but that'll most likely increase the deficit.
Calculator, yeah,
How does
exactly.
that get rid of the debt? Insert
6,000,
MMT. They
man.
believe the government can spend money or even should spend money.
I heard it was
without
apparently
issuing
8,008 or
treasuries
something
at all. So if you
in
can
the Bible.
spend money like a drunken sailor and you don't have to issue debt, your debt never goes up. It's magical
Maybe
how that
that's
works.
the Quran.
And we look at the supply side of the equation. If you've
Who
got
knows,
money
man?
increasing, you got velocity increasing,
I don't
the
know,
last
man.
thing that you can do to really stoke
tell
inflation
me?
is reduce the amount of goods and services that are being created in the real economy. One way to do
Welcome.
this is to deglobalize. So all those
Can the
supply
Bible claim
chains
that
were
when China
overseas,
had been around
bring
since
them back
8000
home.
BC?
Another thing you can do is increase
Ridiculous.
the unemployment rate. Usually this would be on the demand side of the equation, but if you're providing everyone with more money than they were actually
Dick is also
making at
also
their
sarcastic.
job to stay home and do nothing,
But thanks,
then the
Broth.
demand
Thank
side
you, Broth
stays
man.
the same,
Bro-
if not
bro the
increases,
man.
while the supply side
Brother
continues
man.
to shrink because people aren't even going into work to produce these goods and services.
Brother
All
man.
these businesses are going bust. And it makes one really start to ponder, how would the global elite, or how would you take this tops-down approach? How would you control it if you were Klaus, if you wanted to deglobalize and get unemployment higher? That's a hard thing to achieve. But it's exactly what we had with the cerveza sickness. So is the cerveza sickness just some random, unfortunate event that just happens to increase unemployment dramatically, most likely long term, and create this narrative, this push for deglobalization? I have no idea, but
I have no idea. What a way to end that video.
Welcome to the channel today. Thank you
This
so
guy
much
again?
for joining us. My name is Neil McCoy Ward, and firstly I want to let you know that this video today, this production,
Welcome back to Palisade Radio. I'm your host, Tom Bodrovics, and joining me today is an absolute icon in this space, Bill Holter. He's been a retail stockbroker for 23 years, and he's a precious metals broker now. He's also been a contributor to GATA, and he's partnered
Neil McCoy sucks. Tell him to piss off. I don't know who Neil McCoy is. Really?
Hi and a big welcome back to the
Really?
channel today. My name's Neil
No,
McCoy Ward,
no one
and
watches
we're
this
gonna
guy?
be
Alright.
in this video reviewing, doing an update on the housing market crash, which I've been predicting since 2019. I've been predicting it to occur at the end of 2020. So we're going to see how far along we are on this trajectory towards the next housing crash. We're going to go over some data now and have a look at what exactly is going on. So let's just start with the National Home Price Index, Case-Shiller Home Price Index. We're using the FRED, as always. This is the data from the Federal Reserve, and we're at 219.
So here we are in the thick of this COVID-19 recession. It's impacted everyone literally in the entire world. There's massive unemployment in this country, and many of America's small businesses are struggling. The streets in many areas are empty, and many businesses have closed, some for good. There may not be another stimulus business. It was the largest one, have effectively been stopped as of that. The U.S. consumer spending is 70% of our economy. Consumer spending. Now, consumer spending is the biggest driver of the U.S. economy, and it declined at an annual rate of 34.6% during the second quarter of 2020. It's by far the sharpest decline on record. And of course, a consumer's income and their future perception of that income has more than $32. The news, the New York Times recently put population growth and spending
How does this
cycles,
fucking
and he
video get this
incorporates
many
other
likes?
cycles, including the 45-year technological
Frig,
cycle
man.
and the 35-year geopolitical cycle. And he's predicting a massive debt 7 years after the 2008 crash. Now, back in 08 and 09, they put the money into the banking system to keep the banks from falling down. The money didn't go to consumers, but it caused the stock market to go up and real estate to rebound. But what's astonishing is back then we had 240 trillion in financial assets globally. This is before the 2008 crisis. We now, before this one, we have $477 trillion worth of assets. Now that includes real estate, stocks, bonds, gold, silver, you name it. 477 trillion in an economy that's actually weaker than it was and has less strong demographics than we did in 2007. And Harry says that the bubble is going to have to burst. Now what's been happening is companies have been using cheap borrowed funds to buy back their own stocks and leverage their money to speculate inside of their own stocks. Now this has artificially driven up their stock valuations. Governments have been buying their own bonds to push interest rates down, which allowed them to float more debt. Now, Harry's predicting a 50% drop in real estate values in this crash. Yes, you heard me correctly, 50% drop. Bigger drops are going to be in the higher end properties and probably less of a drop with everyday homes. But if you look at that $477 trillion number, here's an interesting perspective. In the 30s, which was the last big bubble, those financial assets went down altogether, including stocks, bonds, everything, about 50%. So think about if you lose 50% of 477 trillion in value. I mean, just to give it some perspective, 30 to 40 trillion is 3 times the global GDP. Here in the US, we've got about 125 trillion of financial assets versus a $21 trillion GDP. Now, Harry calls it bubble economics. You create this artificial thing to keep from going down in a downturn, but at some point, you got to take your licks, you got to take your medicine and restructure and rebalance, which ultimately makes everything healthier. Now, some economists are saying it's not going to happen, it's only a bubble, but what you'll see, what Harry says, what you'll see is when it does crash, they'll change their tune and they're going to say, oh, we're going to have this lost decade of 10 to 12 years. Now, Mr. Dent says we've already started what he calls the winter season, and that he's been predicting this winter season after the baby boomer peak of 07 based on those demographics, and it would last from 08 to 2023. That's the demographic decline because of the baby boomers, and it's a very steep one. But the good news is, and there's actually quite a bit of good news, so don't leave me here. I know it's been a little sobering, but the good news includes that it's not going to last that long, this crash that's coming, because the spending of the millennial generation will drive us back up. He thinks it's going to last until about 2023. Now, things will be even uglier in some of the countries around the world. For example, China. China is really going to have a problem. See, the Chinese have 78% of their net worth in real estate. To give you a comparison, in the United States, it's only about 30%. Now, China's going to get creamed. But let's talk about why I love this multifamily business. Now, as many of you know, it was my spread out single family portfolio that caused me to crash and burn in 2008. My multifamily did just fine. And it would have survived had I not cross-collateralized my multifamily with packages of houses. Now, the great thing about a recession and even a depression is that rents hold up. Cash flow tends to hold up. Yes, values will go down, but cash flow from multifamily will remain fairly stable, and which is what I experienced in 2008 and 2009. Yeah, we pulled back, but only about 11% in collected rents nationally, and that's about what happened to me. Now, according to Jonathan Kern, President and Chief Investment Officer of Civitas, multifamily weathered the storm more successfully than any of the other asset classes. Now, he said multifamily real estate suffered less and rebounded more strongly than the other major property types in the last 2 recessions. Not only did multifamily rents fall the least and recover the most, but they also fully recovered and then actually reached new highs within 3 to 4 years of each decline. Now, there will regretfully be a lot of pain in this country. There'll be a lot of people failing in real estate. Lots of businesses will go under. There'll be a lot of properties in foreclosure. But the good news is if you've got strong cash flow or you're sitting or have access to some cash, you're very likely going to be able to buy assets at 50 cents on the dollar or maybe even better. Now, the name of the game is to get in as much cash as possible or have access to cash so that you can capitalize on what's going to be a tough situation. Now, I've been using the phrase ethical opportunism or compassionate capitalism, taking advantage of the opportunities that are coming while, of course, maintaining your compassion and your integrity. So I asked Mr. Dent, how will we know when it's really started? And he says it's already started, but the lead indicator of this major downturn is going to be when we see the stocks starting to crash, and he anticipates that happening very soon. He said that's your big sign. So let me circle back to something. How do you make money in real estate? Just like the game Monopoly, through rents, and real estate's worth what you can rent it for. It's all about cash flow, and there are going to be tons of opportunities. Average people are going to be caught up in fear, just like they are with this COVID business. But the people that can manage that fear and push through that fear, it's going to be very likely they're going to be able to take advantage of the biggest financial growth opportunity in our lifetimes. Now, another great thing about this rental business that we're in is we're seeing more and more baby boomers renting instead of owning. See, and Harry talked about this, unlike the Bob Hope generation, they went through the Great Depression and they went through World War II. The baby boomers grew up in pretty good times when they were younger. So they didn't learn to save like the Bob Hope generation did. And so many of them don't have enough money for retirement.
Holy shit,
And
Clip,
what
we got
they're
120.
realizing is that they've got paid off houses, so what
No.
many of them are doing
Never
is
mind.
selling
That's the
those
current
houses and
record.
then
Never mind. No,
deciding
he
to
didn't.
rent.
Never
For example,
mind.
we've got a
Clemson, I'll get
100-unit
120.
asset here in Sarasota,
Said
Florida,
current
that's a
record 120,
55
goal
and over
117.
community, and we always have a waiting list. So, as I said, the proverbial stuff is about to hit the fan. It's going to be real ugly. But remember, with crisis comes opportunity. So what do? Do you run and hide in fear with this information? I hope not. Forewarned is forearmed. And like I said, with any crisis, there's opportunity, and the opportunities are going to be incredible if you are ready. Again, cash will be king, but it doesn't have to be your cash. If you learn this business, if you don't already know it, you'll have the confidence to influence investors with cash to help you each capitalize on what's coming. Now, if you haven't been to one of my boot camps, I'm having a 2-day boot camp that you can attend for $97. And I'm not selling anything there. It's a no-brainer. And I truly believe this is the best time in the world to learn this business because of this incredible transfer of wealth that's coming. Now, if you haven't subscribed to my channel here, please do, because I'll be continuing to put out updates and real estate related information regularly. If you're interested in my boot camp, go to multifamilyvirtualbootcamp.com, and I'll see you at the next boot camp. I'm Rod Cleef, wishing you incredible passion and massive success in your business and in your life.
That was a great video.
Should I buy real estate in 2020? I get asked this question all the time. Should I be buying real estate right now? Let's talk about having 2020 vision regarding investing in multifamily in 2020. Hi, my name is...
So here we are.
When we want to know what's going on in the world of real estate, one of the men we turn to is Kenny McElroy. He is the Rich Dad Advisor for Real Estate, best-selling author of all kinds of great books, including the ABCs of Real Estate Investing and the ABCs of Property Management. Plus,
I don't know if you guys remember what happened around 2007, 2008 when it came to the housing market, but put simply, banks became loose with their lending policy, people borrowed a lot to buy a house prices shot up into a bubble, and eventually that bubble popped. Now the interesting / slightly scary thing is that something similar is happening today. There is a comparable mix of ingredients right now in the housing market as there was almost 12 years ago, and it's about time someone talked about it. So 2008, if you don't understand what happened then, you'll need to go watch a movie called The Big Short. It'll give you a good snapshot of how things played out. But basically it's the story of how everything crumbles. People wanted to get rich. So the brokers were getting rich by finding as many people mortgages as they possibly could. The banks were getting rich by selling these mortgages to institutional investors as something called collateralized debt obligations, for short CDOs. Now the thing you got to know is that a lot of these CDOs were actually sound investments. They were mortgages that were paid by people with stable jobs and in stable financial situations. But a lot of these CDOs were terrible. The people paying these mortgages simply couldn't afford them. So the inevitable happened. CDOs caved in on themselves, investors lost money, the housing market fell apart, and of course CDOs got outlawed. But that is until fairly recently when they invented something called the BTO, the Bespoke Tranche Opportunity. It's basically just a CDO but with a new name and a better reputation to it. Very sort of sneaky. Now, just like CDOs, some of these BTOs are good, but a lot of them are risky, and if mixed with the wrong market conditions, things can end badly. The problem is that the market conditions that we are in today aren't exactly great. There are a couple of factors that make the housing market risky, which I'm going to go over now. The first is interest rates. I want to take you back 60 or so years so that we can get a good overall picture of how things look. Now, what I want you to do with this graph is look for the anomaly, the section that sticks out. Not any time in the 65-year period has interest rates hit zero until 2009, just after the Great Financial Crisis, and again in 2020. But why has the Fed done this? Why have they pushed interest rates as low as they possibly can push them before it gets into the negatives? They did this because they have to. They need it low to stimulate the economy. They need people to be able to borrow as much as they possibly can so that they can buy, they can spend, they can invest, and keep the financial system ticking over. Or else a collapse might have already happened. But there is a range of problems that come with having low interest rates. What you need to realize is low interest rates have a direct correlation to what mortgage rates are set at. If interest rates are low, it becomes cheaper for banks to borrow money, therefore they are able to give lower mortgage rates. Currently the interest rate is very low, consequently mortgage rates are very low. Now this is important because if mortgage rates are low, it becomes easy to borrow money. You see, the long-term historical average mortgage rate is around 8%. So, let's say you earn 70k a year and you got a nice down payment ready. If the rate is 8%, you can afford a house for $250,000. But if the rate is around 3%, which you can get today with a good credit score on you, you can now buy a house worth $350,000, aka $100,000 more. Essentially, with mortgage rates so low, you are able to borrow a lot more money. And do you think consumers are going to be cautious and not borrow this? Of course not. Generally speaking, they borrow as much as they can. This leads on to the second factor that I want to talk about, which is people are in a lot of debt. Just as I said, the funny thing is when you keep interest rates so low, people borrow more money. What a surprise. If we take a look at household debt, it's now climbed to all-time peaks, even larger than what it was in the previous financial crisis. Okay, so you've got low interest rates. This leads on to high amounts of debt, especially high amounts of debt used to buy houses. Now let's continue down this trail. What do you think happens next? Of course, house prices start to climb up. More people are able to borrow, which causes increased demand for houses. More demand means more people bidding for houses, which means they sell for higher prices. If we take a look at the US national home prices, we can see that even when adjusted for inflation, house prices are higher than what they were in the 2008 housing bubble crash. Because, okay, at the end of the day, people have a choice. You can keep your hard-earned saved money and leave it in the bank. What will then happen is inflation will eat away at it, and your money will slowly, or not so slowly, become worth less. Not worthless, but worth less. Okay, so why does this happen? Well, because the more you print money, the less the original money in the system becomes worth. For example, let's say there were 10 pieces of gold in the entire world. It would be worth a lot, those individual pieces of gold. But if there were 10,000 pieces of gold added to the system, the current gold in the system would be worth a lot less. It's the same idea. So what's happening now, the Fed is not afraid to print a lot of money for stimulus checks and other needs, which causes inflation. So, people can leave their money in the bank and watch it get eroded into, or they can get a mortgage and buy a house. This way, instead of inflation eating away at your savings, it eats away at your mortgage, which means the value of your mortgage becomes worth less, which is a good thing if you want me to put it plain and simple. And people are not stupid, they know this, and so more people decide to get mortgages and buy houses, again contributing to the rise in house prices. But the problem about having high house prices is it gives plenty of room to fall. You see, this is how the fall often takes place. A few people at the bottom, they default on their mortgages because they realize they can't afford it. The bank then takes over their capital, aka the house, and they try to sell it. What this does is it puts more houses on the market, aka more supply. Now, anyone who has done economics or understands common sense will know what this does to house prices. Increased supply equals a decrease in price. Okay, why? Because now more buyers have more options to choose from and more leveraging power to bargain with, aka they can buy houses for cheaper. So, house prices decrease and more people default on their loan because what they recognized is they owed more on the house than what the house was actually worth. Then house prices continue to decrease, more people default on their loans, and that's how the downward spiral goes. Basically, what I'm trying to say is it often doesn't take much for things to crash, and the higher the house prices are, the riskier things become. Just one block taken out of the tower and things can collapse. And this collapse, it was potentially close to happening earlier on in 2020. Because of the crisis that we all saw, a lot of people could not afford to pay the loans. This had a good chance of collapsing the housing market. So the loan companies did what they had to do and they allowed a ton of forbearances. As you can see, beginning of March 2020, the forbearance rate was just over 2%. Just a couple of months later, that rate increased by almost 4 times the amount to over 8%. This allowed people to deal with their mortgages at least in the short term, but at the end of the day, that doesn't help the underlying problem, and that is the economy decline and the unemployment increase. In 2019, the USA's GDP, the way of measuring the economy, was $21,427 billion, according to the official data of the World Bank. In 2020, that number has been forecasted to decrease by 7%, according to the Conference Board. This would leave a GDP around 20,000 billion. Now, unemployment has of course increased as well because of the world crisis/illness. As you can see, earlier on in 2020, unemployment was around 3.5%. The crisis hits, and that number went up to around 10%. Now, there are plenty of problems that unemployment brings. One of the big ones is people not being able to afford their mortgage payments. With high house prices, high amounts of debt, and interest rates not being able to go any lower, it's not exactly a recipe for success. Does this guarantee that a market crash will definitely happen in 2021? Of course not, but it's certainly one of the weirdest markets that I've seen for a long while.
Hey everybody, it's Ken McElroy here. So I'm predicting there's going to be a massive housing crash at the end of 2021. And if you want to hear all the details, please be sure to listen to the very end because I'm going to go through the different reasons as to why I think, and they're facts, they're not opinions. So let's first talk about why housing is strong and why housing is weak. So you always need to go back to the two fundamentals, which are supply and demand. You always have to move to that. So as everybody talks about real estate, on a national scale, or real estate on a state scale, or even real estate on a city scale, we all know that real estate performs differently in some areas than it does in others. So the key to finding out where to be, as Wayne Gretzky says, you want to skate to the puck, not where the puck is. You want to find out where things are heading.
Talk about Wayne Gretzky. I'm really sorry about that. Thank you for your patience, Dave.
To predict this
sorry
stuff
man.
and kind of make good
now.
decisions
I'm good to
moving
freaking hang out
forward.
and talk.
So I want you to look
chill.
at the data, the raw
Holy
data.
fuck.
And I know it's confusing, and I know there's lots of opinions out there, including mine, but I want you to always go back to the data, and that's what I studied before this video so that I could deliver what I found so far.
Those are two really good videos, though. I learned a lot.
Is I'm going to summarize
because it's going to be
in some show notes.
Housing.
All you got to do is click at the bottom of the video, and you can have those for free. So one of the keys is to figure out
everything,
why.
Though. 2020 redistribution of money. Graph.
Hey guys, welcome to my summary video on market interventions and how surplus gets redistributed and the inefficiencies of meddling in a competitive market. I've got videos for each of these other topics on here. I'm not going to go into big detail on what these all mean. Look earlier in my playlist or search around on my channel. But in any case, I'm going to be showing the consumer surplus, producer surplus, tax revenue, and deadweight loss from each of them by shading them on the graph.
My only worry is my dad worked for the state of Illinois. The state's pretty much insolvent, and like even his healthcare, which is through the state of Illinois, it could take up to a year for him to get reimbursed for things like that. So that is worrisome.
Retirement is all some people ever think about, especially the 50 million plus Americans set to retire in the next few years. They obsess. It's something that's going to have a big impact on my generation.
And I think it's the most important thing that anybody can understand. The shackles of the thing, Goldman Sachs. So let's drill down to the numbers. It's really important to understand the numbers behind what I'm talking about. So let's dig into the stats. See, the US average pension benefits are $23,000 a year. But there's a bit of an issue because disposable income per capita is $44,000 a year. Now, the ideal retirement income that these people want obviously matches their disposable income, which is about $44,000 to $45,000 a year. But really, when you impute from their savings, what they only get is another $9,000. So their total benefits are about $31,000 versus their needs of about $45,000. This is a huge problem. It's going to be longer than they thought. You see, not knowing how long you're going to live for changes your behavior pattern. It means that you stop pushing out your retirement date because you don't have enough money to retire. Because if you've moved your life expectancy on 5 years, well then you need a lot more money. In a low interest rate environment, it becomes almost impossible to generate the income, so you're drawing down on capital very, very rapidly. So let's look at this balance sheet to see where the capital really is. Now, what you have to understand is US households have really taken on board the fact that they're going to live longer and they don't have enough savings. Because after
welcome to the programme from me, David Foster. There, COVID-19, what if...
Works wonderfully well for those who sit at the summit of our economic system, those who have financial assets, those who have large blocks of stocks in their personal portfolios. In the second quarter of 2020, the stocks of America's 500 largest corporations soared upwards by 20%. Who gains from that increase? Well, Goldman Sachs did research last year that said the top 1% of people in the United States control 50.
God, what do I want to watch?
There are many tests available for viruses, such as COVID-19. These tests fall into two main groups: those that detect whether you currently have the virus, and those that detect antibodies to that virus. Both are important for understanding who is infected and might transmit the virus to others, who has had the virus and might be immune, and even who might potentially help others with treatment. Coronaviruses contain genetic material in the form of a short, single strand of RNA that is unique to that virus. New ways of detecting these small sequences are being developed, but the most common method uses a process called reverse transcriptase polymerase chain reaction, or RT-PCR. First, the RNA is converted to DNA and then replicated until the
Hey guys, welcome to another episode. Creates these antibodies which serve as a lasting immunity. Generally speaking, chickenpox is an illness that you get only once in your life because of these antibodies. Another booster shot. And if it's below this value, they're definitely not immune and they should get a
Hi, everybody. So I'm going to be talking about sequences of that gets updated, fairly discovered, when it was discovered. Here we see that there's both the collection, the coverage of the timelines. So you can see the timeline of when these samples were collected between whole genomes, kind of after the coding of the sequence, either. But as kind of the time is, so supports January. And So now I also have kind of a SARS-like virus that occurs in bats. So I've gathered that by using the resource function import FASTA, and I have its accession ID here. And if also I have kind of the reference version of the human SARS virus using this accession to gather here. In all cases, dropping these trailing alanines. So if we compare these using kind of a normalized Smith-Waterman distance to handle different lengths of these various viruses, the original reference sequence to the other coronavirus, the bat SARS, and the human SARS. Here we see that the other coronavirus sample only has 3 differences with the sequence, while the bat SARS has some 3,200 differences, so quite different. And now I've prepared...
Could this blood test tell if you're immune to COVID-19? In recent weeks, it seems like everybody's been talking about
those antibodies. Antibody tests.
Antibody tests have taken center stage as the crucial new tool for understanding how widespread the pandemic is. And recently...
Do you get your blood drawn a lot?
No. I was lucky enough to be tested to see if I have these highly sought-after antibodies.
Then we're going to do some analysis on the antibodies.
But what are these antibodies? And what do the results really mean?
So I do call antibodies magic bullets. I might not be the only person in the world that calls them magic bullets.
Galit Alter is an antibody aficionado. In normal times, she studies how these magic molecules work.
Essentially what antibodies are the immune system's ability to make molecules that go around the entire body, survey all the different tissues, and then as soon as antibodies see a pathogen, they will stick onto that surface and they will mark that surface. The entire immune system knows that there is something to tell us how much antibody.
Thanks for bringing them over.
That you are a bit disappointed by this?
I had felt a little sick back in March, and the thinking was, well, if I had
Last week, the Cochrane Review on Antibody Tests was released, where researchers from across the world searched through 11,000 publications on COVID-19 to evaluate all the current data on antibody tests and their results. We're also starting to see a fresh wave of preprint studies in the UK, and I've got a new set of data myself on antibody results amongst long haulers. There are some very interesting conclusions. Let's take a look. Antibody tests are important for a number of reasons. If they work, they help us answer some really critical questions. How many people have had it? Are they immune? And if so, for how long? How likely is a second wave? Could a vaccine be developed on the basis of this antibody response? On a global and national level, we're somewhat paralysed in terms of strategic planning if we don't have answers to these questions. Indeed, the strength and duration of immunity after infection are key issues for shield immunity and for informing decisions on how and when to ease physical distancing restrictions, and whether to send a country back to work or not. Which is why politicians have described the development of antibody tests as game-changing, and indeed they would be if we could rely on them. On the 24th of June, the BMJ published a letter from a group of senior clinical academics publicly questioning the UK government's antibody testing strategy. Professor John Beats, who led the Cochrane Review, said the analysis shows that we don't have much data on the tests and we can't trust any of it. Well, what does the Cochrane Review say? It is literally the definitive review of antibody studies, having processed a monumental amount of data. But before we dive in, I think it's worth clarifying which groups of people were involved in these studies and who these results apply to, because I believe it's more than relevant, it is determinative. In my last film about antibodies, I broke people experiencing ill and COVID-19. There are insufficient studies to estimate the sensitivity of antibody tests beyond 30, that the data supporting existing antibody tests are so vague, the Cochrane Review found. Tested after 6 to 7 weeks. More importantly, the assessments of a test were based on samples and not patients, and almost certainly some patients will have contributed multiple samples that will make the results look asymptomatic and uninfected. Now let's look at this study from Alex Richter's team at University Hospital Birmingham. They tested 554 asymptomatic healthcare workers, including those who had recovered from symptoms consistent with the virus. So that covers these 3 groups, albeit with the caveat that the fast clearers had all cleared. First observation, swabs are rubbish. Only 2.4% of the sample swabbed positive for COVID, but across the board, 24.4% tested positive for antibodies. The study itself comments, this would suggest that PCR testing on nasopharyngeal swabs consistently underestimates true infection rates. Fast clearers tested positive for antibodies at a rate of 35.8%. So, to break down these two groups, results indicating that individuals were responding to the virus differently. Also, that the immune response may not be entirely antibody-led. Exposure to SARS-CoV-2 can induce virus-specific T-cell responses without seroconversion. T-cell responses may be more sensitive indicators of SARS-CoV-2 exposure than antibodies. My theory in the last film was that this spectrum of immune response occurs not just between antibodies and T-cells, but also between the entire lymphoid or antibody immune response and the cell-mediated or myeloid immune response. So why are these antibody tests so bad at detecting the infection? Because not everybody responds to the virus in the same way with the same degree of lymphoid or antibody immune response. And the nature of that immune response determines in some way the nature of that individual's experience of the virus. What's more, if those tests are taken 6, 8 or 10 weeks after infection, then what antibodies there are may have dwindled underneath the detection threshold. Here's Professor Deeks tweeting about the Cochrane review. We don't know whether the tests are accurate after 5 weeks. Hopefully we'll find some longer follow-up studies soon. We don't know how well tests work in patients with mild symptoms who weren't hospitalised. Hopefully we'll find some studies in these groups soon. Well, John, funny you should ask. So in my last film I presented a study of 95 long haulers and their antibody results. I've had some more time to collect data and can now report a new sample size of 411, which is more than double the size of a lot of the studies going on in big teaching hospitals at the moment. Now I'll start with some of the caveats to this data. The sample is all self-selecting and self-reporting, there's no control group, and the sample's also heavily gender weighted, with being 85% female. Now it's more likely this is due to the self-selecting nature of the group, the probability to seek testing, and usage of the social media platforms involved, and so on. None of that should significantly affect the results. One assumption I am making is that all of the sample, having experienced symptoms for 6 weeks or more, have experienced a COVID infection. As we've seen, swabs are an unreliable indicator, and as the Body Politic group found in their survey, there was no statistical difference between those who had tested negative and positive for COVID in terms of which symptoms were reported. That is to say, if you've had the symptoms, you've had the virus. Now, in the absence of universal, 100% specific, easily accessible, regular, reliable swabs, is it possible that some of my group may have had another virus other than COVID and are reporting similar symptoms? Yes, it is possible, but if it's more than a handful, I'll eat my hat. All the data out there at the moment with COVID is flawed. I'd argue that this is actually less flawed than most. So let's dive in. First of all, swabs. 54 of the 411 in the sample had a positive swab. 212 had swabs negative, and 145 hadn't had access to a swab. Of those tested, 20% were positive and 80% negative. Interestingly, time taken to swab was a strong indicator here. Positive swabs were on average taken 2.5 weeks into an infection, whereas negative swabs were on average taken 6 weeks into an infection. And actually this 2.5 weeks figure is probably on the high side because of the way that the data was collected. It just counted the weeks as 1 or 2 rather than 3 days or 9 days. So 3 days becomes week 1 and 9 days becomes week 2. So actually that 2.5 weeks could actually round down towards 2. It would be interesting to see whether long haulers were more likely to test positive for longer than other groups, but without accurate PCR tests or swabs, that's hard to ascertain. Now, antibodies. If you went by the manufacturer's claims, then you'd expect to be seeing 98, 99, maybe 100% of this group testing positive for antibodies. But, as we saw last time, of the sample of 95, only 22% tested positive. What about this time? Now we've got a sample more than 4 times the size. Yep, you guessed it, still 22%. Of the 411 in the study, 92 had tested positive for IgG, 315 are tested negative, and 4 are tested negative for IgG but positive for IgM. Again, the week the test was taken here seems relevant. Positive antibody tests were on average taken 8.9 weeks in, whilst negative tests were taken 10.1 weeks into symptoms. And the positive IgM tests were done sooner still, averaging 5.8 weeks in. Theory, of course, would have it that your IgM would have been and gone by this point, whilst IgG would be in full flow. But, as we're seeing, this virus makes your body do some strange stuff. Now, let's look at the breakdown. Are the results different for those who've had a positive swab? Interestingly, yes. People who've had a positive swab are more likely to test positive for antibodies. Why? Well, they tended to have their antibody tests sooner than the other groups, an average of 8.76 weeks in compared to 9.54 and 10.47 weeks for the other groups. There may also be a link between the viral load of an individual, where a higher viral load contributes to a greater probability of a positive swab, and also the scale of the antibody response. Given that we only test from the mouth and nasal cavity, and the virus can run rampant anywhere, it may also be connected to where the virus is multiplying in the body and which organs are under attack. More research is certainly required here. Whilst the positive swab and negative antibody result combination is not unusual, this greater positive correlation between positive swab and positive antibody test is one of the primary differences that's come out of this study as the sample size has increased. Now, let's look at how the different brands of tests are performed. Abbott was the most widely performed test, followed by Roche and Quest. As far as I know, the NHS uses both Abbott and Roche tests, but I've kept this data separate in case more information comes to light. Other test brands were usually international, with no one brand contributing more than 2 results. Many respondents didn't know which brand their test had been and were classified as unknown. For reference, LabCorp results were filed under Roche. So, what do the results show us? If we break them down into percentages, we can see that the Quest test returns more positive results than Abbott or Roche, although this may be due to the test interval, the average Quest test happening just 7 weeks in compared to 9.8 for Abbott and 8.8 for Roche. This reflects the degree to which the European infections being tested by the Abbott and Roche tests occurred earlier than the American infections being tested by Quest, and reflects, of course, the American outbreak lagging a few weeks behind the Europe, red bars being the negative results, on average happening slightly later. This does suggest there is a testing threshold that the antibody levels of the sample are falling under, and that the calibration of the test may be set too high for those with mild initial infections, even if the long-haul symptoms can be severe. Is there research backing this up? Well, yes there is. This Swiss preprint study compares antibody response between severe and mild cases of infection. What does it tell us? These data show that systemic IgA and IgG production against SARS-2 develops mainly in severe COVID-19, whereas mild disease may be associated with lower levels of IgG antibodies but stimulate mucosal SARS-2 specific IgA secretion. Basically, if you've had a mild case, you won't have created antibodies in the same way as someone the tests were calibrated to. Thus, it's not surprising if you subsequently test negative. So, let's bring all of this together. So we know that these antibody tests aren't very good at identifying whether you've had the virus. Why? Because not everyone has the same immune response to SARS-2, and not all of that immune response is antibody-led. Here's a Swedish preprint study hot off the press. Acute phase SARS-2 specific T cells displayed a highly activated cytotoxic phenotype that correlated with various clinical markers of disease severity. That is to say, T cells, another part of the lymphoid immune response, are doing a fair bit of the heavy lifting. And here's that Swiss study. The findings suggest 4 grades of antibody responses dependent on COVID-19 severity. So it stands to reason that along with a varying lymphoid or antibody response, there may also be a balancing cell-mediated or myeloid immune response. And it is this heavier cell-mediated or myeloid response, often associated with the inflammatory immune reaction of a cytokine storm, which we're seeing with those experiencing the long tail of COVID symptoms. This recent Chinese study looked into the immune responses of asymptomatic SARS-2 infections. They compared them to seriously ill cases. A high proportion of those seriously ill tested positive for antibodies 3 to 4 weeks in, as you'd expect, 83.8%. This group may be having a heavy antibody response at the same time as a massive cytokine storm. That's not what my study is looking at. One bit of data we do need is for the asymptomatics. A massive 81.1% of that group tested positive after 3 to 4 weeks. 8 weeks later, these numbers had dropped, and by the end of the study, 40% of them became seronegative. So at a point in time slightly later than the average interval for my long haulers antibody tests, 60% of these asymptomatic group were still testing positive for antibodies. This does indicate that my broad assumption on the UHB study earlier that pumped out the figure of 44% here was a touch conservative. Anyway, how does this fit in with our other numbers? Let's defer to the UHB study over the UCH one I used in my last film. The sample size is larger and the questioning around that category was a little bit more precise, even if the number is a little bit less dramatic for my purposes. Fast clearers, 35.8%. And of course, long haulers with this greater sample of 411, 22%.
Yo, Baron Badcock, what's going on, homie? How you doing, my man? Yo, thanks for saying hey, my dude. Yeah, we got the we got the eye. The ever-seeing eye, exactly, dude. I want to learn, like, I want to watch some, like, real stuff. Alex Jones is, we did watch that earlier, but I don't know. How you doing, man? You got any suggestions? Trying to find the Illuminati? Yeah, pretty much, man. Far Cry 6? 4 days ago? Yo, we gotta watch this. It's a 360p video, though. I'm gonna see if I put it to 720 if my computer will die. Far Cry 6? Is real? Did you ever play the game Deus Ex? It's all about the Illuminati. Oh, no, I never did. Deus Ex? No, I never did, dude. This is Far Cry? I don't know. It says, I don't know, man. It might be bait, man. I think I got jebaited, dude. I think I got clickbaited. This doesn't look like Far Cry at all. Call of Duty, yeah, exactly. I got jebaited. Motherfucker. Can you imagine? Why would anybody make this video? Whatever, man. This is the Far Cry. I am real lost on the series, lol. No, yeah. I got jebaited, man. It wasn't it. Man, I don't know what to watch next, man. What do you want to watch? I want to watch more of the housing crisis fallout. 2021 housing crisis bubble burst fallout. How the crash will occur. We just saw that video, though. I hope this guy's not annoying. What is up, the Baron? Yo, Baron,
Hey everyone,
man,
me
welcome.
Kevin here. In this video, I'm going to go through a thorough update on the housing crisis, the eviction crisis, and the foreclosure crisis. We're going to use statistics and information relevant to this discussion. So if you're worried about any of these, housing crisis, what's going to happen to real estate prices, how much would they fall, what's the likelihood of these things happening, what about a foreclosure crisis, are we going to see a wave of shorts? You can get that in as little as 5 minutes as well via the link down below. Let's start with the three main issues. The first is evictions, then we'll talk about foreclosures, then we'll talk about what this might have to do with taxes and capital gains taxes. So we're gonna go through that, but first, let's get into evictions. That's the first topic. That's the start of everything, the tip of the iceberg, so to speak. In a typical year, just under 4 million evictions are filed every single year. But remember, there's a difference between filed and actually people getting evicted. So keep that in mind. We'll go through those statistics as well. So, typical year, we have 4 million evictions every single year. We also have about 25% of tenants who spend half of their entire income on rent. It means most of their money is going just to put a roof over their head. And that's 1 in 4 tenants suffer from this. And every single night in our country, we have over 200,000 people sleeping in cars because they can't afford rent. Of the 4 million evictions filed in a typical year, about 1 to 1.3 million actually end up going through the full process. It's about a 25 to 33% chance of seeing an eviction filing go all of the way through the process. Some tenants, well, I would say the other sort of 75 to 67%, they end up resolving their issues by either the tenant leaving, a cash for keys resolution, or otherwise catching up on payments. And this is, of course, in normal times. These statistics are based on 2016 through 2019 filings. We see that about average of 1 million to 1.3 evictions actually going through. The current eviction ban following this pandemic has mostly ended on July 31st. And the Trump administration's executive action on evictions right now does little to protect tenants. Instead, it kind of provides massive loopholes for lawyers and landlords to evict tenants. Let's take a look at the actual verbiage really quick, just so you know what I'm referring to. This is the section regarding the executive order on evictions from the last executive memorandum that was introduced by Donald Trump and signed. It states that the Secretary of the Health and Human Services Department and the Director of the CDC shall consider whether any measures temporarily halting residential evictions of any tenants for failure to pay rent are reasonably necessary to prevent the further spread of COVID from one state or possession into another state or possession. Okay, so here's really what this is saying. It's saying, hey, let's get the CDC and the HHS to determine if, hey, if we pause evictions in a certain area, is that going to help us prevent the spread of COVID? The issue with this is evictions are a legal affair, and any attorney could simply blow a hole straight through a tenant arguing that they're protected by this eviction memorandum. And obviously, you should always talk to your own attorney to get legal advice. But I mean, think about it. If an attorney can argue that somebody's not paying rent, but evicting them would not spread COVID, then they really wouldn't have any protections from this memorandum here. This basically means there is no eviction ban. You can essentially get evicted in most states now. Of course, some states and local municipalities do have some expiring eviction protections that are still in place in some areas, so obviously keep an eye on your local laws. But the latest estimates, especially from the New York Times, who's been compiling a lot of estimates on how bad this eviction crisis might be, and I know they lean left, but they're the ones who are putting together some of this research. The latest estimates show that we might be facing 10 to 15 million evictions during this pandemic. In fact, eviction filings are already piling up by the thousands. UCLA expects 36,000 to 120,000 evictions to be filed in LA County just in the next 4 months. Duval County, Florida, usually sees 30 to 50 evictions filed in 1 month, and in the first week of August, they saw a record 219 filings. That's somewhere between 4 to 6x the usual filing amounts. In South Carolina, 52% of renter households can't pay rent, and the state expects 185,000 eviction filings the rest of just this year. We're not even talking about 2021 yet. We're just talking the rest of 2020 itself. This tsunami of eviction filings is real, and it's here. So here's kind of how that process looks. When a tenant gets evicted, which actually happens about 30% of the time there's a filing, right? We talked about that because there are other alternatives, like a tenant just paying or just leaving or doing some kind of cash for keys agreement to get out. So the 30% of the time a tenant actually gets evicted, it's likely that that tenant is now going to have a sort of an asterisk that shows up when they go apply for a rental in the future. They might show up on eviction database lists. They might have their credit score damaged because a prior landlord might have gotten a judgment against that tenant, which generally credit bureaus pick up judgments as, uh-oh, this person might be in financial trouble, let's drop their score. So this could be really bad for those tenants who end up getting evicted. And it's sad because a lot of tenants are really getting evicted through no fault of their own. I mean, maybe they lost their business or they lost their job, and it's really the fault of the pandemic. But the point is, the tenants are still the ones bearing the burden. The tenants don't have the luxury of getting mortgage forbearance, which a lot of homeowners do have, and landlords do have. This tends to force tenants to move to areas willing to accept renters with eviction histories. Or people get lucky and they find landlords who don't do any research and don't care. I mean, that happens as well, but generally, tenants who are evicted end up getting squeezed and they have to move into lower income areas. And when people move into lower income areas, the areas they move to become more impoverished because more people are coming to use the same resources. The same schools, hospitals, police, fire, the local capacities get stretched thinner and thinner. This lowers the quality of living in those areas and then squeezes out the wealthier people in that area. In other words, you have a lot more people coming in who now have damaged credit scores and eviction records, and the wealthier people leaving because an area is becoming poor. This basically declines the entire standard of living in that entire area, and this is what happens when basically you're left with cities that are just in complete decline. And so keep this in mind if you're thinking about moving somewhere, or you're thinking about being a real estate investor. Be careful if you're thinking about investing in cities that have already indicated they might be cities in decline, because this eviction crisis could just make that substantially worse. So here are the numbers. If we see 10 to 15 million eviction filings, then we're likely to see somewhere around 4 million evictions actually go through. Possibly more, possibly less, but let's go with 4 million. That's a good middle number there based on 10 to 15 million filings. That's about 4 times as many actual evictions, not filings, 4 times as many actual evictions as in 2016, 17, 18, and 19. In fact, you could pretty much combine all of the evictions from 16, 17, 18, 19, and you'll end up with more evictions now in 2020 or 2021. That's sad. And so this creates 2 real issues. The first is timing, and the second is pricing. So first, in California, local attorneys are already prepared for this long, treacherous battle against tenants. And many tenants can't afford to hire their own lawyers to represent them because, well, that's the reason they're in this problem in the first place. They don't have money. Many are now telling landlords, many of these attorneys are telling landlords, though, if you have to evict right now, you might be facing quite a bit of a wait. Due to a flood of eviction filings, it's quite possible we actually might not see evictions really start going through until, maybe as early as October, November, but more realistically, eviction attorneys are saying expect to wait until January, February, or March for your eviction to actually go through, because the courts are just so overwhelmed right now. This buys time for a few different people. It buys time for Congress to act and hopefully provide rental assistance to struggling tenants. And it also provides time for tenants to hopefully either get a job again or somehow negotiate a deal with their landlords. Negotiating a deal and some sort of partial pay tends to be at least what we advocate. Obviously, I've got an amazing property management course in the description below where I teach you everything I know about property management, rental screening, screening tenants properly, and not how is typically done, and how to ensure that you've got the highest tenant leverage you possibly have as a landlord while also providing a high-quality property that makes money. All that information is linked down below, and you could use that coupon code. But anyway, the point is, anytime you can negotiate with a tenant and have a tenant even pay a partial payment is better than a tenant just paying 0. But anyway, in the meantime, right now, all of this sort of backlog actually buys time for Congress to act and hopefully provide rental assistance to struggling tenants. See, we were all kind of hoping that Congress would just extend the enhanced unemployment boost, but rather than expand the boost, Congress went on recess. The Trump administration issued roughly enough money to cover 5 weeks of unemployment pay, though it might be another month before people actually see that money. So by the time the money comes, it'll kind of already be like a single check, and that money will just be helping tenants with August, but probably won't give much help for September or October. So we've got some very real issues politically right now. And instead, because of these delays and because of the problems in Congress, we're in for a real potential disaster at the beginning of 2021. Which that brings up the second issue, pricing. If we face a mass of evictions and we start clearing these evictions in early 2021, we might start seeing an increase in the amount of housing inventory available in every area. And so this brings up the question, okay, how much more inventory? Well, here's the scoop. Every year, about 5.5 million homes sell in America. If we face 4 million completed evictions, not just filings, but where tenants actually ended up getting the boot and they had to move to somewhere poorer, there's a high likelihood that a good portion of these landlords may decide it's time to be done with tenants and toilets, it's time to sell. And remember, it's not even just the 4 million evictions that actually went through. It's also the millions of other evictions where the tenants just got up and left and went somewhere else. Those landlords may also decide to sell. So let's just try to be conservative here. We can pick a worse number, we can pick a better number, but I think this is a realistic number to use. Let's say 1.5 million rental units, that is of those 4 million evictions and of the other people who might decide to sell once their tenants leave but they didn't end up having to do an eviction. Let's say 1.5 million say, you know what, I'm done. I'm selling the property. This means houses and rental units might start hitting the market much more substantially next spring, maybe a little bit before that, depending on how quickly evictions get filed. Well, if we see 1.5 million more houses hit the market in all of 2021, then that's going to represent about a 27% increase in 2019 sales. And keep this in mind, in 2019, we had 5.5 million sales. If we increase that by 1.5 million in 2021, that would be 7 million properties selling. That's an increase in inventory of about 27%. This means that if a city of about 100,000 people usually sees about 1,000 sales per year, which is usually a typical ratio, then we might see an additional 270 sales or an extra 22.5 houses hitting the market per month per 100,000 people. These sales are also not likely to be remodeled or high-end sales. They're likely to be somewhat distressed or at least rental grade and probably middle of the road sales. This is going to, on one hand, help solve a massive lack of inventory we've been feeling in 2020, which has been causing prices to run up, but it's probably going to slam the brakes on those prices. We might see those prices stabilize, we might see that run up stop, but with 27% more inventory, it would not be unreasonable for real estate prices to decline about 10 to 15%. I wouldn't say 1-to-1 with 27%. Like, I don't think prices are going to decline 27% unless some other things happen, which I'll talk about now. And that's because the real estate market is on this sort of booming trend right now where it's moving up. So it's kind of like the first 10%, all right, let's stop the train, and then push it down about 10 to 15%. So here's some bottom lines. Unless Congress acts, an eviction crisis will probably create buying opportunities in real estate next year. If Congress does act, those opportunities may not come. And if you're thinking about investing, I would recommend be careful of investing in areas where, people might flee to if they can't get a rental where they used to live. That is, be careful of investing in those poor areas. But what about foreclosures? If we get a 10 to 15% drop in prices, are we going to see a wave of foreclosures? Well, right now, at least 87% of Americans would still have equity in their home based on Q1 of 2020 equity readings. So in other words, if prices fell 10 to 15%, 87% of Americans would still have wealth left over in their home based on early 2020 data. And prices are likely to keep going up through 2020, which is kind of crazy to say, but let's say prices end up going up 10% between 2020 and 2021. That basically means if there's a 10% decline in prices in 2021, there are not going to be a lot of people upside down at all, because the people who already own are on this ride of building wealth, and they're gaining that extra 10% of equity that, yeah, they might give up next year, but they've already gained it to insulate themselves. Really, the ones who are going to have more of an issue might be the ones who bought right before that kind of correction. And that is one of the beauties of owning real estate. You own it and your wealth grows and you insulate yourself from a future correction. And so the reality is a 10 to 15% decline in prices from an eviction crisis in early 2021 or even mid 2021 probably won't be enough to create a foreclosure crisis. However, there will be opportunities to buy distressed rental properties, which could be a good time to buy. Now this is where it gets interesting though. If we actually have an eviction crisis and we start seeing prices decline, that could actually start creating other issues, like the panic to sell. See, real estate is usually very slow. And if we see a bunch of distressed sales in early 2021 and maybe the spring and summer of 2021, and we start seeing prices decline next year in sort of July and August and September of 2021, then it's entirely possible that a lot of landlords and homeowners might say, you know what, prices, that's it. We've peaked. We're now on the official decline. We knew it was coming. Sell now. Take money off the table. That could create possible issues because now you're combining an eviction crisis with people panicking over prices falling a bit. That would be bad. And the only thing that would make it worse is if at the end of next year, we also started to see more inflation and interest rates had to tick up to combat inflation. Now, we don't expect that, but it is possible that you could have the perfect storm of a trifecta happen in the real estate market. You literally have an eviction crisis lead into a panic, lead into an inflation-induced crisis. And that would be the perfect storm to really hurt real estate prices. Now, what would it take to actually see this perfect storm? Number one, first, if Congress acts and provides rental assistance and the right amount of stimulus and the eviction crisis doesn't happen, then we might not see that panic crisis and we might be able to eat any inflation issues. If Congress acts too slow and the eviction crisis begins, but Congress eventually acts, well, that would be the next best case scenario. If Congress literally does nothing, we'll likely see some damage in 2021, but it's unlikely to create a foreclosure crisis unless those price declines create a panic, and that would be bad. The absolute worst case scenario, scenario number 4, would be Congress does nothing, we get prices falling due to an eviction crisis, then we get a panic because of that, and then we get interest rates going up, which we already know if interest rates go up 1%, housing prices fall 10%, like instantly, then we're gonna have a really big oopsies. Here's my complete uneducated guess on the odds of these things happening. Congress acting and providing rental assistance and stimulus soon, the best case scenario, I would say 5% chance. Congress acting, but acting slow. That is, the eviction crisis starts, but eventually we start seeing rental assistance. That, in my opinion, has a solid 75% chance of happening. That is, in my opinion, I think there's a 75% chance that the eviction crisis is going to start. We're going to start seeing some of those opportunities to buy some distressed properties, and then Congress will finally realize, oh crap, we need to help people and actually solve some of these evictions. If they do that, it would stop this problem cold. I think that has a 75% chance of happening. I think Congress is likely not to do anything until there's already basically a forest fire. Like, they don't want to put out the embers now, they're gonna wait for the forest fire. Congress doing nothing, I think, is unlikely, but I'm gonna put that, because it is possible, at a 15% chance. Congress just does nothing, and then we end up seeing the eviction crisis, and that might lead to some panic selling. That would definitely not be good for 2021. We could see, a 15 to 20% decline in prices, which would not be good. If Congress acts, we might not actually see a decline in prices at all. And I think that is the greater chance. I think there's a greater chance that we won't see a decline in prices, at least not substantially. I do think we'll slow prices going up because of the eviction crisis. Worst case scenario, Congress does nothing, and interest rates go up, and there's an eviction crisis, and there is a panic. Well, that's literally like an Armageddon scenario right there, which I would give the Armageddon scenario just as likely of a chance of happening as Congress acting right away, which is 5%. So personally, I'm hanging my hat on Congress eventually doing something. If they don't, though, we've got big issues. I don't know if we're going to see an inflation pressure in 2021. Nobody's expecting inflation pressure until about 2023. But we also don't know how long this eviction crisis is going to go on for. Now, where do we stand on this whole capital gains tax cut thing, and what effect is that going to have? This is messy. Trump has floated the idea of doing a capital gains tax cut multiple times lately and sort of revised this into talking about a corporate tax cut. I think the election will help us get some more insight on what we should actually expect to happen. If there is a capital gains tax cut, it is likely that we will see more real estate sales hit the market, which would not be good to sort of add to this. And remember, real estate is slow. It's not like you could just sell Tesla stock and buy Apple stock the next day, and there you go, you took advantage of the capital gains benefits. No, it's like, 90 days to sell a place, and then you're probably gonna sit on it for a bit, and then maybe you'll go buy something. Like, the difference between people selling from a capital gains tax cut and people actually rebuying, I think would be quite a few months, 6 months to a year, whatever. In other words, it could actually help push prices down even more in the short term before buyers sort of re-enter the market, which is just be a mess. All right, so with all of this said, in the long term, 5 to 15 years out, I'm personally very bullish on real estate in high quality areas. Be very, very careful about buying in low quality areas just because it looks like there's some more cash flow somewhere. You're better off buying some stocks. Like buy AT&T stock and there's your cash flow. Better than dealing with tenants and toilets. You're gonna do that. In the short term, we gotta pay attention to Congress. Like this eviction crisis is totally predicated on what Congress does. And of course what happens with inflation. So watch Congress, watch what happens with inflation. Get your 2 free stocks with Webull, sign up for life insurance via the link down below, check out my courses on real estate investing and property management and do-it-yourself rental renovations. You'll learn all of the things that I teach in much, much more detail, so you too can become an expert in real estate. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
That was a really good video.
What's up, everybody? Meet Kevin here. I am tired of hypothetical examples of deals on YouTube. I want to see the real stuff. So I reached out to course members and found Brian and Sierra, who bought a house for $210,000 in
Hey everyone, me Kevin here. In this video, I'm going to talk about what you need to retire early, how fast you can retire, and we'll do that starting with just $100. I'll also introduce a brand new rule to you. Quick note though, many of you might not know this yet, but I've been holding small voice-only chats with many of you, and a lot of you have been loving them. If you'd like to join those voice-only group chats where I can help sort of mentor you with any questions that you have about business or money or finance or whatever, I encourage you to check out the links to the programs down below. You'll find the link to the voice chats right next to the link for life insurance. Can I retire? Now, this video is of course for entertainment purposes only, so always consult a professional. Tells you exactly how much wealth you need to be able to retire so that when invested, and as long as you're investing at 6%, you don't have to work anymore. Now, I know you might be asking questions like, wait a minute, Kevin, wait a minute. where am I going to get a 6% rate of return? And the reality is that options exist if you search for them. And if you're more comfortable using a different percentage, you can manipulate these numbers however you'd like. You take the monthly number, divide it by the percentage, and then multiply it.
Retire early,
That should help you accomplish your own sort of metric for retirement. Although the rule of 200 tends to
That's the
work,
dream.
at least right now. Look, for example, at AT&T stock. AT&T stock will pay you 7% as a dividend. So if you invest $1 million with AT&T, they will pay you $70,000 per year for doing nothing. That's making money while you sleep, literally doing nothing. No tenants, no toilets, no property managers, nothing. But unfortunately, this is the part where most of us get stuck. It's not realizing that there are two parts, or sort of two phases of life. And that's okay because schools don't teach us this. See, there's a building part, or a building phase of life, and then there's an enjoyment phase of life. Once you reach your goal target, that target that you're writing down on a post-it note, hopefully, that wealth target, once you reach that wealth target, you can decide to stay in the building phase if you want, or you could choose to retire at any point. The choice becomes totally yours. And once you retire, you shift to the enjoyment phase and basically the retirement phase. Unfortunately, because we aren't taught these two parts, we usually never realize that there is a point in our lives where we do have the option of retiring as long as we were on the right path and we were actually building. Instead, most of us, we go to our jobs, we try to save some money, we try to stay out of debt when we can, but, crap happens. And then, maybe we can get some miscellaneous cash flow coming in, but for some reason, we never seem to get closer to retiring. Why? Because we don't realize that there's a point that we're trying to work towards. And by not realizing that point, and again, it's not your fault, it's schools that don't teach us this, we never really accomplish it. So let me ask you this. Let's go a different way, and then we'll get into some more of the nitty-gritty here. What's your net worth today? Your net worth is all of your assets minus your debts, right? Let's say it's $20,000. Maybe it's $50,000. Well, multiply that by 6% and divide it by 12. That is, if you took all of your net worth and invested it today, how much money would you make per month? Well, if you had a $50,000 net worth times 6% divided by 12, that would give you $250 per month. Yay! $250 a month of cash flow. But guess what? You can't retire. Instead, you're getting $250 per month, and while you're programmed to say things like, well, don't worry, Kevin, I'm going to reinvest this $250 per month, the reality is most of us don't. So instead of focusing on where can I get the next $50 a month of cash flow, where can I get the next $100 a month of cash flow, and then aimlessly trying to go through life without that target in mind, write the target, and your goal becomes a wealth target. I recommend you put it on a sticky note and put it somewhere you're going to see it every day. Put it above your toothbrush. And then every single day, ask yourself, what did I do today to build my wealth? Are the actions and the decisions that I made today, if you brush your teeth at night, or yesterday, if you brush your teeth in the morning, in line with me building my wealth? And if not, what can I do to change that?
Holy fuck.
So do this right now. Write down the monthly
soon.
income amount. Ignore the taxes on a piece of paper. We'll talk about taxes later. Multiply that by 200.
This other video is really good.
And the result you get, put it on a post-it note and stick it somewhere. Now, notice we're not talking about building our cash flow during the building phase. We're going to have cash flow in the retirement phase. But wait. I just said, don't worry about cash flow, and I know I might lose some of you, so let me explain that. Let's clean the slate for a second. Remove all thoughts that we have about cash flow and passive income and all of that, and ask yourself this. When you're not retired, do you need passive income to survive? That is, when you're working anyway, do you really need the passive income to survive? And the answer is probably not. And in that case, you should probably focus on your wealth. But what usually happens when we get cash flow? Well, there are two problems that happen with cash flow. One is when we get cash flow and we're still working, most of us kind of see that as bonus-free money. We're not really thinking of it as our retirement money that is coming into our checking account. So we get like $50 or $200 maybe a month of cash flow.
This guy has not provided any information at all.
Some spending money, I'm going to buy myself, some new shoes. I'm going to buy myself a dinner.
Christ,
we're going to reward ourselves for working hard. Or you know what? How many of you heard thing with my stock trading platforms like Robinhood or whatever? Well, cool.
If
but
he
what also
says
happens while you're working and you
fucking
receive
invest
cash
in
flow?
gold
That's the
and
second
buy
problem.
real estate, I'm
when
gonna
you're
fucking
working,
punch this
and
guy
let's
in
say
the
you
face.
make your first $50,000 a year at your job, Cool, that goes through the tax brackets and you get taxed. But then you make extra money. You make extra cash flow. That gets tacked on to the end, and it usually gets taxed at your highest personal income tax rate, with the exception of certain investments like some dividends, but usually shorter-term dividends still get taxed a lot higher than long-term capital gains. Don't worry so much about that right now. Just know that if you make money and then you make cash flow on top of that, your cash flow usually gets taxed at a high rate. And let's say that rate's somewhere around 35%. But you're saving for retirement, right? You've written down your goal, you're saving for retirement, you're getting a bunch of cash flow. So you get $100 of extra cash flow, and you're disciplined and you're going to reinvest it. But wait, you received the $100, but because you received it, you have to give $35 to the government in taxes. Now you're only left with $65 to reinvest. So you actually just made it even harder for you to get to your wealth figure. You're better off telling that dividend company during the building phase of life, keep the dreaded dividend, just make the company more valuable, because that's going to increase my net worth faster and it's going to prevent me from having to pay taxes now. I don't want to pay taxes now. We'll figure out how to deal with taxes later. And we'll talk about taxes later in this video. But instead, now I want you to focus on, well, how can you focus on retirement and building wealth? Because when you're building your wealth, your goal is not to pay taxes on that wealth. For example, let's say you...
Is he saying to make less money so you pay less taxes at the beginning of your career? Is that what he's saying?
Put money into Tesla stock at $750 and then it doubled to $1,500. You're not paying taxes on that gain. Your wealth just went up and you're not paying taxes on that gain. Again, we'll talk about taxes later. When you buy real estate below market value, you're not paying taxes on that increase in net worth. People ask me all the time, Kevin, should I invest in real estate for cash flow or should I invest in real estate for my net worth? And it depends. And you should know, watching this video, what does it depend on? It depends on what phase of life you're in. If you're in the building phase of life, you invest for wealth. If you're getting started, you invest for wealth, not cash flow, because cash flow is going to get eaten away with taxes and mismanagement. And the likelihood that you're going to feel wealthier, and when you feel wealthier, you increase your spending and you increase your standard of living. Okay, now, when do you go for real estate cash flow and stock cash flow? Retirement phase. So, let's talk about starting. When it comes to starting with $100, what should you do? I mean, after all, let's be real. We're not going to retire on $100, right? But we can use this $100 to get us started. Because even if you're starting slowly, you're a step ahead of everybody else who isn't starting.
I hate this guy.
And life isn't a game of relativity. Life is a game of not comparing yourself to others, even though that happens. Life is a game of trying to figure out how you can get to that point. You build. Oh, that sounds crazy. It's like, seriously, is this just like some motivation video? We're going to talk details here in just a moment as well. More than what we already have. But writing that number down, whether you believe in like The Secret or whatever, looking at that number every single day and asking yourself, am I on track, is going to help you make it happen. Now, number two, I want you to take your first leftover $100, whatever you have, you know, maybe it's $99.50 because you had to buy a Post-it note, and invest it into something that is going to build your wealth. Okay, that's the only rule. Build your wealth, not cash flow, wealth. Okay, how do you build your wealth? Well, a few different ways you can do that. You can invest $100 into your education, because your education into maybe becoming a certified financial planner or a real estate agent or a licensed contractor instead of a handyman or a loan officer.
I'm sorry,
or
this
maybe
may be
you're
the
going to go
world's
to a coding
worst
boot
video
camp. These are
ever.
things that are going to increase
I
your
don't know how
capacity
this
for making
has
more money.
this
Which
promotion number
making
of
more
thumbs
money
up.
is going to
I
enable
wanna give
you
this a
to build
thumbs
your
down
wealth
so bad.
faster, because you're going to have more money to invest. Grind now, play later, right? So education's a good one.
It's like
You could
fucking
also
Pee Wee
buy
Herman
your first
became a
stocks if you haven't
fucking
yet. You could go to, for example, M1 Finance. You could
banker.
look at the little portfolio I put together the other day. Go to metkevin.com/1337. Look at the top stocks there and pick some of the quality ones, or invest in that pie of 46 stocks. Put that $100 to work. If you don't believe in the stock market, try it. It's $100. Put it in. See what happens. Get your feet wet. Or maybe that $100 is going to go towards paying off your credit card debt, so you can finally, and again, maybe not paying off everything, but you're starting on that path, so that you can finally start qualifying to buy your first home and actually building wealth. Remember, the net worth of tenants is on average $5,600. The net worth of homeowners on average is $196,000. Why is that? Well, it's because homeowners own assets. And so you gotta get on that train of building wealth. And so what's the absolute fastest possible way to build your wealth? Like, let's say you got a job, you got most of your debt paid off, and, you know, now what? Like, how do I build my wealth? Like, you feel like you're paycheck to paycheck, but you can save a little bit. How do you build your wealth? Easiest way to build your wealth in America is taking advantage of the fact that you can buy a house for 5% down or as low as 3% down. And you're looking for $80,000 golden tickets. And that means every time you go buy a house and you go move into it and live it, you do some paint and carpet and a little bit of fixing up, your net worth went up $80,000 more because you bought a property that was maybe a little stinky and needed a little bit of work and cleaning up. You were willing to put that grind and that effort in. It's not that big of a deal if you think about it. Paint and carpet. Any of y'all watching this video can do paint and carpet. And every time you buy real estate, you make it gold of instantly seeing your net worth go up by $80,000 because you're buying real estate below market value. I'm not asking you to focus on cash flow right now. I'm asking you to focus on wealth. Because remember, wealth building phase, hit the red bell, boom, go to cash flow, all right? So if you have a goal of $5,000 per month of cash flow when you retire, that's $1 million of net worth. And if you're serious about creating $1 million net worth, becoming a millionaire, one of the easiest and fastest ways to do it is by buying real estate. I did it in under 7 years before YouTube, before I had a single subscriber on YouTube. Okay, that's not true. I had like 13 subscribers on YouTube for like the first 7 years of my career, okay? But anyway, I did it in 7 years before I had any even dollar of income coming in from YouTube. And I became a millionaire by working hard and grinding hard, but taking all of the excess money that I had and plowing it into real estate and stocks. That's how I did it. I focused on building my wealth first. You can see the story of my net worth in the link down below. You can see that before YouTube, I went from like no net worth, a few $1,000s, to a net worth of over $2.5 million. That's before YouTube. Because I see the cynical comments like, oh, Kevin, sure, it's easy for somebody making YouTube videos and getting, you know, thousands of views to make it and do it. Well, how would you do it without that? Well, I did do it without that. And so for most of us, if you write down a goal of, let's say, $1 million, or maybe you write down and say, you know what, I could do it with less. I'm going to write down a goal of getting to a net worth of $750,000. Most of us can achieve this within 10 years by leveraging our jobs and safely buying below market value real estate that is going to increase your net worth. That would give you what you're looking for. And remember, there are plenty of opportunities to figure out where to invest your money to get that 7% dividend or the 6% dividend or the 5% dividend, whatever you feel comfortable with. But you have to get wealth first. Like, why are we going to make a video talking about all the ways you can get passive income when in reality that's talking to people who already have a net worth, right? Realistically, we should be talking about that when you have a net worth of $250,000, $500,000, $1 million. But we got to get that net worth first. And that's what this video is about. So far, if you've liked this video, we're going to talk about taxes here, but if you've liked this video so far, could I ask you to share it with somebody that you care about? I think this video could have a really big impact on your friends and family, and I'd love it if I could ask you to share this video with them. Now, how do you prevent paying taxes?
2 days ago, we got a 2 day ago update video.
Obviously,
this
you should
guy's
always
great
consult
videos.
your CPA
Housing
and your
crash 2 day
professionals.
video
But
update.
I'm going to give you some quick ideas
yeah.
here. The United States
This video is not
wants
very
you to
good.
invest. And because they want you to invest, they also reward you by helping you
But the
prevent
other
paying
one was good.
taxes. And you learn more of the tricks of the trade, again, when you have wealth. Like when you hit the bell, and then you look around and like, all right, let's figure this out. You know, then you have options. You have options. Like the doors open up when you have money. It's hard to open doors if you don't have money yet. So you start on the building phase. That's the whole point of this video. But let's quickly talk about the tax thing, just to make sure we got some of your motivation properly aligned. Number one, if you own real estate, you can 1031 exchange your real estate into cash flowing opportunities. So you can take your wealth building assets and turn them into cash flowing opportunities in the future. It's more complicated, we'll talk about that later, but that allows you to buy and sell real estate without paying any taxes on the amount of money that you've built. Crazy. Anyway, number two, this is what a lot of people do. Once you're ready to hit that bell, like after your earning years or whatever, and you built a lot of wealth or whatever, you're ready to retire, or you want to go travel the world or whatever, you know what a lot of people do? They move to a low or no income tax state, and then they sell their high quality stocks and they move them over to dividend stocks. Think about it. I'm in California. I made a lot of money on Tesla stocks, but if I sold my Tesla stock, I would have to pay somewhere around 50% in taxes. That sucks. Now, if I held it long term, I'd probably be paying somewhere in California around 35% in taxes. That also sucks. But if I hit the bell, retired, moved to Nevada, I lived there for a few years, established my residency there, and then I slowly started selling off my Tesla stock, I would only be paying 15% in taxes. You know, tax law can always change, so again, run this by your CPA, but I'd only be paying 15%. So now it's easy. Now it's easy to move my wealth over to the dividend ones. Real estate allows you to exchange to where you pay 0 in taxes. Stocks, they're gonna get you, all right? but 15% is not that bad. So there are many tricks, but for now I want you to focus on building wealth. If I can do it, you can do it. I believe in you. But there are a few warnings that I want to give you. Actually, there's really one major warning that I want to give you. But first, I do want to mention this. If you like this video, make sure to check out the money and finance course down below. It teaches you all about the psychology of building wealth through investing. And it teaches you about money even if you know nothing about money. If you don't know anything about stocks, if you don't know anything about real estate, it gets you started. Now, it's like 88% complete, so there's still courses and lectures that I'm working on. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to incorporate this video into the money course with a preface and an ending. And the preface and ending is going to be additional content that would make this video too long for YouTube, but will give you extra additional and very useful insight. So check out that program down below, and if you're in the money course, check out that lecture. It'll be posted by the time this video is posted on YouTube. Now, what I want you to remember, and always remember this, is do not let cash flow manipulate you. Cash flow is like the succubus that comes in and looks beautiful and sucks you in with their beauty, and then they're a succubus. It's a bad thing. I don't know if you played World of Warcraft. In World of Warcraft, they kill you, okay? In your sleep. Anyway, you don't want to let that cash flow suck you in and manipulate you, because then the odds are you're going to spend your way out of ever being able to retire. So, keep these things in mind. Hey everyone, me Kevin here. I've noticed dozens of videos lately referring to an impending housing market crash. A lot of these videos sound a lot like this.
The Federal Reserve is backing and buying more mortgage-backed securities and treasury bonds than ever before. Prices are at all-time highs for houses, and people are fleeing New York and Los Angeles. More people are missing their payments, and oh my gosh, the question is not whether we are in a bubble, but it's instead when you will sign up for life insurance and 2 free stocks with Webull via the link down below, both of which you can do in as little as 5 minutes.
So, does this mean we're actually in a housing market? When people make YouTube videos and stitch together all of these data points and say, see, in my opinion, there's no way we're not going to have a massive housing crash within the next 2 years. It all lines up. When people puzzle this together, are they doing that to make content, or are they actually seeing something that we're not seeing? Well, that's the point of this video. In this video, I'm going to break everything down so we understand why it is that individuals refer to certain data sets, why those data sets are wrong, and instead what we should actually be paying attention to so that we can know when a housing market crash is coming before it actually happens. And I'm going to do that by avoiding any kind of sensationalized fear-mongering. Instead, I'm just going to teach you what to look for so that you could protect yourself. And get 2 free stocks with Webull and life insurance via the link down below. All right, so let's have a real conversation starting right now. Yes, it is true that over 7 million people are in mortgage forbearance, but we don't know how many of these are what are known as optional forbearance plans, aka people who don't really need mortgage forbearance, but they're taking it because it's free money. It's like free real estate. The reality is, a lot of people are likely taking mortgage forbearance because it's free stimulus money. If you can avoid paying 12 months of your house payments and just pay them back in 10 to 15 or 15 to 30 years, whatever, depending on the length of your loan that's left, it's basically free money as long as you invest what you've saved. And remember, if you have an FHA loan or conventional loan, you could just raise your hand and ask for mortgage forbearance. No paperwork, no documentation required. You just ask. Some other federally backed loans can do that as well. This means there's a very good chance that a substantial number of mortgage forbearance cases may just be in existence because, hey, people initially had uncertainty, but now they're continuing mortgage forbearance by choice because, again, it's basically free money. In fact, that's what I've recommended on this channel. I have a video you can see by going to metkevin.com/forbearance, and you'll see exactly how I recommend step-by-step applying for forbearance and taking that stimulus money. So It's very difficult to cite mortgage forbearance cases spiking as the sole reason for why the market will crash. It's not really a good indicator. But instead, I'll explain some other reasons we can identify why and how a crash will happen. I'll explain in just a moment. But what about people putting up these charts of the Federal Reserve buying way more mortgage-backed securities and printing funny money and buying way more treasury bonds than usual? The easiest way to explain this is by thinking about strawberries. Yes, strawberries. Let's say that you are a buyer at a strawberry stand. The stand right here represents the American economy. And you are right here, this smiling blue face, because ideally everything's good and you are interested in buying strawberries. Strawberries represent mortgage-backed securities and treasury bonds. When times are good, keep that in mind, when times are good, not saying now times are good, I'm just saying when times are good, you like to go buy strawberries. And by doing that, you get juicy, sweet strawberries that give you money and everybody's happy. That's a good thing. So you, the blue face here, walk away with these smiling strawberries, and that's great. And then when times get even better, kind of like what we saw in 2018 and 2019, the Fed decides to open its own strawberry stand, and they start selling you strawberries as well. Because why not? Everyone's selling strawberries, everyone's happy. This is called the Fed offloading their balance sheet. This is what they did in 2018 and 2019. That's why you kind of see a decline on the charts, where it's like they're getting rid of mortgage-backed securities and treasury bonds. The problem is, what happens when the market turns sour? And then you decide, you know what? I'm just not feeling buying strawberries anymore as an investor. And in reality, these are like institutional investors. We don't really buy treasury bonds usually and mortgage-backed securities, but you could. But anyway, let's keep going with the analogy. Let's say the market goes sour. You say, you know what? I don't want these strawberries because there's a chance that they're going to rot, and I don't want that. And now the Fed's not selling them either because nobody really wants to buy them. That's not very good for the economy because now all of a sudden all these strawberries are rotting. So the Fed, instead of introducing more strawberries to the market, says, you know what? Give me your strawberries. I'll prevent them from rotting. I'll buy them. And that's what we saw. The initial example is what we saw in 2018, 2019. And what we just saw, this last part I just explained, is what we saw when COVID hit. When COVID hit, we turned sad, we stopped buying strawberries, and all of a sudden the Fed's like, don't worry about it, we'll buy it. And we'll do that to make sure the economy doesn't seize up and freeze. See, here's something that actually happens. When the Fed stops buying treasury bonds and mortgage-backed securities, it relies on the market buying them. But when the economy goes into a panic, like we saw in March and April, well, then the Fed becomes basically the buyer of last resort. And they do that. They go to buy the strawberries, the mortgage-backed securities and treasury bonds, to prevent a health crisis from turning into a banking crisis. Because if nobody buys those strawberries and the economy seizes up, then banks start saying, well, we're not going to do loans in this economy, and everything comes to a grinding halt. That's very, very bad. So this Fed reversal is very normal. And because it's normal, it doesn't actually indicate a crash. Because see, the Fed can blow up its balance sheet, and then once times get more stabilized and better, the theory is they can pay that down. But looking at their balance sheet isn't a good indicator for determining that a crash is going to come. Now, I'm not endorsing this, and I'm not saying it's good that the Fed prints funny money, but we're going to look at some better and more reliable indicators instead. What about this comment that we keep seeing about people fleeing Los Angeles and fleeing New York? Well, folks, the reality is that's been happening for years. New York prices haven't just been falling because of COVID, people have been moving and commuting and working from home. This is called the flight to the suburbs. This has been happening for years, and it's only been accelerated because of the pandemic. People say we've taken 10 years of migration and condensed it into 1 year of migration, that leaving of the big cities. So let's be real, we can't really look at New York and say prices are falling in New York, and that therefore the entire US housing market's going to collapse, just because New York and San Francisco maybe are doing poorly. Well, what should we look at then? If I'm dismantling these silly arguments that because those things can be stitched together and somehow suggest that the housing market is going to crash, what should we really be paying attention to? Am I just here to make a video to tell you, just go buy real estate because, oh, I'm a real estate agent and you should go buy real estate? No, that would not be correct. And that's not what I'm going to do. Instead, I'm going to give you the real indicators to watch. Number one, and I'm going to tell you the impact of all of these. So there are 3 big indicators. The first is the least severe, and then I'll get to the most severe at the end. But all of these 3 are important, and you'll see why all 3 of these are important. The first indicator we should be looking at are evictions and foreclosures. When prices are increasing, though, you're actually giving existing homeowners more equity. And when you're giving people more equity who already own real estate, even if their tenants aren't paying rent, guess what happens? The risk level for those homeowners goes down. They have more of a cushion because once they evict a tenant, they don't necessarily have to go into foreclosure because even though they didn't have a non-paying, or even though they had a non-paying tenant, their equity may have gone up. Now, this isn't to say that's sustainable. I'm not saying you could prevent all evictions and all foreclosures because people's prices are going up and people's equity is going up. But you're going to have way less foreclosures and you'll still have a similar amount of evictions, but you'll have less evictions turning into foreclosures as prices are going up. The only risk really becomes homeowners refinancing all of their real estate like crazy to buy boats and RVs and to do silly things to basically finance a lifestyle. But that's also very hard to do if you have tenants in an eviction because you can't qualify the rent for the property. So as prices rise, generally you're not going to see as much of a foreclosure catalyst. You generally only see foreclosures once prices begin to pull back. So why then am I lumping and viewing evictions and foreclosures together? Well, because the rental eviction ban ends December 31st. And if Congress does not pass a bill with rental assistance before then, we will likely see a wave of evictions. In my prior real estate videos, I've estimated that we may see as many as 12 million eviction filings, as many as 4 million actual evictions taking place. That number's different because not all filings turn into real evictions. And if just a third of actual evictions end up coming on the market, then we might see housing inventories increase throughout the country by as much as 20%. And here's what that's going to do. It's not going to cause a foreclosure crisis after prices have gone up substantially because of, again, that equity cushion. Instead, think about it like you're driving on the highway going 80 miles an hour, and then there's some traffic ahead of you. You step on the brakes, and you go down to 60, 65 miles an hour. You're going to slow the growth in housing prices. Look, it doesn't make sense that housing prices go up 10% year over year over year. It's not sustainable, right? It's like Tesla going 10%, 10%, 10%. It's not sustainable. It's going to be a correction. And that's that same feeling that we have for the housing market. But right now, housing inventory is so low, and there's such a lack of inventory, the odds are a 20% increase in housing inventory would actually be welcomed by buyers. Yeah, we'll see some more traffic on that highway, so to speak, and we'll see prices grow less quickly. But we probably won't see an actual housing market crisis from simply an eviction crisis. There just aren't as many as we need to actually cause a tumbling foreclosure crisis out of evictions. The numbers aren't there, there's too much demand for real estate, and there's too much equity. So even if an eviction crisis actually happening at the start of 2021, assuming Congress does nothing and just forsakes all tenants, there probably won't be a housing market crash. Instead, we'll just see a slowing in the acceleration of prices. Instead, to see another catalyst for prices coming down, we need to think of the eviction crisis as just part number 1. Let's talk about the second issue. Going into many prior real estate crises, we usually see lending standards dramatically weaken. That means banks say, hey, we'll do your loan even if you have high debt, bad credit, or you don't really qualify. However, today we're actually seeing the opposite. See, because interest rates are so low, there's so much demand for loans that lenders are essentially cherry-picking the most qualified borrowers. This is really weird if you think about it, because we're seeing home prices go up, but we're seeing home prices go up at the same time as home affordability for the average person goes down. Both of those are red flags, but the reality is all we're doing is separating poorer people into people who can't qualify anymore, and richer people into people who can qualify and can afford to pay more, who are able to take advantage of lower interest rates. So the reality is the people with means are getting into real estate and everyone else is being left behind. In other words, simply put, lenders are saying, hey, Blue collar workers with high debt and college debt or student loan debt or whatever, sorry, you ain't getting in. We're lending to these tech engineers making $200,000 to $300,000 a year in Los Angeles. And then yeah, guess what you're gonna see? You're gonna see poorer people leave Los Angeles to consolidate in other areas. You're going to see prices keep going up in areas like Los Angeles, which you are seeing because people are having bidding wars in Los Angeles because they are making more money. You're creating this segregation of wealth. You're widening the wealth gap with loan standards today. So when we zoom out and we think, wait, home prices are going up, home affordability is going down, that's bad. Yeah, that is bad. Those two things happening are bad. But when you zoom in, what you actually see is, no, it's poorer people are being left behind and richer people are getting richer. And I'm not saying that's good, but that also gives you home buyers and homeowners who are less likely to go into foreclosure if there's an eviction crisis because they have more income, because they're more qualified, because they're sort of cherry-picked, the cream of the crops getting taken out, right? They're the ones getting the loans. So when we start zooming into some of this data, we start realizing all of the things that are actually happening right now are really just screwing people who are not investing in stocks or investing in real estate. And people who are making money are just making even more money. It's messed up. I'm not endorsing it. I'm just calling what I'm seeing. And the reality is, banks have so much loan demand right now that banks like Chase are saying, you know what? We're just not going to do loans for anybody other than people with 20% down. Oh, and credit score, you need to have at least a 720. That's like a total reversal from back in the day when you could get an FHA loan 3.5% down with a 600 credit score. But even FHA has increased their credit scores requirements over the last 6 months. So again, what's really happening here when we zoom in is, yeah, zoomed out, things look bad. Zoomed in, crap. It's not a housing crisis problem. It's a wealth inequality problem that's happening. That's why we see prices go up and affordability go down. So this doesn't really affect the real estate crisis, but there is something when it comes to lending that can. See, right now, when cream of the crop buyers are getting qualified, all that's happening is we're seeing more prices go up. It's kind of like putting the foot on the gas because there's so much demand for loans right now. But there is a way to see an inflection point here. If lenders begin loosening their credit standards and opening up loans to the subprime borrowers, people with higher debt, lower credit scores, well then you're probably going to see real estate prices accelerate even more because more buyers will now enter the market at even higher prices. And that's when things are going to get very dangerous and very scary. But we're not there. Yes, prices went up. But again, they went up to qualified people taking advantage of substantially lower rates, which we'll talk about rates in just a moment. It's when we get this up, and then on top of that up, banks start going, we're not doing the numbers anymore. It's like we already gave all the rich people loans. Okay, all right. 500 credit score. Who wants a home loan? Kind of like what we saw in like 2005, 2006. Dead person, you want a home loan? That's when we see, that's when the bubbling happens. We're not there. We're not seeing that happening. All right. And that doesn't mean we're not going to see it happen. Just saying, watch for that, and you'll see this transition. Here's the third and big issue, though. Inflation and rates. This is the elephant in the room. Here's the thing. If you're not familiar yet, you've got to be familiar with this rule in real estate. It will make things make so much more sense. And I've talked about this many times, so if you've heard this before, I will promise to keep this very short. But it is one of the most important rules in real estate. Folks, 1 equals 10. That's it. 1 equals 10. When interest rates move 1%, housing prices move 10%. It's the rule of 10x. So that means if you have a 0.5% change, you see a 5% change. So again, if interest rates go up 1%, prices go up 10% almost immediately. So that's exactly what we saw over the last 7 months. Interest rates fell 1%, housing prices went up 10%. It's literally what we saw. It's very, very simple. When interest rates went up 1% in the summer of 2018, housing prices immediately came down 10%. Now, over time, any kind of short-term decline like that can sort of wear itself off, and that's why between 2018 and 2019, it still looks like we had a slight growth in real estate prices. But we did have a block here when the Fed decided to jack up rates all of a sudden. And so this rule works, and this rule happens. The reality is right now we don't need to so much look at 2018 or prior times. We've got to look forward. Okay, so let's look forward. Right now, the pedal is to the metal because rates keep falling. Like they fell 1% and they keep trending down. As more rates trend down, more of these higher qualified borrowers are coming out and taking more loans. And this, as prices go up, again, insulates people against evictions and foreclosures even more because their equity keeps going up. And yeah, again, that sounds bubbly, but not when you zoom in, you go, it's not quite. Because again, it's the wealthier, more qualified getting all the loans. And that is working out because the loan standards are extremely tight. High credit scores, a low debt to income requirements, very strict lending criteria, slow loans. Those are all the things we're still seeing right now. So you can kind of see this cycle. It's still rich people getting richer. So what do we pay attention to? Well, right now the expectation is that we won't see inflation, and this relates to interest rates. We won't actually see inflation increase until well into 2024 or 2025. That means the Federal Reserve is unlikely to raise interest rates until 2024 at the earliest. Now, once we see interest rates go up, then we're going to see a very quick and painful adjustment in real estate prices, thanks to the rule of 10x. And if we want to track inflation and the inflation that the Federal Reserve watches, you could Google the PCE rate. That's the Personal Consumption Expenditures Rate. That's how the Fed measures inflation. Now, there are many that say, hey, just go to the stores and look at food prices and look at all the inflation that's happening in certain areas. And yeah, there are supply chain disruptions that are causing inflation in certain areas. It's totally true. But what we're worried about when we're talking about inflation is how inflation is going to affect what the Fed does. So watch the PCE rate, PCE. Then let's be vigilant on that rate because here's how and when the next housing crisis will happen. I'm going to tie these together and explain how this all works. But first, the truth is prices falling in New York doesn't mean anything for the rest of the United States. People leaving Los Angeles just means that wealth is consolidating. More wealth is consolidating in Los Angeles, and other people are leaving Los Angeles. This is why the poverty rate is falling. This is why prices are going up. This is why the population is going down. You see all those things happening, that's how you know what's happening. The truth is, prices going up is also normal when interest rates fall. And the truth is also, the pandemic ruined our summer sales market, and housing inventory is way lower than it used to be. And the truth also is, the Fed is buying strawberries. They're stepping in to make sure we don't have a financial crisis. And the further truth is, evictions and foreclosures are unlikely in an environment where equity is so high. So, what's more concerning? How do we tie all of this together? The three catalysts that I mentioned. Well, here's how and when you have your next housing crisis. First, you look for inflation to kick in earlier than expected. At the same time as inflation kicks in, you look for an eviction crisis. Remember, inflation kicks in, that's like pushing the brakes because rates are going to go up. That's sometimes like hitting the brakes. An eviction crisis, that's hitting the brakes. Borrower standards declining is kind of like having your foot on the gas and the brake at the same time because you're stepping on the gas while you're on the brake and the housing market is becoming less stable and it's setting yourself up for more of a fail. And then the nail in the coffin is when rates finally shoot up. If those things happen at the same time, that's when we'll have a mega real estate crisis. And so that way we can work backwards through this video and say, okay, so until we start seeing lending standards decline, until we start seeing inflation, we won't see rates go up. And until we start seeing an eviction crisis, we're not going to tap the brakes. And Congress could come in and swoop in and bail out tenants who are behind on rent. There's so many things that can happen. And all of these things need to come together in a negative way for us to really start to see a housing market crash and crisis. So if you're wondering when, track changes in the catalysts that I just mentioned. Inflation, loan standards, evictions. Otherwise, what we're seeing is nothing more than a widening of the wealth gap. The rich getting richer and the poor being left behind. Thank you so much for watching. Consider checking out my course on Hey everyone, me Kevin here with an update for you on the next rounds of stimulus. An economic strategist interviewed by Market Insider mentioned that the US has only provided 15% of its gross domestic product as stimulus money, while at the same time Europe has provided twice as much, closer to 30%, all of the European countries, and Japan has provided closer to 40%. It's an interesting comparison, especially as we go into this week, which this week is expected to be the absolute last week of hope that we potentially have to see stimulus prior to the election. So let me get you caught up and set the stage for what we should expect this week and what we heard from Pelosi today. Quick note, Webull has returned their 2 free stock promotion, so if you deposit $100 with Webull via the link down below, you will get 2 free stocks worth up to $1,600 each. Also, keep in mind you can get life insurance using your phone. You can Apple Pay and Android Pay for it in as little as 5 minutes, link below. Remember where we left off Friday. The Senate was getting ready to take off and go home after they passed a continuing resolution to continue the United States budget before the government shuts down. They're expected to do that Tuesday and Wednesday. They thought about doing it last week, but they didn't get around to it. Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin and Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell last week were testifying and demanding more stimulus from Congress for 4 days straight, amongst other things, of course. Moderate Democrats in the House last week threatened to side with Republicans and flip Nancy Pelosi's rule and power and pass a smaller PPP extension bill, Paycheck Protection Program bill. Meanwhile, Nancy Pelosi directed her staff to prepare and release her own version of a $2.2 to $2.4 trillion stimulus plan to show Republicans what the needs are that Americans require, and this would apparently include stimulus checks, unemployment pay, support for airlines, support for restaurants, and rental assistance, along with other support. Well, here's the latest from today. Nancy Pelosi was just interviewed on CNN, and yes, I know 50% of folks watching this are not going to like CNN, but we're just here to hear what Nancy Pelosi said. She said, quote, "I trust Secretary Mnuchin to represent something that can reach a solution, and I believe we can come to an agreement. However, at some point, the public is going to have to see why $2.2 or $2.4 trillion is necessary." She went on to say the president's denial of the virus is just resistance to doing anything to crush it and has made matters worse. So we need more money than that, and we will reveal that in a short period of time. This is interesting because in part it sounds like Nancy Pelosi is prepping or sort of hinting that she might take some suggestions from the Problem Solvers Caucus proposal. Remember that in the Problem Solvers Caucus proposal, there was a $1.5 trillion price tag. However, it was scalable, meaning if the pandemic ended sooner than expected, the price would go down to around $1.3 to $1.4 trillion. But if the pandemic worsened, the price tag would actually go up as high as $1.9 to $2 trillion. And remember, the Problem Solvers Caucus proposal included 2 stimulus checks, one in October and then one in March. Hopefully this new proposal and this final proposal we're expecting from Congress will also include multiple rounds of stimulus. And it's interesting that Nancy Pelosi is hinting at we might need more than even 2.2 and 2.4 trillion, even though that's the plan she's expecting to introduce. So who knows, maybe she's going to include some sorts of automatic stabilizers as well, maybe for extended unemployment and additional stimulus checks. We'll see. Pelosi then went on to say, quote, "I think we have a chance to get something done, and we want to." Further, she said, "What we will be putting forth is an offer to say, now let us negotiate within this time frame and a dollar amount to get the job done and put money into the people's pockets to honor our heroes and to crush the virus." And she said, "I'd rather have a deal that puts money into people's pockets than a rhetorical argument." Okay, that last line is powerful as well. She's saying she would rather compromise and make a deal than just pass a very large package, like the HEROES Act, to make an argument that ends up dead on arrival. So it seems like Nancy Pelosi is stepping back from the previous strength of it's got to be this, it's this or nothing. Instead, let's now focus on coming together and actually getting a deal that puts money into the people's pockets. This week is expected to be a very important week for stimulus. Meanwhile, Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer slammed Donald Trump's Supreme Court nominee as someone who might take away long-term rights for Medicaid recipients, LGBTQ rights, abortion rights, and rights related to lifetime caps on insurances and rules preventing or charging more for individuals with pre-existing conditions at insurance companies. Others argue that some of these might not necessarily be a problem anyway, and some point to the president's recent executive order saying that it is the position of the United States that pre-existing conditions ought to be covered. But some say that executive orders are mere suggestions and not laws. They're directives saying, hey, you, that department, you should do this, but they're not actually a law. On COVID, the daily case count for Saturday went up to 45,752. Cases have been over 11,000 for 1 week now in Spain. The United Kingdom's case count has shot up exponentially over the last week and is now higher than it ever has been before, with 6,873 cases. Germany, Canada, and Italy are also on an uptrend. There you have today's update. Thank you so very much. Get your life insurance and 2 free stocks. And folks, we'll see you next time. Hey everyone, me Kevin here. How would you like to make $200 in 15 minutes? In this really easy to use, you push one button to actually start scanning, and then if you accidentally keep scanning and you didn't realize that it messed up, you're gonna have problems. But anyway, I like scanning in the evenings because I can scan outside thing. So number one, you get a 360-degree camera. So keep watching this video just for 3D pictures together for you automatically. There are different softwares that you could use for Android. If you have Apple, you could use the Matterport Capture app. And if you don't want to completely go to Apple, you could even buy a used iPad mini and use that to do your Matterport scans. That way you sort of have like a dedicated device with your 360 scanning business. This is an example of what the app looks like. It's really easy to use. You push one button to actually start scanning, and then you can mark up the inside of a property as well, which I'll show you in the demonstration in just a moment. I personally believe that the Matterport software is the relationship with your contractors that you know, or people you find on Yelp or property management. Hey everyone, me Kevin here with an update for you on the next rounds of stimulus. An economic strategist interviewed by Market Insider mentioned that the U.S.
The New York Times has obtained and released a large portion of Donald Trump's tax history to defend the Constitution. A new approach. The presidency has helped his.
Hey everyone, me Kevin here with an update for you.
Okay, once again, it's Robert Kiyosaki. We're here talking to Miss Alex, and we're also talking about financial education for millennials and money. And I'm glad she's asking me when she's very young, because one of the biggest mistakes, I still hear it today from young people, oh, I don't have to worry because I'm still
young.
Yeah, and that is death to most people, because eventually you get old and then you're not young again. So it's a way of saying, when I talk about assets and liabilities, one of the most important things you have in your life is time. It's one of your greatest assets, or it's your liability. And being, I just turned 70, and I have friends who have nothing. I mean, they have zero. Now they've made a lot of money, but they have nothing here. They have nice houses, nice cars, 16 wives, 19 kids, I don't know what they have, but you know what I mean? And being young is great, except it can be a liability to you. Because when you're young, you're just having a lot of fun and life's exciting, it's new. So as a time. But the thing is, this is the lesson today, is so many people spend their time focusing here. They want to make a lot of money. And I can hear it in their words. They say, oh, I want a career. This is career. Okay, or I'm going to start my own business. And this is the chart here, which we've seen. This is the cash flow quadrant, book number 2. E is employee. S is small business, self-employed, or a specialist like a doctor, a lawyer, web designer. B is big business, 500 employees or more. And I is professional investor. So when I was your age, I knew I wanted to get here. This takes time. This is the hardest, you know. This is where the big mega bucks are. And Kim and I are here. And the money is massive. But it takes time to get there. The big mistake I see young people make is they focus here. And the words are, I want to do what I love. That's the track. You see, in real life, sometimes you have to do what you hate. Like, people think I like to write books. I hate writing books. But it fills my purpose in life. It's not my passion, my purpose in life. Because my purpose was to get here. A lot of these guys get trapped here doing what they love. And as we've talked about on earlier episodes of this thing, these guys pay the highest taxes. 40% here, 60% in taxes here, 20% here, and then 0% here. So when I was before my 20s, I knew I wanted to go there, and it wasn't doing what I loved. I had to learn what I didn't want to learn. I had sometimes to do what I hated. I had to learn about taxes. I had to learn about debt. I had to take classes. I had to learn about insurance. So I was doing a lot of things I hated doing so I could come over here. These guys never do this because they live their passion. I want my passion. The difference in passion is greedy. Purpose is for other people. So my purpose was to come over here so I could serve more people. Okay. So I have employees here and all this. I don't buy stocks, bonds, mutual funds because as a professional investor, I can create my own assets. Okay. Any comments, anything so far?
Yeah, if you ask anyone, they all say they want to do what they love.
And they're talking about here. Exactly. And this is where you get taxed.
Yeah.
Like, you know, coming here, I was doing fine over here because I didn't have much money. Because the government takes all your money anyway, right? Yeah. 40% in taxes. Because nobody's going to sue you. You come over here, they sue you. Okay? So I had to learn about lawsuits. I hated it, but I learned it. So the big mistake for young people is I'm going to do what I love, which is fine over here. But what do you love the most? Well, I loved my freedom. And I know it sounds greedy, but I love making money. I'd rather have a lot of money than no money. I've been both. I've been broke, I've been down, everything, but I'd rather have a lot of money. So it was worth my purpose to get over here. The big mistakes I see young people making is here. You know, they think about what they want to do, what they love. And what I'm saying to you, the millennials right now, invest in what you love. There's a very big difference. In other words, think about this side first. Most young people, or should I say, short-sighted people, they think this is it or this is it. But this is the one here. So when I was your age, I knew that the assets I wanted to acquire, the richest people own businesses. Over here, these guys are small business, self-employed. You're self-employed if you can't stop working. I stopped working years ago because I have businesses. Very big difference. It was painful, but I got there. So number one is a business. So when I was in my 20s, I knew I was going to do what it would take to school, study, learn about taxes, debt, insurance, accounting, lawsuits, and all this through business. Next is real estate. I love real estate. But most people can't do what I do because they don't have a business. It's catch-22. They don't have enough money to get over here. Your mom just made that switch. because she used other people's money.
Yeah.
So the reason I make more money is because it's not what I'm doing what I love. I do sometimes what I hate so I can have the assets that I love. I love having a business. You know, if I didn't have a business, you wouldn't be here. Darren wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have a CEO and president. I wouldn't have accountants. I wouldn't have attorneys. So the business affords me the lifestyle I want. And then I invest in real estate. I've never gone past a piece of land or a building I did not love. And then what most people invest in from there is paper. And that's fine. That's stocks, bonds, mutual funds, savings, ETFs. Not my game. I don't love it. I actually hate it. But these guys, it's perfect for them to have paper, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETF, and all that, because they're focused over here. They want to do what they love. They want to climb the ladder. They want their career. They want this. I want to become president. You know, that's not what I wanted. I want to be a football star. But this is for the middle class here. That's fine. You can get rich here too. I just don't like it. Excites me.
I realize that that's just
Today it's a shiny object. I'm not saying you can't make a lot of money in it, but most on Saturday, I went, on Saturday.
Hey everyone, meet Kevin here with an update for you on the next rounds of stimulus. An economic strategist
Chaps, it's an anniversary, birthday or something, I'm not actually sure. I wanted to show you this DVD, Laserdisc, VHS thing I prepared for us celebrating our misadventures. Well, I didn't prepare it, I found it. It says best moments from documentations. Issue is, time doesn't quite work how it's meant to in this place, so maybe it's a bit frigged.
Blood, what do you think this is, big man? Ain't no one got time for your nonsense, always up to dumbness. Man's just trying to catch a vibe, a little doo-doo beverage, and maybe drop a couple hot rocks. And what the hell is this type of TV doing here, fam? Man's looking to bust the table with that team, fam.
As long as I can do my moves, I don't care. Let's party!
But if it doesn't play Ape Escape, I'm going nuts!
Whatever, man, you guys are anything. This ain't for you Muppets anyway. I'm the one who filmed everything, so I wanted to see how talented I am. You never know, maybe one day these films will be found and broadcast to many people who actually appreciate it, unlike you wastrels.
Oh, that's why you keep saying things like you're talking to next, man. You think someone would actually listen to you if they found your lost tapes? And bruv, what did I say about coming out of my face?
Whoa! Yo, careful, counterfeit, you just knocked everything off the shelf. My sugar snacks are all over the place, you freak, you ruined it!
Yo, fam, you might want to pop a couple of those quick time because man has more gingivitis than man's cold, fam.
The correct term
We're here today with Lance, Henry Silver, and Walker, and Doug. Lance has been working on the kickflip the 3-stair for 9 long months.
I have to get it today.
How do you feel, Lance Henry Silver?
I feel like I gotta just do it. I watched my last footage, I almost landed it, but I extended my legs too much. So this time I gotta kickflip, keep my legs bent, and roll away. That's all.
Okay, you want to warm up? You want to get some practice?
Yeah, a couple flat ground kickflips.
Maybe the sheriff from Stranger Things could help you out.
All right, Hopper.
Are you going for the 3?
Yeah.
He's got it.
Why did you change shoes?
Because the last ones were completely destroyed.
Those are really thin though, right?
Well, they have FP insoles in them.
Okay. Straight to the 3.
I gotta get a couple on flat.
No, just go straight to the 3.
Once I get the rhythm, then I'm going to the 3.
Come on, Lance!
Is he doing another 100 kickflips?
Kickflip down the 3. Oh. Go to the 3! Go to the 3!
Need a rhythm going. 3 kickflips on flat, then it's to the 3.
Not in a row though, right?
Yeah, in a row.
In a row? 3 in a row?
That counts as 1.
See, Lance just has to extend his leg and then he does it. First try. What is this? Take that to the 3.
That was good. I'm gonna get this one and then to the 3. Okay, it's time for the 3. First ollie.
Dang! He's got it. That's the man right there.
One more ollie.
I can't contain myself.
One more. You just gotta get comfortable with that.
First person view. Oh yeah, you got this.
Okay, I guess I gotta do it.
You ready?
I'm ready.
First try.
First try, what do you give me?
$500. What are you doing? You did it! You did it! I can't believe it! Yes! What?
Damn.
I accidentally didn't film it, but I'm sure one of those guys got it.
That's pretty good. Should I try one more?
Do it again. Now that
true?
you've done it, you can just do it.
Sup, fools? This is the QTR podcast. Today is June 8th, 2020. Fucking ready to go on this one today, man. I've been waiting to talk to this guy for years, and never occurred to me to reach out to him except for like 2 days ago. And of course, he responded right back to me, and he was like, yeah, let's do it. I was
Many years ago, I began to feel that the picture of history that we're taught in school and that is beamed at us through the media might not be right. I'm not saying that the alternative view that I've presented is right, but I think it's healthy to try to present an alternative because we have a completely monolithic grip on history by the academic establishment, and I think it's a pity because it belongs to all of us. There's no encouragement for open-minded inquiry into extraordinary possibilities. And the extraordinary possibility that I've spent a lot of the last 15 years researching is, could there have been a major forgotten episode in human history? And the map here is the map of the world as it is today, with all the recognizable contours. But if we go back to the last ice age, and particularly to the last glacial maximum, which was just 21,000 years ago, when ice sheets as much as 2 miles thick were sitting on top of northern Europe and North America and South America, all over the world, in fact, we find that the planet looks subtly different. For example, there's no Red Sea. Sea level was 400 feet lower then, and that's why there's no Red Sea. There's also no Arabian Gulf. The coastline of India incorporates the island of Sri Lanka, and the whole Southeast Asian peninsula is vastly extended, with New Guinea joined to the north of Australia here. Likewise with the American coasts. Altogether, more than 10 million square miles of land was swallowed by rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age. When all that ice, all that water that was pulled up on the continental landmass in the form of ice masses went back into the ocean, we had a 400-foot rise in sea level. Very sensitive control. It unfolded over a period of about 10,000 years. However, within that 10,000-year period, there were a series of episodes of very dramatic, radical flooding, when sometimes you had as much as a 30-foot rise of sea level within a period of a couple of weeks. If you consider what a 30-foot rise in sea level in 2 weeks would do to our civilization today, wiping out every coastal city, and you ask yourself, would we be able to deal with that? I'm not sure, actually. I'm not sure our civilization would survive that. The reason that there were such cataclysmic episodes of melting is illustrated here, that these huge ice masses on the continents, as the ice began to melt, it first formed into glacial lakes on top of the ice caps. Sometimes you could get 4,000 or 5,000 years of meltwater stored in one of those lakes. Finally, it would burst its boundaries and just flush out into the ocean, of course, tearing across the intervening land and causing devastation, the traces of which are still to be seen today. And this process of episodic massive sea level rises was also accompanied by an enormous amount of volcanic and seismic activity. Not surprising, really, when you consider that the weight of that ice was being lifted off the continental landmasses. And I'm personally pretty sure that the global tradition of a great flood has its origins in our memory of the events that took place at the end of the last ice age. It's the only time when really there has been truly global flooding. And of course, everybody's familiar with the story of Plato. Plato is the earliest surviving specific reference to the lost continent of Atlantis. And Plato, by the way, claimed to have got the story from Solon, who in turn had got it from Egyptian priests, reading from hieroglyphs carved into the walls of their temples, recording a history
Baron, I was reading about
going
a comet
back
that we
to
witnessed
9,000 years before the time of
hit
Solon.
Jupiter
That's
and left Earth-sized impact on it.
9,600
Scary stuff.
BC, or 11,500
I
years
heard
ago.
about that too,
And that is a
man.
period which is absolutely at the
about
peak
it.
of the meltdown of the Ice Age. So if Plato just made this up, as everybody says, then it's amazing that he chose a date
Jupiter
that coincides
apparently
exactly with the meltdown of
protects
the
our
Ice
planet.
Age.
Yo, the Baron.
Oh dear. There we go. It's all over the world.
Man,
in India,
I'm
there's a
streaming for about
powerful
5 hours
flood
almost.
tradition, the story of Manu and Vishnu. In southern India, there's a whole
sign
separate
off
story
soon.
which relates that southern India once extended further to the east and to the south, and that a great civilization lived there and was wiped out by a flood.
Crazy.
And again, in those traditions which are called the Sangam traditions of southern India, you find that the date that
was
they
a few
give
years
us
ago, I
coincides
think,
with
so.
about 11,500 or 12,000 years ago in our calendar, a date that coincides with the massive flooding at the end of the Ice Age. In Greece also, the same story occurs. And forgive me, I've just finished writing a new book. I'm absolutely wiped out. It's the first novel that I've written. Everything else has been non-fiction, although my critics might not agree. And I'm just completely exhausted, and I'm at the point of becoming very cranky about these technical problems. But I'll do my best. We skipped over some other slide. The Maya have it as well. The end of the last world age was brought about by a gigantic flood, the destruction of, very reminiscent of the story of Atlantis. Let's change the slide. Moses, Noah, the flood of Noah in the Bible. Next slide, please. The biblical story, it's well accepted by scholars, has its origins in the Gilgamesh epic.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is UFO News. I wanted to talk about this asteroid or comet impact that took place on Jupiter. Now, this was filmed by an amateur astronomer from Australia, and it's a pretty impressive piece of footage because I can't help but think about if this was Earth, what kind of damage that could have caused. Would that have been game over for the human species? Because Jupiter, although it's hard to tell the scales of things without directly comparing them, is about 11.2 times bigger than Earth. So that flash is a little bigger than it might first seem. Jupiter acts kind of like a cosmic shield, and it's even been argued from scientists that without Jupiter being the size and in the place that it is, the life on Earth might not have evolved in the same way. Because of its greater size and greater gravitational pull, it corrals in wayward objects that otherwise would make it to Earth. And because it's taking the impacts for us, we're in a safer position. Now, obviously, it's not in a position to take care of every wayward piece of space debris. Asteroids and comets are going to always make it into the Earth, no matter what you do.
Gas planet.
And I know our government's
Crazy
doing the
shit,
best
man.
job they possibly can to keep us safe, but I think sometimes these objects are so small and they're so fast, they're just hardly detectable. And if you remember back to the impact in Russia, that was a very tiny fragment of a meteor that mostly blew up in the atmosphere. Only a relatively small piece actually even made it to the ground. So can you imagine if something, even let's say 100 times larger, came in at a direct hit and hit the middle of the ocean? I think that's game over. So I want to give a tip of the hat to Jupiter itself, because without Jupiter, we probably wouldn't even be here.
God. Yeah, it's scary stuff, man. I'm kind of scared of like Jupiter sucking us in or the sun sucking us in, right? For whatever reason. I know the physics don't say that's going to happen, but you know what I mean?
Skywatch Media News for April the 9th, 2020. A tremendous space rock is traveling in the northern sky on a trajectory with our sun. Currently located outside of the constellation Ursa Major, passing through the orbit of Mars. The comet, known as Atlas, completed its last rendezvous with the Earth around 4000 BC, when its approach was witnessed by the Egyptians and Neolithic tribes. This time around, Comet Atlas was observed by the Near-Earth Asteroid Detection Facility located in Hawaii. It was first spotted on December the 28th, 2019. The atmosphere of Atlas is 5 times the physical size of Jupiter and about half the size of the Sun. By the end of this month, the comet may appear brighter than the planet Venus in the night sky. As it approaches the inner solar system, it will be one of the brightest objects in the night sky. It will become the comet of a generation. Astronomers who captured images of the great comet have described it as brilliant and omnipotent, a comet that baffles the mind, since its exact size is unknown. What is apparent is that the comet is surrounded by a gaseous cloud that is more than 447,000 miles in diameter. This is half the size of the Sun's diameter and 5 times greater than Jupiter's diameter. Although it is a powerful presence in the solar system, it is expected to pass the Earth at a distance of 72 million miles. The comet has a tail that is about the same size as its atmosphere, which transmits huge amounts of gas and dust into space. The last comet to pass this close to the Earth in the northern hemisphere was Hale-Bopp in the year 1997, which makes the Atlas observation a rare occurrence for astronomers. The comet is presently passing through the orbit of Mars, with a diameter that is twice the size of all of the major planets in the solar system combined. It is already much brighter than astronomers expected it to be at this point in its journey. By the end of April, the comet should be putting on a stunning display for all the world to see. As the comet approaches, there will be a distinctive green color that will emanate from its perimeter. The color originated from a diatomic carbon, which is a molecule commonly found in comets when approaching within a gas formation. There is an interesting forethought among astronomers, although speculative, that Atlas may be related to the great comet of the year 1843, since both comets are following a similar trajectory, and that both have separated from a larger comet that had formed in the earlier days of the solar system. The reason that astronomers are so enthralled with the likes of Comet Atlas is the fact that our planet has been continuously besieged by comets since the Bronze Age, which is a point that NASA acknowledged in a paper that was published back in the year 1998. Whether this is a sign of something ominous is uncertain, but astrophysicists have modeled asteroid and comet impacts over the last 5,000 years, and they have concluded that the Earth was impacted 25 times during this period, a period in which there was a major development of human civilization. Such reasoning by scientists has inspired historical events. It's not surprising that when comets appeared many centuries ago, that prophets and shamans and men of cloth regarded them as symbols of impending destruction. Today, such fears have disappeared into our society. But that was until the latest alert from the Atlas telescopes in Hawaii, informing the world that a massive comet half the size of our sun was heading our way. What was once considered as fear-mongering has all of a sudden become much more eventful. 2020 is becoming a year of tribulation and the year of the comet, that great object that will appear in the northern sky. The fact that these events are happening at this time is no coincidence. They appear to be occurring by design. Is it possible that Comet Atlas is more than what we are being told by astronomers and planetary scientists? Some folks think so, and they are not ashamed to let you know what they believe. You may recall a few years ago, one of the hot topics on YouTube, Facebook, and other social media platforms was the belief or the concept by a few astrophysicists that a 10th planet or a 9th, depending on whether you want to count Pluto, is working in the outer edges of our solar system in a type of eccentric orbit that is unusual to the known planets of our solar system. The idea behind this concept, at least for a number of believers, is that the tremendous changes we are seeing happening across the solar system in the past 20 or more years are most likely occurring as a result of a rogue system of wandering planets that are peculiar to our portion of the universe. If an object large enough in stature to Comet Atlas, such as a brown dwarf planet, passed at some distance between the Earth and the Sun, and we're talking about tens of millions of miles in distance theoretically, but still considered close enough relative to its density, that object would have the potential to affect the oceans, the climate, volcanoes, and the geological makeup of the Earth. Such an object would certainly have the potential to alter the position of the physical and magnetic poles on our planet prior to its passage. You might remember back in the year 2012, with all of the talk about the Mayan calendar, the end of the world as we know it, and the beginning of a new era in human civilization. There were numerous images and videos posted online about a new star that was appearing in our sky that no one in the mainstream media was talking about. In fact, have you heard much on the cable news channels about Atlas, a once-in-a-generation comet coming our way? Now, I'm not one for pushing conspiracy theories or speculating on what is or isn't real. But doesn't it seem just a bit odd that so much attention is focused on what's happening at this moment on this planet rather than what's taking place above us? Nibiru, by all definitions and concepts, and by the research of various scholars, is the largest of a handful of planets that orbit around a brown dwarf star named Nemesis. In essence, it is a mini solar system. Nibiru is said to be 5 times the size of Jupiter, making it a giant among giants. Its orbit around our sun is said to be somewhere in the range of every 3,600 years. These determinations are in line with those of Atlas, a great comet that is 5 times that of Jupiter, with an orbit around the sun every 4,000 years. If something quite large is pulling at the sun's core and influencing its magnetic poles, it could explain the tremendous escalation of cosmic radiation that is entering the Earth's atmosphere over the Arctic in just the past 3 years, showing a 12% influx in cosmic rays entering the stratosphere during this time period. We are seeing the gravitational pull and the magnetic influence playing out here on Earth, where the poles are in the process of reversal. This can only occur if 2 forces are acting together to account for the transition. The mutual attraction between the sun and a giant object, in this case Comet Atlas, would increase the speed or the velocity of the object in a manner in which it is catapulted away from the sun in a process known as a slingshot effect. So whether it would be a large planetary object or an immense comet such as Atlas, its direction would be from the North Pole of the Sun and the Earth, and thus would be seen in the Northern Hemisphere. So could there be a correlation between a presumed planetary presence and the likes of Comet Atlas? Some scientists seem to think so. After all, they have been searching for a 10th planet equal in size to Atlas for more than 100 years. Daniel Whitmire, a retired professor of astrophysics, has indicated in published articles with the Royal Astronomical Society that a yet undiscovered Planet X triggers comet showers that are linked to mass extinctions on Earth, ones that occur in intervals of 27 million years. Whitmire's theory on mass extinction was published in the 1985 Time magazine cover story titled "Did Comets Kill the Dinosaurs?" The publication gave 3 explanations for regular comet showers. One of them was the existence of Planet X. Another was a companion star to our sun, and the other being the vertical oscillation of the sun as it orbits the galaxy. The only theory that remained viable to paleontological records was the possibility of a Planet X. And so now this theory, because of the appearance of Comet Atlas, is gaining renewed attention. The theory states that Planet X orbits the sun. Its tilted orbit slowly rotates, and Planet X passes through the Kuiper belt of comets every 27 million years, knocking comets into the inner solar system. The dislodged comets not only smash into the Earth, they also disintegrate in the inner solar system as they get nearer to the sun, reducing the amount of sunlight that reaches the Earth. The story of a great comet coming our way is one that sparks a great deal of interest and enthusiasm among astronomers and skywatchers alike. It also garners renewed attention among planetary scientists and astrophysicists who study the heavens, relentlessly searching for the elusive Planet X. And yet, regardless of one's affiliation with the cosmos and the mysteries it contains, we will always be fascinated with the wonders of the universe, and especially the huge space rocks that come our way but once in a generation. Thanks for watching.
Wow, so cool. I don't see it.
On March
What was the
12th,
name of that
1998,
video?
American
Do you know the
astronomers
screen
shocked the world
is showing
by
constantly?
reporting
Yeah,
that a
I know,
large
dude.
asteroid
I know, man.
could potentially
Sorry,
hit
dude.
the Earth within 30
I was
years.
trying to find it in the night sky. What was the name of the video? I
Could
can write
humanity
it in chat.
survive
One
the
sec.
impact of such an asteroid? At this time, there is no definitive means to protect or defend ourselves.
It was a comet 5 times greater than Jupiter's approaching the Earth. Yeah, that was a really informative video. That's the name of the video that I wrote.
Skywatch Media News.
See, I'm trying to
for
find
April
the
9th,
location of
2020.
Monoceros. Right,
A
ascension
tremendous
is 7 hours,
space
30
rock
minutes.
is traveling in the northern sky on a trajectory with our sun. Currently located outside of the constellation Ursa Major, passing through the orbit of Mars. The comet, known as Atlas, completed its last
Camelo
rendezvous with the Earth around
Pardalis.
4000 BC, when its approach was witnessed by the Egyptians and Neolithic tribes. This time around, Comet Atlas was observed by the Near-Earth Asteroid Detection Facility located in Hawaii. It was first spotted on December the 28th, 2019. The atmosphere of Atlas is 5 times the physical size of Jupiter and about half the size of the Sun.
Camelo Pardalis.
By the end of this month, the comet may appear brighter than the planet Venus in the night sky. As it approaches the inner solar system, it will be
Sweet,
one of the
thanks.
brightest objects in the night sky. It will become the comet of a generation.
You don't see it? I don't see it, man.
Astronomers who captured images of the Great Comet have described it as brilliant and omnipotent, a comet that baffles the mind since its exact size is unknown.
That's crazy, eh?
What is apparent is that the comet is surrounded by
Oh,
a
it's not even
gaseous
size
cloud
right. Sorry about
that is
that.
more than 447,000 miles in diameter. This is half the size of the Sun's diameter and 5 times greater than Jupiter's diameter. Although it is a powerful presence in the solar system, it is expected to pass the Earth at a distance of 72 million miles. The comet has a tail that is about the same size as its atmosphere, which transmits huge amounts of gas and dust into space. The last comet to pass this close to the Earth in the northern hemisphere was Hale-Bopp in the year 1997, which makes the Atlas observation a rare occurrence for astronomers.
Okay.
The comet is presently passing through the orbit of Mars
September 28th,
with a
2020.
diameter that is twice the size
In
of
Monoceros.
all of the major
Okay.
planets in the solar system
Okay,
combined.
I know where it is now. I'll find
It
it.
is already much brighter than astronomers expected it to be at this point in its journey. By the end of April, the comet should be putting on a stunning display for all the world to see. As the comet approaches, there will be a distinctive green color that will emanate from its perimeter. The color originated from a diatomic carbon, which is a molecule commonly found in comets when approaching within a gas formation. There is an interesting forethought
So
among
apparently it's
astronomers,
like-
although speculative,
Apparently it's,
that Atlas may be related to the Great Comet of the year
Apparently
1843,
it's somewhere here.
since both comets are following a similar trajectory,
As per the website.
and
let
that
me show you the
both have
website.
separated
See?
from a
See
larger
that?
comet that had formed in the
Oh,
earlier days of
maybe.
the solar system.
Yeah. Says it's supposed to be
The
right
reason
around
that
here.
astronomers are so enthralled with the likes of Comet Atlas is the fact that our planet has been continuously besieged by comets since the Bronze Age, which is a point that NASA acknowledged in a paper that was published back in the year 1998. Whether this is a sign of something ominous is uncertain, but astrophysicists have modeled asteroid and comet impacts over the last 5,000 years, and they have concluded that the Earth was impacted 25 times during this period, a period in which there was a major development of human civilization. Such reasoning by scientists has inspired historical events. It's not surprising that when comets appeared many centuries ago, that prophets and shamans and men of cloth regarded them as symbols of impending destruction. Today, such fear
maintain that, put that together as a project to really chart the universe across all scales.
While not scenes of unprecedented beauty, brightness, choreographed by gravity on a grand cosmic stage. As the galaxies pass each other, their gravity pulls stars and gas into the space between them, building vast luminous bridges stretching tens of thousands of light years. As the galaxies fall together again, long streams of gas and dust, known
What we see here are satellites around the Earth, and the Earth in proper registration against the universe as we see. NASA supported this work 12 years ago as part of the rebuilding of the Hayden Planetarium so that we would share this with the world. The digital universe is the basis of our space show productions that we do, our main space shows in the Dome. But what you see here is a result of actually internships that we hosted with Linköping University in Sweden. And I've had 12 students work on this for their graduate work, and the result has been
really not worth very much.
Interestingly enough, in the history of physics, there was that controversy about fields themselves, because when particles were the order of the day and there was nothing else and there was just mechanics and particles and contact causation, fields were mysterious, and people said we don't need fields.
Yo, Baron, I'm be right back. I'm using the washroom, but then I might sign off soon. I don't know yet. I'll be back soon.
Due to agricultural irrigation and the damming of the River Nile. My name is Ben. You're watching Uncharted X, and this is the story of the
following a set of maps. On the left, the pyramid of Unas in Saqqara, with an eye in it, except that's not an eye. And the hand was the way that the Native Americans found a lot more to me like people than like supernaturals. Oddly enough, the same story is told at the Temple of Horus at Edfu in Upper Egypt, but from a slightly different perspective.
I just got salad.
In the
Nice,
Temple
man.
of Horus
Nice,
at
bud. I'm
Edfu
happy for
in
you,
Upper
man.
Egypt, written between the inner and outer enclosure walls, we can find an astonishing body of texts called the Edfu building texts. And these Edfu building texts, deeply inscribed on these walls, this is what they look like. We're told in the inscriptions, which again have been translated, we're told in the inscriptions that they were based on much older source documents, that there had been documents written on animal skins, which were falling apart, and in order to preserve them, the priests inscribed them deeply into the walls of the Temple of Horus at Edfu. And what those texts do is they speak of an island which was called the homeland of the primeval ones. And they tell us that it was destroyed in a great flood. And that flood was precipitated by some object coming down from the sky, a snake called the Great Leaping One, who assaults the homeland of the primeval ones and pierces it, and then it's swallowed up in a gigantic flood. But we're told that there were survivors, and that some of those survivors came to Egypt and built primeval mounds up and down the land, which were to be the site of all future temples and pyramids to be built in Egypt. And they also tell us that those survivors traveled all over the world. They didn't just confine their work to Egypt. They traveled everywhere, and there's a special word for their wanderings around the world, and their project was to reconstitute or resurrect their lost former world, or may I dare to say their lost civilization. This project wasn't only pursued in Egypt, but in many other lands, and I would suggest that one of those lands was the land that we now call South America, and specifically the Amazon. The Amazon basin is really huge. It covers more than 7 million square kilometers, of which still today, despite tragic clearances of the rainforest, 5.5 million square kilometers remain covered by dense rainforest. And almost no archaeology has been done in those rainforest-covered areas of the Amazon at all. I don't understand how archaeologists can claim to have a complete picture of the human past when we know that 27 million square kilometers of land were swallowed up by rising sea levels at the end of the Ice Age, when we know that the Sahara Desert was green during the Ice Age and is arid and barren today, and when an area larger than the entire subcontinent of India, the Amazon jungle, has hardly been subjected to any archaeological study at all. I'm not saying none, but very little. And it's understandable. It's a very challenging, very difficult environment to work in. Well, here's a sensational headline, as we would expect from the Daily Mail. Were Aborigines the first Americans? Native tribes in the Amazon found to be most closely related to indigenous Australians. This is one of those cases where the science is even more sensational than the headlines. And the science was published in Nature, in the scientific magazine Nature, a highly respected source, and it presents genetic evidence for two founding populations of the Americas. It was long held that there was only one founding population, and that their route was up through Siberia, across the Bering Straits, which were a land bridge during the Ice Age when sea levels were lower, into North America, down through North America, Central America, and finally into South America. But genetics has thrown a curveball into this analysis, because it turns out that a group of people in the Amazon jungle, number of tribes in the Amazon jungle, are closely related at the genetic level to Melanesians and Australian Aborigines, to, let's call them, Australasians. And that would be fine if we found traces of that DNA in North America and Central America, but we don't. We only find it in the Amazon jungle. And that challenges the notion that the only route of migration was through the Americas in this way, because if that were the case, we would expect to find traces of that DNA throughout the Americas, not limited to the Amazon jungle. And furthermore, we know from a 2018 paper in the journal Cell, we know from that paper that this DNA signal in the Amazon is very old. It's not recent. It's very rare to find skeletal remains that go back more than 10,000 years, let alone 12 or 13,000 years. But a skeleton has been found in the Lagoa Santa area of Brazil, in the Amazon. It is dated to 10,400 years ago. And it contains that same Australasian DNA signal that is found surviving amongst peoples in the Amazon today. So that tells us that that signal reached the Amazon at least 10,400 years ago. And given that so much of the Amazon has not been excavated and that these remains often don't survive at all, it's safe to assume that it got there quite a bit before that. The experts themselves say that the anomalous genetic signal must have reached South America in the late Pleistocene, and that's just a fancy word for the Ice Age, so that it reached South America near the end of the last Ice Age. So that's the mystery. The Bering Straits do not seem to be involved in getting this DNA to the Amazon jungle. Now, one might reasonably ask, did the DNA start here and move there? But the answer to that is probably not, because that DNA signal is very powerfully represented here. And less strongly represented here. So it looks like it originated there, and it looks like somebody crossed the Pacific Ocean during the last Ice Age. I got in touch with Professor S.K. Willerslev at the University of Copenhagen, one of the world's leading geneticists who's been behind quite a number of these studies, the lead author on a number of these studies. And I asked him about this, and he admitted, you know, nobody has a good explanation for the Australo-Melanesian signal. Everything that's put forward is speculative. And he suggested a number of possibilities, but amongst them he listed the following. Someone holding this signal comes into the Americas, not through Beringia, but crossing into South America across the ocean, based purely on the genetic data. This is the most parsimonious explanation, but it does not make practical sense. 2 points there. When a scientist says the word parsimony, he's saying he likes that idea. The more elaborate and complicated your theory, the less likely it is to be true. The simpler and more direct the theory, the more likely it is to be true. That's the principle of parsimony in science. But then the second part of his statement, but it does not make practical sense. I asked him why. And he said, well, look, we have to rely on the work of other experts, and the archaeologists who are the expert in ancient cultures tell me that nobody was capable of crossing the Pacific Ocean during the Ice Age. It was just impossible. Yes, they did cross the Pacific Ocean during the Polynesian expansion, getting even to Easter Island, but that was 3,500 years ago, not 10, 12, 13,000 years ago at the end of the Ice Age. I don't blame Professor Willerslev for relying on archaeologists. It's normal in science to rely on the good quality of work done by other scientists. But I would raise a huge question mark over whether archaeology is a science at all. And in fact, there's quite a bit of contradictory evidence which suggests that somebody was traveling the world oceans during the Ice Age. And indeed mapping the world. And I went into this in my 1995 book, Fingerprints of the Gods. There are a number of maps that have survived. What these maps all have in common is they were drawn roughly between the 1400s and the 1700s. They do incorporate the latest navigational knowledge of that time,
But where that wasn't available, they relied on earlier source.
Good afternoon, and I'm delighted to be joined by the one and only Michelle Lee for the next part of our Mortal Kombat franchise series. Michelle Lee played.
I played a lot of video games, and you know, all the girls wanted to be Katana, and I for sure wanted to be Katana. However, when Mileena came about, I was like, oh yeah, that's definitely more me. But getting to be a part of it, I have a friend, Larnell Stovall, who I've worked with, and a lot of the people that they had for my season were kind of people that I knew coming into the business. They were actors, they were excellent martial artists, all of them, the whole gamut. Sam Wynn, who played Katana with me, we all kind of knew each other in a sense, and we were all actors, fighters, you know.
Use the gift,
and so
or
it kind of was a
use
thing
the
where
source of life
a friend of mine
when he's fighting
recommended me.
Sub-Zero.
I auditioned, and thankfully I was honored to have booked the role.
Yeah, and I suppose Mortal Kombat Legacy, I suppose the storylines, there were short sort of mini-series, and it was around the principal character.
Use the element which brings life.
Hell yeah, yeah. Nice. Yo, have you seen this fight?
Dishonor my family. I've sworn to kill you.
Swearing is easy.
I read your book. I know all your tricks.
Let's see how well you've done your lesson.
Yeah, so that fight was so sick, dude. The backstory of that was so that was from Dragon Bruce Lee's story. So what happened was Bruce Lee in real life was filming a movie, and then they sent that like guy out of nowhere for revenge for beating this other guy in a competition. And they sent that guy to like kill Bruce Lee, and like apparently that was a real fight they had. Like, I don't know if Bruce Lee killed him, but like apparently that went down. What other fights are really, really, really good? Let me think. Damn, I like the hallway fight in Old Boy. I don't know Old Boy. Yeah, this fight's insane. I'll check that out. I'll pull that up after if I get bored of this one or whatever. Old Boy. Really? What happened? Where did it go? Where did it go? Why? Yeah, thanks, man. I don't know what happened. Alright, 1 second. Old Boy's an awesome movie? Nice, man. Oh, what happened? Did I mess it up again? No, we're good. We're good. Are we? We're not good. What happened? Literally, what happened? Frozen for me. Thanks, man.
Tu as des petits problèmes de vision. Un instant, s'il te plaît. Maintenant, nous sommes à égalité. Prêt? Tu n'es pas sourd. Alors adieu, c'en est fini pour toi. Tu vas mourir. Vas-y, achève-le. N'oublie pas l'inventaire et si tu dois te battre, bois un peu d'alcool. C'est les recommandations de papa. Tiens. Tu peux faire ta prière, bâtard. Non. C'est cruel. T'es prêt, Rambo? Quand tu veux.
Yo, that was such a good fight. Holy crap. Alright, let's pull up the old boy. Let's pull it up. That was such a good battle. Holy jeez.
Hello? Yes, this is Jackie speaking.
Hi, my name is Tony.
So sick, yo. Thanks, man. Original old boy. Hallway fight. Nice, man. The corridor fight scene. Hallway fight scene. 2003. I don't know this movie. I think I know this movie. I think this will be my last video, man, then I'm gonna sign off, dude. All was single take. Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's a good point. That's a really good point. Crazy, man. Wow. That's crazy, man. What time is it? 1:11, 1:13. Thanks for showing it. Yo, thanks for suggesting it, man. You kidding me? I just have to get off for the night. Yeah, man. It's fucking late as balls. But, yo, thanks so much, Aaron. You're the man. Awesome 5.5 hour stream. Yo, thanks, man. Thanks, buddy. Yeah. It was fun, man. I learned a lot. I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you. Have a good night. Take it easy. Appreciate that, dude. Thanks a lot. That's really nice. That's close with David Icke lecturing. Yeah. Dude, apparently he spoke in London like yesterday or something. I was gonna pull up the video, but I don't think it has any like content. I think it was just a show up, like a face showing. Maybe we'll have to pull that up for next stream. I'll take it all myself and ice, man. For sure, dude. Have a good night, man. Yo, have a good night, dude. Yourself, dude. Thanks, man.